Obliques. Good intentions. Idealism is vanity disguised. Xim's rules for ruling. 112th year of the Five Brothers. 11,347 Taya. When UPSF routed them, a distress call came from a freighter traveling to Trilas from Drawl. The Jedi didn't hesitate to act. It has been just over a week since Vidia and Koltatha had come limping into the Corellian system. They hadn't made a decision about their future yet, but it was enough time to mend the worst of their injuries, and for Master Kane to do some patch-up work on the Found Horizon. He and Vidia had just finished going over the repairs when the new call came in, and the Zabrak made the decision to take the Horizon out for a test drive. Kane gave no order about the disposition of his crew, but Jekathon wasn't surprised by people's choices. Vidia was wrenched with regret over Master Sora's death, and still dealing with the shock of betrayal, but the young Deveronian also itched for action. When asked, she volunteered. "I want to help with what you're doing here," she said, then added, "Besides, I've gotten used to flying the Horizon. I want to see how she handles now." As for Koltatha, his lost hand was just the start of his problems. Jekka wasn't surprised when he decided to stay with Moray on the Dawn Chaser. But 3 Jedi would be enough. Jekka felt certain of that as the Horizon kicked smoothly away from the colossal station and followed the distress beacon. The nice thing about these Jedi ships was that each was mostly like the other. Jekka slipped into the ship's gunnery station, worked familiar controls, and warmed up weapons. "There's no telling what kind of trouble we might face," Jekka warned Vidia as the younger woman worked the helm. "Some of these pirates are pretty nasty, especially Two Claw's gang. A couple of their ships are armed with new plasma guns they imported from out system. But our ships can't handle them," Kane added comfortably. "Our weapons, speed, and maneuverability are way ahead of what the Corellians have available. I'm surprised the authorities don't want a closer look at your ship," Vidia said. "They do?" Jekka said, remembering many conversations with UPSF Director Rostek. "We had to lay down terms with them early on. We help them only as long as we get our privacy and autonomy. And they hold to that. They have so far." "You're a good negotiator," Vidia said bitterly. "We have something they need and will keep needing," Jekka said. "It gives us a strong hand to play." The Found Horizon rushed further ahead, until they nearest the distressed ship, which identified as the Run River. Jekka warmed up weapons expecting a possible tangle with pirate ships, but they arrived to find the tangle already wrapped up. The Run River seemed to have fought of its attackers, but at a cost. One engine was down, the second stuttered, and it had drifted off the draw to Trilas space lane. As VDF flew a steady circle around the ship, the Jedi saw numerous scorch marks and possible hull breaches. "Running light are on, though," Kane commented. "And can you feel that? There's people alive in there." "I feel it too," VDS said. "Can we hail them?" Kane had Alred turned on the comm. "Run River, this is the UPSF responding to your distress call. Can you read me?" A staticky voice replied, "This is Run River. We fought him off, but we've got damage. I have 5 injured crew here." "Understood. We have help and medical supplies." "Can you operate an airlock?" "Yes, dock with our starboard lock." "We'll let you aboard." "Understood. Stand by." The Run River fired its remaining engine to steady itself, and VDI had no problem sealing portals. The Jedi had already donned protective UPSF vests upon leaving the Dawn Chaser, and before boarding the damaged ship, Kane clapped on his helmet, even though they weren't facing a combat scenario. The white-furred Deveronian would raise enough eyebrows. A second blatant non-human would add more complications. When they came through the airlock, there was a single human woman to greet them. She was thin and looked frantic, and when she saw VDS, she stared in curious silence. Jekka asked, "Miss, where's the rest of your crew? You said you had injured." "I still on VDS," she said. "Right this way. I'll show you." You are UPSF, aren't you?" "What else would we be?" Jekka asked. The woman's eyes narrowed, but she nodded and led them on. Vidia didn't know the Corellian tongue, but she probably caught the gist of the conversation anyway. Jekka threw a short glance at the Deveronian, who nodded and followed at the back of the line as the 3 Jedi were led deeper inside the ship. It felt almost peaceful in here, Jekka thought. No, not peaceful, but quiet. She didn't sense any exhaustion or anger lingering in the force you'd expect after a fierce battle. She wasn't sure what to make of that. The woman led them into a cabin with injured crew. 2 men lay on cots and seemed to have suffered broken limbs. A third had fresh burns on his skin and clothes. The Jedi split up, taking equipment from the medical kit with them. Jekka went straight to the burned man and examined his wincing face. The woman who brought them hovered over Jekka's shoulder. She said nervously, "You got here quickly. I wasn't expecting anyone for hours. We were close by. Thanks the stars you were. We just got lucky." Jekka enjoyed gratitude, but there'd be time for that later. She took ointment and began putting it on the burned man's face. It stung, making him wince deeper. "It's all right." She soothed him with the force. "You're not in danger anymore. Everything's fine." When the man calmed, Jekka asked the woman, "Do you know who attacked you? Did you get a good look at them? It all happened so fast. It was one ship, but it came out of nowhere. It didn't even show up on our scanners, but I heard there are ships that can do that now. Some pirates have started using special hull plating with stealth abilities," Jekka confirmed. "I hope they don't come back. We're here. You will be safe now." "I hope so. Is this all of you here? Right now?" Jekka hoped she wasn't going to ask about VDA. "That's right. Why?" "Just checking." Jekka caught only a flicker of premonition before she struck. It wasn't enough. The Jedi turned to face her attacker but had no time to defend. The metal weave of her vest might have stopped bullets, but it conducted electricity all too well, and when the taser stabbed into her chest, bolts sparked across her body. She tried to call for help, but it only came out as an incoherent yelp. Not that it mattered. Jekka looked sideways to see Kane and VDI both shuddering with shocks as their supposed patients attacked them. All three Jedi collapsed. Jekka's vision dimmed, but the woman she come to help hovered over her, stabbing her with the taser again and again, until she was shoved completely into the dark. Chapter 8. Will of Fire. What man alive can compare to Xim in cruelty and cunning? What modern woman matches Indrexu for boldness and beauty? Truly, gentle beings, we live in lesser time. Pashaslok, speech to the Ossus Academy of Holographic Arts, 15,668 BBY. After the first night on the mountain, everything felt different. The moment of terror and elation began to fade until it was more than a dream but less than a memory. To Essen it felt like a ghost always whispering, and though she strained she could never quite make out what it said. Jedi Order never spoke of it directly, but as lessons followed from it. Everything was meant to hone their minds and souls. They always exercised in pairs, and Jedi had them sit for hours, looking down on the village and wrecked starship to focus on individuals below. Ericus was better at it than her, but by sharing his thoughts, Essen learned how to sift through jumbled thoughts, pick out strands, and follow them to their sources. None of the people below were blazing like Xim or Indrexu. Rather, she felt minds weak with desire, grief, and a surprising amount of guilt. She realized the pilgrims who'd come to their old man of the mountain all felt holes inside, and wanted Jedi to fill them. They weren't so different from her and Ericus. They felt like voyeurs sometimes. They spied the gnawing dread of a woman who fled a hurtful husband. Another was a thief who carried his Orodium hoard to Idux and was willing himself to throw the money away. One mind dwelt darkly on a murder committed in hot rage. The Jedi were fascinated but shrunk away. Deeply flawed they are, Jedi told them afterward. Pity them you should. Deaf they are to the Force, and His grace they will not know. But here we can, and help them we must. All his talk of responsibility was finally driving home. Once Essen asked Jedi, "If you care so much about your followers, why don't you live among them? Draining the responsibility is. Since that you must. And good it is not for them to depend on us too much. Their own path they must find as best they are able. Otherwise devour us they would, yet remain hungry themselves." Essen took his words to heart and tried to puzzle out her place in Ranroon's struggle. Despite the uncertainty and ticking clock, she was exhilarated. She truly felt like a student again, once more daring the depths of Tython to test herself and the Force. But because she was so bonded with Ericus, she felt his elation drain. His family was increasingly in his thoughts, which he tried to hide from Jedi. One evening, after their teacher had retired to his cave, the two of them walked together along the slope. Idux's dual moons were in the sky, and their light made for easy navigation. "Are you learning what you wanted here?" he asked. "I'm coming closer to it. There are people dependent on us." The final word left Ericus in silence. They stopped and watched the moons for a while before he asked, "Do you know how much longer you'll be staying?" "No. I wish I knew when I'd be needed." "The Force isn't telling you. I haven't gotten any lessons in prophecy yet." Neither have I. Maybe we should ask for a refund. Ericus laughed lightly, but his next words were serious. I don't think I'll stay much longer. When you go, I'll go. To Ranroon. Sentosa. I've been away too long as it is. Ericus, I need you. She gently squeezed his arm. You've never needed me. I do now. Indrexu, and all those people need you. We can't hide from Xim anymore. We have to face him. He tried to pull his arm free, but she squeezed harder. Please? How long do you think Sentosa will be safe for? That's why I need to get back to them. No, it's why you need to come with me. We can't stop Xim together. You really believe that? His voice wavered. I have too, she admitted. Erica sighed and pulled his arm again. This time she let him go. Even if Ericus did go with her, his heart would stay with his family. She needed him all the same. I'll let you know when I plan to leave, she told him. It will be once we're both ready. Ericus wanted to argue, but he knew there was no point. Without another word, the two of them walked back to the darkness of their shelter. When Jaminar was called over to the Eben seminar on short notice, he feared something terrible had happened. They were with the Imperial fleet over Udusk, and as he shuttled between his own ship and Xim's, he ran through possible catastrophes in his head. He wondered if Indrexu's guerrilla raids had claimed a major target. But when he stepped into Xim's room, he saw the reason he'd been called. It was potentially better but potentially worse than any of that. A good evening to you, First Viceroy, Ossus said as he stood atop Xim's polished wood desk. Or is it morning? I'm sorry. I've been in transit and my sense of time is a shambles. You know it's morning, Xim said, apparently amused. I wasn't expecting you back from the expansion zone, Jaminar said as he joined Xim beside the desk. Thanks to his meter-high perch, the tiny Tian could look both humans in the eye. I wasn't sure when my business would conclude, but it has now. I came to give our Emperor a briefing before I scuttled back to Desevro, where other business awaits. Jaminar crossed arms. Your work is never done. Such is the fate of empire builders. Which was what I've come here to talk about, plus a few other things. Jaminar looked to Xim. Has he told you everything already? Everything except the other things. Tell him what you told me, Ossus. In abbreviated form. Very well. Ossus's tail twirled behind his head. I had the opportunity to meet in person with 6 senior members of the Hutt Supremacy. It was a very enlightening meeting. Their empire, as I've explained, rivals ours in size and possibly exceeds it in technological development. And if we keep pushing into the expansion region, collision is inevitable. Ossus wasn't normally prone to bold statements. Collision as in warfare. Perhaps, the Tian shrugged. If you read my reports, you'll see my summary of Hutt technology, best I've gathered, though neither I nor my agents have been able to examine it closely. Their ships are roughly comparable to ours, Kyrium armor and lasers for defense, warheads for offense, sublights and hyperdrives operating the same way. The biggest difference that I can see is that the Hutts possess the ability to communicate at faster than light speeds. You mean instantaneously? Asked Jaminar. Effectively, yes. You can see how that would give them an edge during a large-scale war. I certainly do. For decades he, and every commander in the Empire, had wished for something better than courier drones, but most researchers insisted translite communication was impossible. If the Hutts had it, they could coordinate a strike deep into Imperial territory before the first alarm was raised. Wipe that look of dread off your face, Viceroy, Ossus admonished. I've left the Supremacy, but my agents have not. They're looking to procure one of these communicator devices. They had better, said Xim, and in a way that doesn't lead back to us. The Hutts might see theft as an act of war. I'm cautious, I assure you, but I don't think the Hutts are so bellicose. You say they've eliminated entire species. Not bellicose at first, Ossus amended. They require provocation before wrath. Are you certain? Asked Jaminar. What about the ark that led us to their territory in the first place? That ship was captured. Its entire sleeper complement was killed. Then it was sent sailing away, toward the Tian, set to transmit what it found like a giant probe. I haven't found any indication the Hutts were responsible, Ossus admitted, though that generation, ark took many centuries to reach Indrexu. It would have passed out of Hutt territory over 600 years ago, when the tyrants still dominated. The tyrants have never done anything like this before. Not that we know of. Ossus shrugged. I suggest we leave the mystery of the generation ship behind for now. The Hutts are capable of violence, but nowadays their first resort is tact. They have a unique way of acquiring worlds that relies less on brute force and more on trade and religion. Religion. Jaminir frowned. Didn't you read my reports, Viceroy? The Hutts are holy. You mean they say they're gods and compel primitives to worship them? So you didn't read my report? Sniffed the rat. The Hutts are divine beings blessed by the lights of Ardas and Ivona, the suns that warm their home planet. They live for 1,000 of our years. Their bodies are almost invulnerable to small weapons. They overthrew the tyrants with an actual armed uprising a century or so before our liberation, and they even bested a demon of some kind, though the details are a little hazy. Suffice to say, they are righteous angels. They're worms, aren't they? And humans are hairless, bug-eyed, embarrassingly tailless bipeds with no sense of smell worth a damn. Your point. Jaminir had forgotten how annoying Oziav could be. To Xim he said, did the rumors about Kyrium-rich worlds pan out? But Xim deferred to Oziav. The rat said, for better or worse. Yes, there are planets so rich with the stuff there like pearls in space. The Hutts have already claimed several and are mining them for all they're worth. Then we had better lay our claims as fast as we can, said Jaminir. Ah, there's the tricky part. The Hutts I spoke to made a proposal. They will consider respecting our claims in the expansion zone if Xim pays a satisfactory tribute. That's not a proposal, it's an insult. I don't suppose they mentioned how much tribute they want. They were vague on that point. They sound vague on all points. Are you sure your translation program was working properly? I trust what I heard, Viceroy. Oziav turned to Xim. I don't think the Hutts are unreasonable. If you gave them just one of the treasure vaults on the Lalt, it would probably satisfy them. From what you've said, the Hutts are never satisfied. They're natural gluttons. Well, one did imply he wanted to eat me, Oziav admitted, but I tried to allow for cultural differences. Xim shook his head. Your efforts are invaluable, but the Hutts are not our priority now. The Federation is. This afternoon we're holding conference with Cadenzi, Kren, and Felric to plan the final stage of our conquest. Is that so? Oziav's ear twitched. You've taken their capital and bottled the Federation to a handful of systems. The Hutts rule 1,000 worlds. The latter is the bigger threat. No, Xim insisted, the Federation has saved its best fight for last. Indrexu is daring, smart, and has far more resources than her handful of planets suggest. She's also been using secret hyperspace routes to strike us where we least accept. Really? Oziav's tail twirled. Taking lessons from your father, is she? Indrexu is a knife that can stab us deep. Once she's defeated, only then, mankind will be united under my flag. He jabbed a thumb at his chest. Then we can face off with your empire of worms, but not before. It's not my empire, Oziav said heavily. It's a civilization that's older, richer, bigger, and more powerful than ours. Then they won't mind waiting until it's their turn to be dealt with. Oziav's black eyes met Jaminir's, and rare sympathy passed between them. Xim's fixation on Indrexu was already troublesome. Now it was becoming dangerous. Perhaps there's another option, he told Xim. I know you plan to launch an assault on Curoin and Ranroon, but do you need all those ships? You could send part of the fleet to patrol the expansion region. We'll show the flag and lay down claims without provoking the Hutts. We can't even give them some tribute as a show of good faith. I agree with the Viceroy, Oziav nodded. The Hutts aren't something to deal with tomorrow. We need to act now. He didn't get back up like that often. Jaminir added, Sir, I volunteer the Ascendant to coordinate the mission. Xim looked between them. His expression wavered between shock and disgust. We are on the edge of our greatest victory, he said huskily. All we've done for 30 years, the three of us more than anyone, has been leading to this moment. I will not throw it away by weakening our forces. You won't be throwing away this victory, Oziav insisted. You'd be ensuring the next one. No! Xim snapped. I've made my decision. Oziav, go back to Desevro. Work your spy network. Send as many as you want into Hutt space, but do not pull any military resources away from the Federation front. I need every ship to crush Indrexu, every one. Oziav and Jaminir exchanged looks of surrender. They knew there was no arguing with Xim. The TI sighed and said, Very well, sir. It will be done. Good. Xim exhaled too. When he saw they wouldn't challenge them anymore, he said, Now, before I meet with my admirals, what was the other thing you were going to tell us about? That. Oziaf's whiskers twitched. He looked hesitant. Xim crossed his arms. Whatever it is, I'll give it due consideration. Now say it. Something passed to me through my other agents, sir. The ones flitting around your empire's edge. I received a report from Santasa Station claiming that a Utusky Rakehell has been sighted. The way station at Santasa was one of the last free ports unclaimed by Xim, and the Federation had been moving low-level supplies through it for years. The Emperor had allowed it to exist because its annoyance was minor, and because it was good stalking ground for spies like Oziaf's. Jaminar asked, are there reports of Federation personnel at the station? According to my watcher, one Rasu, First Minister of Ranroon. If Indrexu sent him to Santasa, I'm sure it must be important, though not as important as the other person spotted. Xim frowned. Stop being coy. Tell me, I believe you've called her the Red Witch, sir. Xim's eyes went wide. Jaminar asked, did you tell him? Tell me what? Piped Oziaf. I did not, Xim growled. The witch was seen helping Indrexu's army at Curoing. She may have been working with the Queen during her guerrilla raids. So your enemies have a line. How fortuitous. When did you get this report? Xim demanded. It's my most recent one. The Emperor spun on Jaminar. I still wide. Get back to the Ascendant, Viceroy. You're not going to Hut Space, you're going to Santasa. Jaminar was still reeling. Now, sir. Yes, now. I go myself, but we're about to launch the Curoin offensive. Xim's mind was racing. He slammed fist into palm. Get Rasu and the witch. Threaten to destroy the station if they don't turn it over. Threaten, sir, or get me that witch at any cost, Xim snarled. If she's away, that's all the more reason to attack Curoin now. Get her for me, Marco, and I'll take Indrexu when she doesn't have her witch to help her. Go. Xim barked the final order. There'd be no argument. Jaminar had to go. As he stepped for the exit, he looked behind him, catching not his Emperor's eye but Oziaf's. He thought he saw profound sadness in those black alien eyes. Then he pushed through the door and hurried toward his duty. It was still nighttime when they smuggled themselves out of Minida on a boat. They sailed to another port town on the Cadasker coast, where they switched to another boat, which took them to an island in the Glacelta archipelago, where they docked in a tight-carved cavern and set to plan their next step. Vadas went with them because he had nowhere else to go. He couldn't feel sad, though he should have. He couldn't feel angry, though he had every right to. He didn't even feel self-pity or self-hatred, because self seemed an inconsequential thing, like a fallen leaf caught by breeze. And like a leaf in the wind, he went where others willed. It did seem unfair that these rebels, who'd been working against the Hutts for years, had escaped where his brother, who'd appeased them, collaborated with them, had died. Vadas could have resented them, but resentment just one more emotion he couldn't feel. A second boat arrived in the cave the morning after they did. A pair of Mshintosu climbed out of the small dinghy and greet Morguk. They talked in the southern language, which Vadas understood a little, and he half listened. Almost caught at Mentada, 3 dead. Did that include Kator? He remembered, counted. It did not. Seemed to have lost the trail. Morguk would wait here. 2 more days, the Mshintosu said, until Yabik docked at the Glacelta spaceport. Then he would meet them here. Vadas didn't know who Yabik was and didn't care, but hearing mention of the spaceport stirred something in him. It wasn't desire so much as stimulus response. The most functional part of him was the part connected to his real life on the gravity scorned, where he had a father and sister and the universe made moderate sense. So, when it seemed like Morguk was wrapping up business, Vadas walked over to the small gathering, looked at the smooth-faced Mshintosu, and said in his best remembrance of their tongue, "Are you going to the port?" The 2 Mshintosu looked at him uncertainly, then at Morguk. The warrior said, "Answer him." One Mshintosu replied, "It is not far from here. We have no starship." "Do you?" "My ship is in space." "It is alien." "Not from here. From Tion. Human." He couldn't tell if the Mshintosu understood. Morguk asked, "Do you wish to leave here?" Vadas didn't know. Desire was a feeling and he still couldn't feel. To the Mshintosu he said, "When human ship comes, tell me. Please?" He waved at the 2 boats tethered to the cave's rocky shore. "You must have transceivers. Codes. Messages?" "Yes." "You can't talk." We can't talk, Morgut said, almost growled. Until that ship comes, you stay here. For your safety. The Mshintosu agreed to watch for a human ship. Then they left. 2 days passed, and Vada still didn't feel anything. Morgut and his people lingered in the cave, talking less between them. Sometimes they took out knives and sparred. Morgut was huge but nimble on his feet. He outdanced all his smaller foes. Vadas almost felt admiration, but not quite. As the second day neared its end and rosy afternoon glittered on seawater outside the cave, the dinghy returned. Everyone gathered around, and Vadas, still a leaf on the wind, drifted to the boat as Vreshin tethered it. The hatch opened, and one of the Mshintosu stepped out first. The second and final person to come into the cave was no Nikto. It was a tall, lanky alien in a tunic as leather and brown as his face. This was Yabik, and Yabik was a weequay. Finally, Vadas felt something. It was strong and clear. He knew exactly what it was, and it was exactly what he needed. It was hate. He had no weapon, but his hands balled to hard fists and he lunged. He didn't even get a full step forward. Vreshin's elbow shot up, cocking him in the chin. He stepped back. One of the Kajansa wrapped an arm around his shoulder and steered him away. Yabek, already in conversation with Morgut, didn't seem to care. Vreshin put an arm around Vadas's waist and pulled him further away. In Kadasku, he said, Yabek is not the one who killed your brother. What is he doing here? His people are enslaved by the Hutts, as are we. Only they've been enslaved longer and the shackles are on tighter. But some resist. Yabek is. Don't tell me. Vadas choked. He's the Morgut of the Weequay. Vreshin tilted his head. That is, apt. Vadas took deep breaths and tried to control his hate. He had to wrestle his emotions and look at this clearly. Yabek had not killed Kator. Neither had Morgut. Neither had Vadas himself. That was the hardest to believe. Even those Weequay thugs who'd attacked them hadn't killed his brother. Not really. They were only living weapons. The Hutts had killed Kator. They alone were deserving of his hate. He told himself that over and over again, because if he failed to believe it, then hate, his only emotion, would spiral out of control. Vreshin, still with a hand on his shoulder, asked, What will you do when your ship comes? Leave Kenton forever. It would be the smart thing, Vadas grunted. Yes, Vreshin agreed. For you? And it would be running from his homeworld like a coward. Again? But in trying to make his stand, he'd only gotten Kator killed. A far worse crime than abandonment. Vadas was trapped in a maze with no way out. All he wanted was to undo what he'd done and bring Kator back, but there was no reversing it. There was no forgetting either. And he knew, as he watched Morgut and Yabek confer, that if he ran away on the gravity scorned and tried to pretend the disaster away, it would destroy him. Hate for the Hutts and himself would eat him from the inside out. He needed to find something for his hate to eat instead. He watched Morgut and Yabek and asked, What are they planning? I'm sure we'll hear the gist of it soon. And you'll go with them. Always. Even if it means your death. Many have already been martyred to free Kenton. I would be proud to join their company. Vreshin squeezed a little harder. Your brother is among them, you know. Kator had never wanted to be anyone's martyr. Vadas had never wanted to be anyone's freedom fighter, but it felt like fate and hatred were pulling him inexorably on that path. But what would his father think? How could he explain to Kroller everything that had happened? How could Vadas turn away from the gravity scorn, his home for 20 years? How could he never see Reyna again? His resolve, fast gained, started to waver. Then Morgut stepped away from Yabek and called to his companions in Mshintoku. It seemed like an effort to include them all, so Vadas joined the others around the tall warrior. Morgut declared, Yabek came on a ship. In 2 days we will leave on that ship for the Termin star system. Yabek has acquired security codes for that station. Once aboard, we will use the codes to steal a Hutt courier ship. Murmurs ran through the group. Morgut continued, I need every willing man. Once we capture the ship, we can examine everything. Its weapons and defenses. Its engines. Its communications array. Yabek tells us this ship transports their hierophants, the four-legged priests, as they spread their lies. If we tear apart its data logs, we can find proof that Churaba is a false god. We are with you. One Kajansa pumped a fist. Yes, Vreshin agreed. We'll get the truth at last. Morgut looked eminently satisfied. He gave Yabek a curt nod and the Weequay nodded back. Then, to Vadas's surprise, the tall warrior broke from the crowd and stroked straight to him. He put a hand on the younger Nikto's chest and pushed him clear of the group. Vada stared at him, suddenly timid. What Morguk bent close. Yabek's ship is at the Glacelta port, he said. And so is your father's. Make your choice, and make it now. The island spaceport at Kenton's equator was a cluster of landing pads and docking towers rising like additional spires from jutting formations of black volcanic rock. Every time a starship fired at rockets and soared up, the downward thrust ignited surrounding water and created a minute-long hurricane of salty steam. But then ocean breeze would roll in, clear it away, and reveal obsidian and metal gleaming with sea spray. Quite a thing to behold, really. It was a damn shame it had to be the setting for a conversian like this. Vadas met Crawler as soon as he descended the docking tower. From one look at his son's bowed shoulders and bent head he knew something terrible had happened. But he was still shocked by the whole story. Crawler waited until it seemed the story was done. And when Vada said nothing, he touched his son's shoulder. I can't tell you how sorry I am. These huts, calling them bad news doesn't cover it. I heard they dropped rocks on an entire planet when it rose against them. Made those people extinct. There's nothing we can do against them any more than we can stand against them. We'll get clear of here, far clear, and then, back to Santasa, Vadas asked hoarsely. To Reyna and Soren. Hell, right now I even want to see the Jedi. The important thing is, Santasa safe. Vadas snorted, like he'd never believed that. Safe from the huts, anyway. As far from all this as you can get. And that's where you need to go. So you want me to run away? His voice was tight, bitter. Crawler squeezed him harder. There's nothing left for you here, son. Is there? Vadas looked at the pale blue sky. Not here, he muttered. Exactly? Up there, in the stars, where Reyna and all them are at. No. He looked at Vadas. Damn it, that stiff Nikto face could still be inscrutable. What do you mean no? If you've got something else to do, come out with it. I want to help Morguk. Do you really? Think about it. Think hard. Getting involved with all this, trying to push back the huts, you can't do it. It's impossible. I want Kenton to be free. For once in my life, I want us to be free. What's freedom? It's not on this planet or any other. That, he jabbed at the gravity scorned, sitting upright in his dock, is freedom. Nothing else? I've been to more places than I can count, and I can say that sure as anything. Vadas looked at his ship, his home, considering. Maybe I don't want freedom. Then what? Revenge. Those are the worst set of chains because you put them on yourself. You've got to let it go. Vadas glanced at his father. Bleakly he asked, like you let go of your wife. He didn't say it to wound, but it still hurt. Thinking of Serena always did, even after 20 years. Like her. Kator's always gonna be in your heart, hurting you bad, but you have to find something else to live for. Like you found me. Yes, Crawler admitted. He shook Vadas by both shoulders and forced his son to look at him. You can't fight the whole galaxy. Nobody can beat the universe, not the Jedi, not even Xim himself. You've got to learn to lay it down. Vadas jerked free. I can't do that. I'm going with Morguk. Going where? Up there. He stabbed at the sky. Was he going to have you do? I shouldn't tell you. Crawler couldn't believe he was hearing this. What? You don't trust me? No. It's to keep you safe. And it probably was. Because if Crawler learned what Morguk and his merry band were up to, he'd probably chase after them just on the chance his son might need him. But as he looked at that hard Nikto face, he dared wonder if Vadas was still his son. I'm going with Morguk because I have to. Vadas tapped a fist over his chest. I don't know where this will end, but I can't run away again. His voice ached with conviction, and Crawler knew all was lost. He yearned to grab Vadas by the shoulders, throw him aboard the gravity scorned, and soar away from here. But even if he could overpower the Nikto, he knew he'd never be forgiven. This wasn't like his spats with Reyna. Vadas was truly hate him. Crawler had only one option, which meant it wasn't an option at all. He had to leave his son to his own devices, even if it killed him. He tried with all his strength not to cry. His vision blurred with tears. Vadas almost reached to touch his father's face but held back. Crawler wiped them away himself. Stupid old man, he sniffled. Stupid, useless old man. You're not useless, Vadas said. You taught me everything I know, except how to keep your damn head down. Vadis nodded mournfully. I'll do what I can. And Reyna tried to make her understand. She will. Especially with that Jedi to help explain it to her. Hell, that idiot probably want to help you. If he does, he'd be welcome. Damn it, don't say that. He really would. Cruller sighed. Idealist, he wanted to say, but Vadis wasn't driven by ideals. It was guilt and anger, which were even worse, and Cruller couldn't blame him. If he'd had someone to blame for Serena's death all those years ago, he'd have gone for revenge too. He breathed deep and said, Listen, there's got to be a way to send messages from this end of space to ours. If you can, when you can, send messages to Santasa. Even if you've got to backtrack to Gwen's or someplace to get on the comm network. I will. The way Xim's expanding down here, he'll be on the Hutt's doorstep before he knows it. Great. You're giving me more nightmares. I'm sorry. For so much, Father. I'm sorry too. So God's damn sorry. Apology became an embrace. Cruller squeezed his son as hard as he could because he believed it would be the last time. He was too old to cling to hope. Then they separated and he began a long, lonely journey home. Rissa Oranaea's world collapsed when she chanced to catch the news broadcast. According to the board-sounding reporter, the Empire's Minister of Finance, Maslover Shayashiov, had been hospitalized with a chronic illness, and in the immediate future his duties would be handled by his deputy, a former Cronese financier. The reporter moved on to other topics after that, but Arissa quickly contacted the Shayashiov estate. She'd never known Maslover to have health problems and wanted to learn where he was being cared for. When Danae finally answered her call, it wasn't what she expected. We shouldn't talk like this, the other woman said in whisper. Hang up, please. Wait, I don't understand, Rissa begged. Where's Maslover? Is he all right? I don't know. The news said he was hospitalized. It wasn't. Denia stopped. The line hummed ominously. Then she said, They took him? Who took him? 4 men. They didn't wear uniforms, but I think. She lowered her voice further. Gino Harridan. Arissa gasped. In all her years she'd heard about Xim's secret police but never seen them herself. There were rumors, from time to time, of them snatching away potential dissidents but never anyone Arissa had known personally, and never anyone as important as Maslover. Do you know where they took him? Arissa asked in the same tiny whisper. No. Don't call again, please. Danae hung up. Rissa held the buzzing phone in her hand for a minute before she put it down. Slowly, her mind began to grapple with the obvious. They'd come for Maslover. Would they come for her next? She tried to slap her fear down. Maslover was a friend, she'd known him for 30 years, and yes, they'd gone on their fact-finding mission to Udusk, but she'd done nothing treasonous. The closest she'd come was their conversation with Cadenzi, and that had been weeks ago. If the Gino Harridan had seized Maslover, it must have been for something bigger, something specific, something more recent. Rissa paced her study, took pills to soothe her nerves, and checked the news for hints of any more arrests. There was nothing. Only one reporter even mentioned Maslover again. She'd been shocked the Gino Harridan would dare arrest someone as important as the finance minister, but it seemed that nobody cared. Paranoia came over her in waves. Soon she was on her knees, crawling about her study, searching the underside of every sofa for listening devices like her father had taught her to long ago. When Vardok arrived in the evening, she took him to her study, sealed the door, and told him everything. She'd craved reassurance, but her father's face went pale. He sunk onto one of the sofa, hands on his knees, and stared dully at the wall. I'm so sorry, he whispered. We should have known. Father, what? She sat down beside him and clasped his hand. What did you do? A few days ago I went to see Thane. And then I went to Maslover. We talked in his office, and he said he was going to probe in a few places, ask questions. What kind of questions? What do you think? He looked at her. I was trying to keep you out of it. We all knew this was dangerous, but we thought we were taking precautions. I'm so sorry. Ever since she joined Maslover on the trip to Udusk, she'd feared something like this, but that had been one small act of defiance, not outright treason. She never expected her father to step further down that road without her knowing. She reached for hope. Maybe they're just threatening Maslover. Maybe they'll let him go. They're questioning him. I'm sure they are. That means I'm in danger, but you shouldn't be. You've done nothing illegal. I will insist on that. But you, she whispered. Father, what did you do? Nothing, his voice cracked. Hardly anything, no, I can't tell you. Don't you see? You have to remain clear of this. I can't let them tear you apart, Father. You can. You have to, for your sake, for Marco's. In her panic, she'd barely considered the impact on her son. Under Imperial law, crimes didn't pass from parents to children, while shame would still haunt him. Likely it would ruin his career. And what would become of Jaminair, the Emperor's right hand? Father and daughter sat side by side, contemplating questions in horrified silence, when a servant knocked on the door. The woman's muffled voice said, Masters, you have visitors at the front entrance. They'd come already. Rissa was almost thankful to get it over with. As her father rose creakily from the sofa, she stood too. I'll come with you, she said. No, he shook his head. They're after me? She squeezed his hand again. I'll go. We have to act innocent, don't we? Like we've done nothing wrong. You have done nothing wrong. Neither have you. I doubt they'll see it that way. He ran a hand over his gray beard, then his fringe of hair. Tell me I look dignified, please. You always do? Marissa's voice throbbed. She might never see her father after tonight. That's very good to know, he said. All right, best not keep them waiting. So they walked out of the study, through the red-carpeted hall, and down the wood-carved stairs to the estate's foyer. She hooked her arm around his, and they walked slowly, like they were in a regal march or a funeral. She dared wonder what the infamous Geno Harridan would look like. Were they really normal men, or Xim's robots in human skin? They entered the foyer at the top of the stairwell. From its carpeted edge they looked down their doorman. Two men with powerful bodies slipped in black formal suits, and one short, furry creature wearing a dark embroidered vest and short-brimmed hat. The Emperor's special plenipotentiary removed the latter when he looked to the humans atop the stair. Ah, you've come together. Excellent. Bardock removed his arm from Marissa's. You're not taking my daughter anywhere. That's correct, I'm not. Oziaf tilted his head and blinked those black alien eyes. Did you think I would? Why are you here? Bardock stammered. I'm here for a talk, Grand Duke. And while I won't hold it against you, I must say your manners have been lacking thus far. I wonder if you treat your human guests better. That's not. Bardock stopped himself. Rissa said, if you want to talk, special plenipotentiary, we should go somewhere private. Yes. Ah, there's the hospitality I was waiting for. I'd also like a little tea, if you don't mind. Preferably something strong. I've had a long day. So it was that. Just minutes later, Orissa and her father had returned to the same sofa in her study. Oziaf sat across from them, the teacup in one hand and plate in the other. His chair was oversized, the tea-eyeing like a furry child. The sight would have been comical if it weren't terrifying. This really is quite good, said Oziaf. Bitter, but I like it that way. My compliments to your servant. The two humans stared at him, hearts pounding. Bardock managed to say, I didn't know you'd returned to Desevro. We'd all thought you were in the expansion region. I just returned today, and I've had so much to catch up on. The rat gave a little sigh. I'd like nothing more than to turn in, but I decided I had to pay you a visit. And why is that? He sipped tea again. Orissa was irrationally afraid his oversized incisors would chip the cup. I'm sure you have some idea. You've both known the finance minister for decades. I'm sure you didn't believe the chronic health condition story. Where is he now? Asked Orissa. Naturally, I can't tell you that. What have you done with him? Her voice trembled. Nothing permanent. We've only been asking him questions. Oziaf took a final gulp of tea, then placed cup and dish gently on the side table. His answers involve both of you. Your trip to Udusk, Duchess, was perfectly within your rights, though it did raise concerns. As for you, Grand Duke, the rodent shook his head. Your transgressions were bolder and more foolish. Really, trying to contact the director of special projects with seditious messages. I thought you had better sense. Did you come to arrest us? Demanded Bardock. Is there any other reason I come? Aside from your tea, that is. If you're going to take me away, then do it. Bardock rose angrily. But by your own words, my daughter's done nothing illegal. I won't let you. Oh, sit down, Oziaf said tiredly. If I wanted you in a detention cell, you'd be there already. Both of you? Orissa felt only more dread. Then why are you here? Perhaps I thought your attempts at treason were crude and had room for improvement. They stared, trying to wrap their mind around the little Tian's words. Vardock gasped, "You can't be serious." "I wish I weren't, but your concerns are increasingly valid. Xim's obsession with Ranroon and his queen, who amounts to nothing in the scheme of things, is putting the Empire in a perilous position." It was hard to believe those words coming from that mouth. "Why would you move against him?" Rissa asked. "He's your patron, protector, friend. All true. So you understand the severity of the problem. But," Vardock sputtered, "why?" Oziath took a breath. "Do you know what I've been doing in the expansion zone these past months?" Vardock's eyes narrowed. "There have been some rumors. There's always rumors. Which do you believe?" "They said you've been investigating an alien empire beyond known space. And in this case, the rumors are correct. This empire is called the Hutt Supremacy. Believe it or not, it is led by a race of near-immortal gastropods who believe it's their divine right to rule every lesser being. They are a greater foe than anything Xim has ever faced. However, he can't see that. Indrexu is blinding him to the real threat, and it may cost us everything." Vardock and Orissa tried to parse the enormity of those words. Orissa had heard only vaguest rumors of an empire beyond theirs. The thought of an even greater conflict roused all her latent fears for her son. "Are you saying there's going to be another war?" she asked. "We're exhausted as it is," Vardock said. "We can't survive a bigger one." "Exactly," said Oziath. "The Hutts, while rapacious, are rational beings. I believe there are ways to avoid conflict, but they involve careful planning, diplomacy, and even humility that Xim isn't capable of, at least not now." It was all so overwhelming. Orissa asked, "How do we know any of this is true?" "I can't provide you with copies of confidential intelligence reports I've been sending Xim for months." "Will that satisfy?" "And once Xim is gone," Vardock said thoughtfully, "you want to be in charge of this diplomacy." "Oh, let's be blunt," Oziath sighed. "Your son-in-law is our beloved Xim's right hand, whilst I am known as his left hand, the sinister one. I'm neither liked nor trusted, and if there is a leadership change, I need to make myself indispensable. By making yourself the Empire's greatest authority on these hoops." "Hutts," the Tian corrected, "and I've been your greatest and only authority for many years. I've seen more of the stars than you ever will. Before I was Xim's left hand, I was Zare's court jester. Before that, I was a slave to the Hutt's minions. So yes, I know them well." His voice dipped low in anger. Orissa found herself believing Oziath, but Vardock said, "You claimed our attempts had room for improvement. Might I ask how?" "Well, from my discussion with Minister Shayashiov, your problem seemed clear. You want to get rid of Xim, but you don't have the arms to oust him. You also don't have a means to secure your continued hold over the Empire's disparate pieces, which, let's face it, are held together by the force of Xim's will. You, Grand Duke, made fumbling overtures to Admiral Thane, who made his distaste for Livian lace curtains like yourself clear." Vardock scowled. "And what's your solution?" "Getting Thane and the Argaeans on your side would solve both of those problems." "And how do you suggest we do that?" "By replacing Xim with an emperor the Argaeans would approve of." Vardock's face twisted. "Not Thane." "Oh, goodness no." Oziath's whiskers twitched. "I was talking about Zare. Zare is alive." Orissa gasped. "Of course. You didn't think our Xim was so cruel as to murder his own father, did you?" His black eyes gleamed at her, reminding what her husband was. "There's been talk about Zare for decades," Vardock said. "Nobody's sure if he's alive or where he is." "Do you know?" "Of course. He's right here on Decebro." He looked between the stunned humans. "You didn't suspect?" "Naturally, Xim would want to keep his father somewhere close, just to make sure he doesn't escape. Not that there's odds of that happening, since the old king's well secured in his gilded cage." "Do you know exactly where is?" asked Vardock. "Yes. I've even drawn up a preliminary plan to bypass security and extract him without setting off the Emperor's alarms." Oziath flashed those incisors like a proud grin. "I told you I'm indispensable." This conversation was a whirlwind, carrying them from one place to another. Rissa and Vardock struggled for solid ground. "If Zare becomes emperor again," she said, "would it really be better than Xim?" Zare knew his limits. And at this point, I believe his conquering days are behind him. He is old, sedentary, probably more concerned with revenge against his son than anything else. In other words, pliable. But still enough of a figurehead to satisfy the Argaeans, Varden reasoned. Just so, nodded Oziath. Have we begun to craft a superior plan? Naturally, I'll still rely on you hold the League nobles together. And if you have a plan to keep the Crown aligned, so much the better. Convincing Admiral Cadenzi to swap sides would also be helpful. Irissa took a deep breath. You're asking to us to be your partners in treason. Partners. Yes, I like the sound of that, Oziav nodded. Let's be blunt again. If Xim goes, so does his right hand. Duchess, are you prepared to move against your husband? It was the question that had been whispering inside her all along. In today's panic she stopped listening, but it was back, speaking loud and clear, more immediate and vital than ever. But she'd always known the answer. Jaminair was her husband, Marco was her son. If she could do anything to save the young man she loved from the fires of Xim's endless wars, she'd do it. I'll do whatever it takes, she said, but her voice was hoarse. Her father covered her hand with his. Oziav watched them with his black, inscrutable eyes. There were times when Reyna missed sojourning aboard the Gravity Scorned, and this was one of them. She was set to meet Melanthazar and Minister Rasu in the station center wheel in 10 minutes, but she was in her cabin on the bottom wheel, at least 15 minutes away, assuming she left right now, which wasn't going to happen when Soren had just spilled fruit juice on himself and the damned babysitter was late. Reyna was cursing internally as she pulled off the boy's shirt and told him to get a new one. When he got off his seat, she saw purple splotches on his shorts and told him to change out of those too. I'm sorry, Mama, the boy said for the 10th time as he sulkily slipped over to his bed nook, grabbed new clothes from the drawer, and went to the bathroom to change. Once the door was closed, she let out a groan come sigh, took the shirt over to the sink, and began rubbing detergent over the frume juice. If she let it set, the stain would never go away. With Ericus gone, Soren was becoming more and more the fumbling 4-year-old, and less the Jedi-to-be. For that reason alone, she wished her husband would hurry back. He and Soren brought out the best in each other. She was rubbing the stain when 2 doors opened at once. From the bathroom stepped Soren, now in a green shirt and new shorts. From the main door came Aram, the freckle-faced teen who'd been taking care of Soren for almost a year now. I'm sorry I'm late, Miss Kroller, she said. I tried to hurry, but I got hung up on the lifts between rings. To her credit, she sounded breathless. Tell me the lifts are working, Reyna sighed. Bungled transit was all she needed now. They are now, but the 3rd and 4th shafts were shut down. Something about faulty mag clamps. All right. Listen, I need to go, and you need to start scrubbing the frume juice out of the shirt. Aram's face crinkled. She knew how bad frume stains could be. Here. Reyna shoved the dripping, sudsy shirt into the teen's arms. I need to get going. I'm already late. She pulled her jacket off the sofa's arm, shrugged it on, grabbed her bag, and started for the exit. Soren's tug on her sleeve, though light, was enough to stop her. I'm sorry I spilled the juice, he said with gleaming, apologetic eyes. The damned kid knew just how to disarm her. It's okay, he told him. Aram will clean it up. That means you've got to be extra nice to her today. Got it. He nodded obediently. When is Dada coming? Soon, right? He'd been asking that every day since they sat together and watched Ericus's message. Soon, she confirmed, and hoped it was true. Then she made her escape. The halls of the habitat zone were sparse enough for her to break into a jog. She made it all the way to the nearest lift tube, working, thankfully, and rode it up to the center wheel. Then jogged some more down the familiar path to Melanthazar's suite. She only slowed down during the last stretch to catch her breath. As she nodded her way past the station manager's secretary, she glanced at the foyer's clock. Only 7 minutes late. Better than she thought. Right as she got to the door, it opened from the inside. She nearly collided with Melanthazar as the big man came through. Good timing, he said. Come on. Ops now. He went for the exit, but Reyna froze. Rasu was inside the office with a fearful expression. The minister bleated. Should I come too? Melanthazar's face bunched in a scowl, but he nodded. All right, you too. Then he hurried for the door. Rasu slipped past Reyna and joined him. She had no idea what was happening and no choice but to follow. When she got into the hallway, she sidled next to Melanthazar. What's going on? Is there an emergency? You could say that, he growled. An Imperial dreadnought just dropped out of hyperspace. We're under attack. Oh no. He gave one bitter laugh. It's the first goddamned viceroy, and he says he wants to talk. Geminier hoped to get through this without firing a shot, but he wasn't counting on it, so he'd ordered the Ascendant's crew to go to red alert. The command deck was fully manned, and half the staff were eyeing him anxiously as he stood in the center, looking down at a tactical screen that was startlingly sparse. In the space over Santasa, there was just his dreadnought, the 3-ringed orbital station, and one Federation Rakehell hanging outside missile range. That warship alone was nothing the Ascendant couldn't handle. The space station, according to preliminary scans, had only the weakest of defenses. Without Chiarium plating, even lasers could carve open his frame. If a fight happened, it would be fast and one-sided. But he'd come here to talk, and had hailed the station to say as much. Minutes passed in silence, and he was starting to get annoyed when the reply came. This is Melantha Zernak, owner and chief manager of Santasa Station. A gruff voice said over his headset. I've been told the first viceroy requested to talk. Geminier had done his reading on the way here. Zernak was of Aramank's origin, had spent 20-odd years as a spacer, and finally purchased Santasa Station from its previous owner. He'd attracted more ships, turned a good profit, and prudently avoided political stances. Independent shippers made up 50% of the traffic through his station. Imperial ships 30%, Federation ones 20%. Geminier held the microphone to his lips and spoke in a low, firm voice. This is the first viceroy. I want to start out by saying we have no intention of attacking your station or intruding on your sovereignty. I'm glad to hear it, because it's not my sovereignty, it's Santasa's. If this is something political, you should send your Hell groundside and speak to the ruling council. Mr. Zernak, are you going to pretend you don't notice the Federation warship sitting close by? Like I said, Santasa and everything around it is sovereign under the council. I'm just renting their space. I didn't come here for games. I've been led to believe that First Minister Rasu of Ranroon is currently aboard your station. Is this true or false? There was no immediate reply, and, Rakehell or not, he wondered whether Rasu was still here. The minister might have off-boarded in the time since Oziav got the report. In times like these, a Huttese trans-like communicator would have been wonderful. But the next voice to come on wasn't Zernak's. It was higher, crisper, and would have sounded prissy if not for the thick Ranroon accent. First Viceroy, this is the First Minister. I remind you that you have no authority here, and the Santasa Council does not have an extradition agreement with your empire. An agreement can be made. Then you can hash it out with the council, Zernak returned. I will if I must, but I'd prefer to do this quickly and directly, or you'll shoot us out orbit, killing tens of thousands. Zernak snorted. Doesn't Xim have bigger problems? You're right. I'm also here for someone more important than Rasu. In fact, as long as I get her, I may decide to leave the minister be. Who are we talking about? An alien woman who possesses abilities beyond our own. Her appearance is humanoid, with black hair and scarlet skin. I believe you know this woman, Mr. Zernak, but if you don't, find her and deliver her to me. She is a special threat to the Empire, and I'm not leaving without her. The line buzzed with silence. Was the witch in the room with him? Were they frantically whispering plans for escape? Were they too stunned to respond? He waited, and when nothing came, he said in a threatening growl, "Where's the Red Witch?" And a new voice replied, "She's not here." It was a woman, probably young, with a bland spacer's accent. Geminier demanded, "Is she on your station?" Yes or no? No. She was aboard, the woman admitted, but she left over a week ago. Your intel is out of date. Yes, one of those Hutt transmitters would have been lovely. But he couldn't take her word for it. If she left, why is the First Minister still aboard? They arrived together on that Rakehell, did they not? Our business was separate, Rasu said. She left soon after we arrived. If that was true, he was going to throttle Oziav. I came for the witch. You will provide me with proof of her departure, including transit logs and video records, as well as her final destination. You have 1 hour. If you don't give me those things, I will board the station and take them, and the First Minister by force. Is that understood? Silence buzzed again until the woman said, "We don't know where she went. She left on a Federation shuttle. She was flying alone. Give me proof." It may take more than an hour, said Zernak. An hour is what you have. In 60 minutes I will launch a boarding party. I'm prepared to defend my station. And that rake hell will defend the minister. You can try, but you'll lose and you know it. 1 hour. Give me proof or I'll take it. End of discussion. Jaminar closed the transmission. He wanted to wrench off his headset and smash it on the table, but he retained his composure. He was certain these people were lying to him. Either they knew where the witch had gone or she was still aboard. The only way to know for certain was to seize the station, scour its data, and interrogate its key personnel. Was Zernak bluffing, or would he fight? He was a rough and tumble spacer who settled down in his late years. It could go either way. The best option was to surprise him. Captain Savain, Jaminar called. Are the boarding teams on standby? Yes, sir. 2 Hemialia with 3 platoons each. Have them prepare for launch. Savain blinked. So soon, sir? It's our best option. If we... Suddenly consoles around the bridge began to beep and light up. One of the tactical officers announced, Viceroy, we've just picked up an explosion aboard the station. What? How? He spun at the gunnery section. Did we open fire? No, sir, the weapons chief insisted. Neither did the rake hell, the tactical officer said. The explosion must have been internal. What's the damage? The officer stared at his screen, eyes wide, mouth open. I asked you a question. Jaminar snapped. The explosion was on the main pylon, between the middle and bottom wheels. It broke the pylon, sir. The whole station's fallen apart, and is fallen out of orbit. First the station shook, and then it screamed, and then it plunged into hell. Rena was in the operations room, standing by the comm with Melanthazar and Rasu when the tremor nearly threw her off her feet. As alarms wailed, she clung to the nearest console. Melanthazar bellowed, What the hell happened? Give me a report. One of his crew reported, explosion. Sir. Main pylon, lower section, shafts 3 and 4. The lifts. Rena gasped. How? Did they shoot us? Rasu demanded as he staggered upright. I don't think so. The crewman wagged his head. Then what caused it? Rena pressed. It doesn't matter what caused it, growled Melanthazar. Get all emergency crews down there now. I need a damage report immediately. They tried to comply. The chamber filled with voices and alarms. If the lift shafts that connected the station's 3 wheels were down, proper damage control would be impossible. And she thought with icy fear, it would be impossible for her to reach Soren in the lower wheel. Fresh tremors, worse than the first, shook the deck. Rena held onto the closest console with one hand, and Rasu with the other, barely keeping the dazed minister upright. Then, as one, they started to lose footing and lift off the deck. If they'd lost gravity, that meant they'd lost spin, and if they'd lost spin, they might lose altitude and fall into Santasa. Ops window faced the planet, and the terrain below had ceased to move. Now it held in place, static and ominous. Can we get spin back? Melanthazar bellowed as he drifted free in the air. Negative, sir, shouted a crewman as he clung to his console. The pylon just snapped. We're losing elevation, another said. Orbit's decaying. Melanthazar snarled curses as his head hit the ceiling. Rasu, who grabbed Rena's wrist, said, We have to get out of here. There's escape pods, aren't there? Aren't there? There were. Emergency capsules were located not far from operations, with enough capacity to carry the deck crew to safety down below. But Santasa Station was packed with over 60,000 people, and there was no way for most of them to get off. Once they hit atmosphere, the friction would be brutal. The deuterium fuel stores in the docking ring could spark a firestorm. Outside the window, Santasa's surface was growing closer. A contoured face was magnifying with terrible slowness. In that moment, all Rena thought about was her son. Her mind raced. After 2 years working here, she knew this station better than almost anyone. There were escape pods in their habitat ring. Not enough for everyone, but enough. She could direct Soren and Aram through Ops short-range radio. She wrenched free of Rasu, kicked off a console, and shot over to the comm station, where his technician was clinging to the seat of his chair with one hand. She clamped on the tech's shoulder. I need to talk to the lower ring. Can you do that? Is the transmitter still working? Miss, I'm already sending out a blanket distress call. The rake hell's coming in. The lower ring. Can we talk to it? The pylon snapped, miss. It's totally detached. We can't reach them through radio. No, we can't, miss. Why not? The technician lifted eyes from his screen and met hers. His mouth trembled as he said, Miss, the lower wheel's gone. He looked out the window. So did she? Santasa's textured face, now flecked by drifting debris, grew swelled beyond the layered glass. As she watched, a wheel of fire fell in between the doomed station and the planet. It burned as it smashed into Santasa's atmosphere, a fate the rest of them would follow in minutes. The wheel spun faster and flared brighter as it fell. Reyna stared, but her brain couldn't comprehend. It refused to. The wheel split apart into flaming curves that shattered and scattered across Santasa's highest skies. When white-hot shards began to dissolve against the planet's contours, the truth finally broke her. The bottom wheel had burned up. Soren was already dead. Reyna didn't think or feel much after that. She released the technician's shoulder and started to drift, body and mind together, but Melanthezer's big hand clamped down and dragged her. The rest of the station accelerated its fall, and the grace of zero-G was replaced by the painful pull of Santasa. Reyna didn't fight Melanthezer, but she didn't help him either as he dragged her up a ceiling that had become a wall, dragged her toward the escape pod hatch. The crew was clambering frantically to get inside. When Melanthezer pulled her through the airlock, another body knocked into hers, crushing her torso against the portal rim. She could feel her ribs crack, but even that pain, which should have been exquisite, felt distant. The hatch closed. The pod discharged with a controlled explosion, like an ironic echo of the blast that had shattered her life. Pressed between bodies, racked with pain yet stiff with emptiness, Reyna plunged toward the planet, safe within a cocoon of flame. From the secure bridge of the Ascendant, Geminaire experienced the death of Santasa Station. His officers gave a blow by blow as the bottom wheel broke off, fell fast into the atmosphere, and burned up. The other two wheels remained joined and took longer to die. Escape pods burst from like seeds from a ripe flower, while ships docked at the remaining wheels flared desperately into space. Though stunned, Geminaire did act. He released a broad hail declaring that he was not responsible for the explosion and offered Imperial assistance. He got no response from the station, but the Federation Rakehell swore it would open fire if the dreadnought came any closer. A statement from Santasa's surface, delivered minutes later and more formally, said Imperial help was not needed. The planet's council would handle the disaster, both recovery and assignation of blame, on his own. With nothing to do, the Ascendant watched. Geminaire stared at his near-empty tactical screen, grasping for an explanation. Perhaps the Red Witch herself had done it to cover her escape. Perhaps Federation partisans had done it to prevent her from being captured. Maybe the elusive magician he'd been hunting for 6 years wasn't there at all, and maybe she was tumbling to her death among that fiery debris. It was possible, but in his heart, Geminaire doubted it. A master of the old magic couldn't die like that, could she? When the upper wheels began to burn, Geminaire called to Savain. Captain, stand by to transmit a statement expressing the Empire's deep regret for this incident, which was not, you must be clear, our doing. Also, load food and medical supplies into 4 of our escape pods and launch them toward the planet. Try to match the trajectory of the pods from the station if you can. He saw the confusion on Savain's face and added, we did not do this, Captain. We're not monsters. Of course, the younger man said, then lowered his voice. Do you think they'll care, sir? Geminaire doubted it. But if word got around that Imperials had destroyed a neutral station, it would galvanize opposition to Xim outside the Empire and within. He wanted the narrative that came from today's event stayed muddled and uncertain, which they were. The Ascendant remained over Santasa until the last of the station's remnants had burned up or crashed into oceans. Then it sent its farewell message in a volley of emergency supplies. Finally it turned and leaped into hyperspace, back to the Empire, where, Geminaire prayed, things would make sense. For Ericus, it was like the universe breaking in two. There was no dreamy intimation like when Master Sor had died, no blurred feeling or farewell cry. He simply knew his son was dead. He was on the mountain with Essen when it happened, and would have collapsed down the slope but for her strong grip. He didn't have to explain what happened, and didn't have the strength. It was like being devoured from the inside out. Feeling it happen, while awful, was the easy part. Essen took him to Jeddar's cave, laid him on a cot, and quietly explained it to their teacher while Ericus stared at the torchlit ceiling and let all the things he didn't know oppress him. Soren was dead. He was certain of that, as certain as he'd been when his teacher died. Was Reyna, too, gone? He'd always believed he'd feel it if he lost her, but he simply didn't know. He didn't know how it had happened or why, or even where. The one certainty was that when his son had needed him most, he'd been far away. In chasing the dream of being a better Jedi, he'd let his child die. The first thing he said when he had the strength was, "I have to go to Santasa." Essen and Jeddah were beside him, the Sith woman crouched, their small teacher standing. They said nothing at first, and he remembered how both had warned him that his family might get in the way of his being a Jedi. Jeddah had even said him that they might bring him tragedy. They'd been right and he'd been wrong. Just looking at their faces, so soft with sympathy, made him turn away. He stared at the shadow-dark wall and tried not to weep. Neither touched him, but Jeddah's gruff voice became a caress. "Your doing this was not. Full of dangers the galaxy is, beyond your control. No possible everything is, with the Force. Not today." At least the weird gnome had that much tact. Ericus sucked in tears and stomped down his hate. It wasn't Jeddah's fault he'd abandoned his family. No, Jeddah had warned him and Ericus hadn't listened. Fault was his alone. Just as quietly, Essen asked, "Did you feel anything specific?" "Soren's dead. It was fast, painful. I don't even know about Reyna, that's why I have to go." Neither of them argued. Essen asked, "Are you sure about Santasa?" "No, but it's the place to start. We can leave Morningstar as soon as you're ready. My shuttle's sitting in the spaceport, but we'll have to restock before leaving." To be clear, she added, "I'm going with you." He rolled over and saw their silhouettes wavered by tears. "Don't you have a war to fight?" "I'm going with you," she repeated. He felt, through their lingering force bond, she still intended to fight that war. But it was all right. Depending on who was responsible for Soren's death, he might join the war too. With effort he pushed himself into sitting position. He looked down at Jeddah and said, "I know you have your place here. I won't ask you to come. With you I will be, through the Force." Jeddah looked from him to Essen. "Stay together, I beg. Stronger you are together, and from here will I make you stronger still. Strength you will need in whatever lies ahead." "Thank you," the word caught in his throat a moment. Then he choked it out. "Master." Jeddah only nodded. "If go you must, go now. With you I will go to the village. Everything you need for your voyage they will give you. Generous my followers are, more generous than I deserve." They proved that generosity when the 3 Force users descended the mountain. Their arrival inevitably garnered a crowd, and it was Jeddah who explained that the Jedi had suffered a loss and would be leaving soon, possibly into danger. Even through his numbing grief, the response shocked Ericus. They didn't only volunteer food and drink for the journey. Some offered weapons, and even themselves. Ericus was so surprised he had no response. Essen said, "We don't know the situation we are going into. We might not need your help at all. It's better to be prepared," said Hedrix, the human comtech, "and our prophets need to be protected." "We are not prophets," Essen said. "You are like Jeddah," Preskarn insisted. "Why do you think all of us are here around this mountain?" "Only for ourselves. Xim and who knows who else would love to have a speck of the prophet's power. He heals and guides us, and we protect him." In all this time the thought had never occurred to Ericus, but when he looked at the villagers around him now, mostly males with hard eyes and harder auras in the Force, he understood that these people, so kind to him, were willing to use violence to defend their prophets. That rank now included him. "I can't promise you will be safe," he told them. "There are more important things than being safe," Preskarn insisted, then asked Essen, "How many can your ship hold?" "It's a small ship, made for 4. But there is extra space for rations, and more air scrubbers." She was inviting them along? Ericus looked at her in disbelief, but she, without glancing, sent him a nudge through the Force. "We may need them," she said. She was right, but his responsibility for Soren's death stabbed his heart. He didn't want to be responsible for these people too. Jeddah's lessons came back to him. Whether he wanted it or not, he was responsible, just as he was responsible for Soren and millions on Ranroon he'd never met and barely thought about. Simply by having the Force, he was responsible. It was something Jeddah and Essen both had been trying to teach him, and he stubbornly denied their lesson until it was too late. If he'd accepted it earlier, he might have been there for Soren. That thought was a black hole, but Essen pulled him back before he fell. Grasping him by the shoulder, Shaking him physically, she hissed, "We have to look to the future. For our sakes, for their sakes, for Raina's sake. She could be dead too." "I don't believe she is." Erica stared at her dumbly. "You feel it in my heart." She tapped her chest. "But in the Force." She didn't say. Ericus felt nothing at all. Since Soren's death, it had abandoned him. When they loaded up the truck that would take them to the spaceport, he felt glad to be gone of this place. And when 3 villagers, laden with supplies and weapons, joined them at the truck, he felt grim responsibility, like a weight to his chest. The worst was seeing Prescarn say goodbye to his wife and child. He embraced Sanfil and nuzzled his furry cheek to hers. Then Tampers clasped her forearms, bent in, and whispered something to his mother. That was when the weight became almost unbearable. He realized that Prescarn wasn't leaving his son behind. Tampers, strong and lanky but barely older than Soren, was coming with them. As he climbed into the back of the truck with the Jedi, Prescarn said, "My son is nearly an adult by our reckoning. He must be ready to defend what is right in the universe. And you believe that's me?" "I do," the Sahilindil said firmly. "Have faith in us, Ericus, as we have faith in you." As the truck rumbled to life and began its jostling journey to the spaceport, Ericus reflected that he did have faith in Prescarn and even Tampers. They knew their purpose and would hold to it. What he needed was faith in himself, but he didn't know if he'd ever have that again. Obliques. The road they paved. Everybody lies. The greatest danger is that you start believing your own. Xim's rules for ruling. 112th year of the 5 brothers. 11,347 Taya. It was impossible not to feel like an outsider, Moray thought. The United Planet Security Forces Tribunal contained 1 human, 1 Drawl, and 1 Solonian, representing the 3 sentient species of the star system. A Selkath and a Nori were inescapably alien. To make matters worse, Koltitha didn't speak a speck of the Corellian tongue. Moray herself was hardly fluent, but she had to get her message across. Her fellow Jedi depended on it. She summarized events as best she could. Their 3 companions had been dispatched in reply to an emergency beacon on a ship inbound to Tralis. After the Found Horizon docked with the imperiled ship, no further communication had been received except 1 single burst. There had been no message in that burst. It was the one all Jedi ships were programmed to send if an unauthorized user attempted to access its computer program. Moray didn't know what she'd expected, but she'd hoped for more than the blank stares the 3 Corellians sent her way. Director Rostek, a gray-haired human, spread his hands. "This is very concerning," he said, "but have you gone to investigate the situation directly?" "Of course," Moray said. Neither ship was present. "We detected no wreckage either." Beside her, Koltitha whispered in Tython, "Tell them about the asteroids." That drew narrowed, suspicious looks from the tribunal. The Jedi had never announced the arrival of the Found Horizon and its 2 crew members. Moray had argued against it but now wished they had, because their secret was out and the tribunal, facing an unfamiliar alien, had to be wondering what else the Jedi kept to themselves. She didn't think they'd be receptive to her other news, but Moray had to press ahead. Looking between the 3 directors, she said, "We believe they are alive, and that they've been taken to the Kiris asteroids." The tangle of space rocks drifted at the edge of the Corellian system, and was largely ignored, but recognition lit in the director's eyes. The Kiris asteroids were said to be the hideaway of the infamous Solonian pirate Tuklaw. The Solonian police director folded paws on the table before her and asked, "Why do you believe this? You said you got no further signals from your 2nd ship." The UPFS knew they had special talents and special ships, while Jekka and Kane had been circumspect in telling the police about Jedi abilities. Even if Moray told now, she knew they'd never understand. Without the ability to feel the Force, no one could. "My partner has a strong feeling that they're being held at Kiris," Moray said. "So do I. And we trust our feelings." Director Rostek sighed heavily. "There are hundreds of asteroids in that cluster. Tuklaw has filled it with traps. Do you know where, specifically, your friends are?" "Not yet," Moray admitted. "But when we get closer, our senses will grow clearer." "You speak of senses but you offer no proof," said the stout Drawl. "Do you have any hard evidence to back up your claim?" "We know our comrades are at Kiris," Moray bristled. "I thought the UPFS would be concerned when 3 of its deputies get kidnapped by pirates." 2 deputies, the Solonian corrected. We were never even made aware of this, your new arrivals. Her small eyes slipped suspiciously toward Koltatha. The Nori met them? To Moray he growled, she's hiding something. What was that? Asked the Solonian. Moray bent close. What do you mean? She whispered in Tython. I can't sense it. Try yourself. Moray tried. As the Solonian repeated her question, now with inflected anger, the Selkith touched the director's mind. Beneath the indignation she felt, guilt. Guilt, and the shame of the exploited. Was it blackmail? Deputy Moray, Rostek said crisply, please answer our question. Moray pulled away from the Solonian's mind. She didn't have all the details, but she could piece enough together. Her comrades had been betrayed to Tuklaw by the highest levels of the UPFS. Moray's anger boiled inside her as she looked across the tribunal. Did Rostek or the Draw know? Apparently not, but what did it matter? Moray could try and call out the Solonian director, but she had no proof, not even facts, just a flimsy sense these directors would never believe. It would only cause them to distrust her more. She saw how defeated they were. She told Jekka and Kane all along that they shouldn't involve themselves in non-GD affairs because only bad things could come from it in the end. It was sickening to be proven right. And now it fell to her to save them from their mistake. We know what has happened to our people, Moray said. We know where they are, who is responsible, how they were captured, and why. She allowed her eyes to dart to the Solonian, the closest she'd come to accusation. Will you help us get our people back? The directors hesitated. Wincing, Rostek said, the Kiras are a lawless, dangerous place. We've never held jurisdiction there. Sending people into Tuklaw's den with only your feelings as our guide could cost us terribly. Then we will have to take care of our own. And you can take care of yours. Our partnership cannot stand if you refuse to hold up your end. She sensed more rebukes coming but didn't stay to hear them. Moray turned and walked out of the room, Colt to the right behind her. Escaping that place, and his people filled her with relief. But as they marched back to the Dawn Chaser, reality settled over them. They were on their own, their comrades were in mortal danger, and they'd have to risk greater danger still to get them back. But it had to be done. As they marched down the hall, she asked Koltatha, do you think you can fight? The Nori's eyes dipped to the stub of his left wrist, as they often did. I have been practicing with the sword. It is difficult, but I will do what I must. For the first time since Moray had met him, there was steel in his voice. Good? He'd need that strength. Moray was no warrior, though like all Jedi she trained with the blade and would fight when she had to. As Kane has said, Jedi must always be there for Jedi, because who else would? Chapter 10. Grief and Rage. There is no peace, just different kinds of war. Most of them don't involve physical violence, but you should be prepared for it, just in case. Xim's rules for ruling. Like all spaceports maintained by the Supremacy, Termin Station contained a fortified speck of Varl at the heart of its duranium body, meant for hosting the hut. When she arrived after her trip to Kovari, Churaba was pleased to see its Tilandatil deacons had kept it in excellent condition. The gardens were lush, the imported soil fragrant, the mud bath soothing, and the edible livestock delicious. Once she was settled, she got down to business. Xanter, her chief hierophant on Kenton, had just arrived, and when the horn-faced quadruped plodded into her audience chamber, she was sitting upright on her dais, body draped with Enigmatic silver. In tow he had a group of Nikto who immediately prostrated themselves in front of their new god. Churaba was pleased to see such reverence. After every visitation, Xanter would select a handful of the most devout recruits and reward them with the chance to be in their god's personal presence. A few of them even seemed to be shivering with joy. These bipeds were pitiable, but for Churaba, it was frankly difficult to feel sympathy for creatures so ugly. The dangling legs, fragile necks, narrow bodies, dry skin, small toothy mouths only meant for nibbling, and tiny witless eyes, it all revolted her. The Tilandatil, at least, possessed strong torsos, and 4 trunk-like legs that kept them planted on the ground. Not as holy as a hut's bountiful physique, but vastly superior to the spindly bipeds, who seemed born to be knocked over. Because the initiates had yet to learn the holy Huttese tongue, she was free to ask her priest, how many did you gather after my last visit? Almost 1,200, Xanter said. Like all Tilandatil, his third pair of limbs were a set of spindly hand-tipped arms stretching out from beneath his thick neck. He currently rubbed these together happily. Most look fit for hard labor or military service. A few can be used as domestic servants. 1,200, she said thoughtfully. Not as good a yield as last time, or the time before. It always happens this way, said Xanter. The most susceptible are the first swayed. He was right, but she didn't like excuses. The Tlandatel's telepathic abilities were capable of instilling a light euphoric state in many bipeds. Combined with the slaughter of the old priests and the occluding of Indrexu, made possible by a captured asteroid carefully driven to eclipse the dead star's glow, the visitation ceremony should have yielded even more followers. Have their heretics been giving you trouble? She asked as the Nikto continued to worship. On any world there were always bipeds who refused to accept Hutt divinity. A few, but we are in pursuit. They are scattered and helpless. The leaders of every Nikto state are plying for us. They should be, for all we've given them. She shifted on her bed and said, that is enough. I think it's time the pilgrims do some quiet meditation, don't you? Yes, Inquisitor, Xanter said, and in their own tongue commanded the Nikto to rise. The bipeds got to their feet and made final gestures of obedience toward Chiraba before shuffling out. Xanter followed to guide them to their meditation cells, but would be back shortly. Now alone, Chiraba heaved a mighty sigh. She was still mulling over the meeting on Kovari in her mind. Xim's little envoy, Cossac's unspoken ambition, the threat and promise of the vast human empire beyond their realm. At the moment these things were second in importance to subduing Cyclada. But in the larger scheme, they were critical. In a few weeks she'd be on Varl for the annual visitation to Artistag. She'd feel the double suns on her skin and wallow in its sacred swamps, but for now she'd have to stomach the grind of secular business and the adoration of lesser beings. Thankfully Hutt's stomachs were vast and could digest most anything. Another proof of their superiority. Not that more was needed. If this went according to plan, everything would be simple. Things would only get complicated if things went wrong. Morguk had said this with a tone of assurance, but they were on their own now. The plan necessitated it. Xanter, chief hierophant to Chiraba, had departed Kendon on his personal felucca, a courier smaller than the Gravity Scorn, along with the company of 6 Vadran bodyguards and 8 lucky Nikto who'd receive a personal visitation with the Liberator. As per procedure, the pilgrims and 4 of the Vadrans accompanied Xanter to whatever innermost protected chamber the Hutt held audience. That left only 2 Vadrans to guard the ship. Morguk wasn't brazen enough to attack the Vadrans at the airlock. Termin was a Hutt station and subterfuge was key. In addition to security codes, their Weequay Aliyabek had produced 4 of the plain black tunics Nikto pilgrims wore. Vadrans, he assured, couldn't tell the difference between individual Niktas. The real pilgrims consisted of red Kajansa, green Kadasa, and 1 pale Glussa. Any combination of that would be sufficient to pass by the guards, return to the ship, and hijack it once inside. There were limits to Vadran blindness, and that was why Morguk himself stayed behind with Yabek's ship. He was simply too huge to pass unnoticed. Vadis was one of the 4 Niktas chosen to infiltrate the Corsair. He walked alongside Vreshan, plus another Kajansa named Pelik and the Glussa, Ener. Walking ahead of them through the corridors was Yabek and another Weequay, both in the uniforms of station security. They marched like soldiers and the 4 Niktas did their best to stride a pace. Pelik and Ener kept looking this way and that. It was their first time off Kenton, and they were dazed by the space station. Appropriate behavior for pilgrims, Vadis knew, but it made him nervous. Yabek led them without a word down the proper corridors until they reached the first security gate. He tapped his stolen badge and for a heart-stopping moment nothing happened, but then the gate slid open, and they continued into the secure section of the station. They passed through 2 more gates, and each time Yabek's pass worked perfectly. Vadis noticed the cameras dangling from the ceiling in every corridor. The Hupps were watching everything, and he knew if they did screw up, if things got complicated, there was no way he'd get off the station alive. It was good that death didn't bother him anymore. The station's maze ended abruptly. They entered a corridor that dead-ended with the sealed, circular airlock portal. 2 bulky green Vadrans, both holding rifles in relaxed positions, straightened on side of the arrivals. Yabek marched forward, undeterred. The Nikto did as well. The real pilgrims were permitted no weapons, and neither were they. Only the Weequay were armed. When Yabek reached the Vadrans, he spoke at them curtly, with a tone of command in the holy speech of the worms. Yabek talked. The Vadrans didn't comply right away. They seemed to be asking more questions. The four Nikto tried not to look nervous. The Weequay had come up with the cover story, something about taking the pilgrims back to the ship for meditation, and Vadas had no idea if the guards were buying it. But the Vadrans finally stepped aside. One entered a security code, and the airlock portal slid open. A rush of warm air escaped the courier, like a sigh of relief. As soon as they were inside, Yabik sealed the airlock behind them. He snapped at the Nikto and Huttese, made gestures, and waved for Vadas to follow him. He was supposed to help hijack the ship, but it was hard to execute a mission when you didn't understand a word your partner said. Vadas followed anyway. Yabik seemed familiar with the layout of a Hutt felucca because he steered them onto a long straight corridor and up, presumable toward the cockpit. They didn't get far. A Weequay appeared out of nowhere, sliding from a side passage to block their path. The alien's leathery face was scrunched in confusion, and he immediately barked a question to Yabik. Vadas looked around anxiously. It was just the two of them in this corridor. Where were the others? Could Yabik talk them out of this? It seemed like he might. Yabik talked. The other Weequay seemed to relax a little. Then they heard a howl of pain from another part of the ship, the clatter of metal on metal. Yabik went for the knife in his belt. The other Weequay was faster. He swung a fist into Yabik's face and knocked him off balance. The blade spilled from Yabik's hand and the guard pulled out a slug-thrower pistol. The sight of Yabik falling into the corridor wall froze Vadas for a second, but only a second. He lunged for the fallen knife. Without even trying, he dodged the bullet that cracked over his head. The guard adjusted aim, but Yabik reared up and swiped at the pistol arm. The guard drew back and clobbered Yabik with his other fist. That time the rebel dropped, but Vadas didn't hesitate. He bounded over Yabik as he fell, knife in both hands, and thrust the blade into the guard's stomach. The guard grunted. Dull surprise shone beneath his heavy brows as his eyes locked with Vadas's. Then surprise turned to spite, and in that heavy glower Vadas saw the face of his brother's killer. Vadas pressed the knife deeper in, spilling silver-gray blood down the front of the guard's tunic. What did it take to kill a Weequay? Was this enough? He would make it enough. Adrenaline and anger filled him. Vadas freed one hand from the knife grip, grabbed the Weequay by the face, and dug claw-tipped fingers into eyes. The guard howled and gnashed at the fingers, but Vadas slammed his skull into the bulkhead, then pulled the knife free, spilling more silver blood. The Weequay rebounded and staggered right into Vadas' knife again. He plunged the blade, creating a fresh wound in the center of the guard's chest. Was this where Weequay kept their hearts? He wanted to find out. The guard slacked against him, a huge heavy body, but he pressed against it, held it upright, and used both hands to fish the blade back and forth inside that chest, shearing muscle and organs, scraping bone. Finally, when the body went slack with death, Vadas gave it one final push, tipping it backward. The guard fell and landed on his back, knife pommel jutting from his chest like a stunted metal plant. By that time, Yabik had lurched to his feet. He looked at Vadas with alarm and, perhaps, with admiration. Then the inscrutable Weequay lurched down the corridor to find the fight that had sparked their own. That skirmish, too, was done. Another guard lay with his throat slit. Vreshin cradled a broken arm and a bruise darkened Einar's face, but none of them had been badly injured. Is that it? Vadas asked Vreshin. Is the ship secure? Is secure? Vreshin answered with a wince. Yabik said something to the other Weequay and Huttese. To Vreshin he said a little more. Vreshin's expression tightened as he parsed out words he barely understood. Then he told the other Nikto, the ship is taken. They're going to get it ready to fly. What else must we do? Asked Einar in a pained voice. Vreshin asked a question in broken Huttese, then translated the reply. It will take time to prepare the ship. 15 minutes at least. They told the Vadrans that we, the pilgrims, would be going back to Xantar soon. They might be dim, but they'll notice my face, said Einar. And your arm. I know. Vreshin looked between Pelik and Vadas. You should go now. Go. But you? We'll stay with Yabik when he takes off. You two go back to our ship. Join Morguk. But first, Pelik added, you do need to clean up. That was when his adrenaline started to wane, and it finally hit him. He killed that Weequay, brutally. He'd never killed anyone before but hadn't hesitated before driving in the fatal blows. It had been terrifying. Kill or be killed. But there was more than that. He stabbed and kept stabbing that Weequay for darker reasons than survival. Vadas looked himself over. For some reason he'd assumed there'd be blood on his clothes, but no silvery specks dappled his black tunic. The blood was only on his hands. Yabek tossed him a rag already smeared with grease. Vadas added his own stain to it. A minute later he was out the door. He made polite gestures to the Vadrans as Vreshan, still inside, sealed the airlock after them. Pelik muttered and broke in Huttese. The Vadrans accepted it without blinking, budging, or, so it seemed, breathing. Their escape was like a dream. Hard gray corridors flowed smoothly into each other. Vadas felt like he was caught in a stream and always flowing. Was this how Essen and Ericus felt with their force? It was terrifying, yet exhilarating, to be in the thrall of a higher power. Walking through his dream, he tried to name his feeling, because he did feel something, though it was blurry and elusive, as things were in dreams. Corridor flowed to corridor, and he ruled out sorrow, then shame, then regret. If there was any name for what he was feeling, Vadas decided it must be satisfaction. Night was when time stopped in Zer-A's palatial prison. Once darkness fell, his deaf-mute servants disappeared, and the birds outside stopped singing. His son had never intruded on him during the night, not in all his years of captivity. So when he heard the sound of footsteps and muffled noises, he knew something was happening. At first he wasn't sure if it was real. Most of Zer's nights were uneasy segues between sleep and waking, a tribulation of age, and he might have been in a weird half-dream. But no, he stared at moonlight reflected on his ceiling, knew that he was awake, and there were intruders in his estate. Old instincts took over. He roused himself from the bed, kicked back the sheets, and put feet to floor as quietly as his fat, creaky body would allow. In his prime he'd never gone to bed without a weapon within reach, and even in captivity he'd kept up some semblance of the practice. One sharp kitchen knife in his bedside drawer? Not a gun, but it would have to do. He grabbed the knife in one hand and crept toward his door. He never bothered to close it, so he peeked carefully through the threshold into the dark living room. He felt acute awareness and embarrassment at the gray fuzz bulge of his stomach, swelling over the band of his boxers. The great pirate king had become a fat old man hiding from burglars in his underwear. What if all? When the light flashed on, he bleated like an animal and covered his eyes. Between fingers he saw two figures standing in the living room's glow. Not assassins, not burglars, but old men like himself. One was bald, with a pointed gray beard above tight liven robes. The other looked wilder, with a fat white mustache and hair down to his shoulders. There was something familiar about him, but Zer couldn't place it. Both stared at him with shock-white eyes. Then the long-haired one exclaimed, "Zer, is that you?" Was it? Was he really still Zer-8, king of Arge, conqueror of Kron, bane of Stalamer, suzerain of the three allied kingdoms? Or was he just a pathetic old man kept captive by his damnable son? Before he answered, Zer ducked behind the door, pulled a white bathrobe off the wall, and wrapped himself in it. Then, keeping the kitchen knife in his sleeve, just in case, he ventured on bare feet into the living room. They still stared at him, searching for the man they knew in his time-ravished face, just as he stared into theirs. Who was that bald Livian? He couldn't place him, but the other man could only be Thane, son of Thalk. "My God, it's you," Zer said as he staggered forward. Oh, Thane had grown older, but it was still Thane. He recognized untamable pride in those eyes. These were the first people, the first real people besides his son, he talked to in decades. The pirate king almost cried. Instead he dropped the knife and took Thane into an embrace. The other man pounded his back heartily. For a second it felt like they were on the head taker again, striking fear into friend and foe alike. Then they stepped apart, looked each other over, and saw what time had wrought. Great gods, how many years had passed. Zer wanted to ask Thane so many things. But it was the Livian who said, "I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad you're alive." Zer turned his eyes on the man and tugged his bathrobe tighter. "Who the devils are you? Do I know you? We've never met personally." "I'm Grand Duke Vardock Ornea of Livian, currently." "I've heard of you," said Zer. "You're that boy Jaemanir's father-in-law. You know what he did to his real pops, don't you?" "I'm aware," Vardock said, voice brittle. There had been times when Zer envied the late Chorus 9, but he shook off self-pity. If they'd come sneaking into his place in the middle of the night, it meant Xim was unaware. And if they were going behind Xim's back, it meant something momentous was happening. A bathrobe felt insufficient for the occasion, but he yanked the belt again, All right, tell me what's happening. Where is my son? Off battling the Federation, Thane said. Has he told you about that? He visits from time to time. Is it that Ranroon queen? Indrexu, was it? The same? She's given him trouble. At least his son wasn't a liar. Sneaking around behind your emperor's back. He grinned. Naughty boys you are. Have you come to get me out of here? Not yet, said Thane, but things are happening. We needed to see you and make sure you were ready for what's coming. You're moving against Xim. Yes, said Vardock, but like he said, we're preparing. We have you, though, and you're the most important piece. Am I now? Xer stared at the Livian, confounded. You are. Thane squeezed his flabby bicep. There's still old guard left and they'll rally around you. We need you to take your rightful place, Xer. A king again? He asked, head swimming. Thane smiled hungrily. Better. Emperor. And Vardock was smiling too, the tight smug smile of a man who thinks he's got a winning hand. Pieces clicked together fast. Captivity hadn't dulled Xer that much. To overthrow Xim, they needed each other, and both needed the old pirate king. Only Xer could rouse the Argaeans against Xim and hold the empire together in its aftermath. And the Argaeans, in turn, needed League merchants and cronies bureaucrats. To them Xer would be nothing but a figurehead. Vardock probably figured him too fat and out of touch to wield real authority. Well, those pompous dandies had underestimated him before and he'd made them pay. He would do it again. The thought was intoxicating and he felt like a young man. But Xer reeled in his thoughts. He asked, how did you find me? And for that matter, where am I? He never even told me the world. You're on Desevro, one of the southern islands, said Thane, but stopped himself. Xer looked at Vardock. The Livian swallowed and said, your location, and access to it, was provided by the special plenipotentiary. The special what? OZF, said Thane. Xer's world spun again. He felt like he could spit fire. You can't trust him. This has to be some trap to snare all of us. He already has us, Vardock said. But he came to us, already knowing everything, and offered to help. This doesn't make sense, Xer grunted. But nothing ever made sense with OZF. He'd adopted the little creature as a pet, then turned him into a court jester when the rat proved surprisingly loquacious. All the while OZF had been working with his son to arrange his overthrow. Had Xim been using OZF, or OZF using Xim? Why, after decades, was the rat turning on Xim now? Xer had a feeling that, even if he got his hands around the creature's furry neck, he'd never get a real answer. I hate it, said Thane. We all hate it. But for now we have to work with him. He claims, added Vardock, that there is a great alien empire whose borders encroach ours. He predicts disaster if Xim stays in power. If you can believe that, Thane made clear he didn't. But Vardock said, I've read the reports. OZF may be a liar but not about this. We should all be concerned. Then we'll be concerned once Xim is gone. And the rat. And Jaminair. Xer looked at Vardock. The Livian said, he means nothing to me or my daughter. He was only a means to an end. As Xer was to Vardock, and Vardock to Xer. So be it. Using people and discarding them. That was the way the universe worked. And Xer was sick of being used. When Xim arrived to join the battle at Kuroin, he announced his presence with a message broadcast on all frequencies. Every ship over the planet and even some forces on the ground heard the Emperor's voice, many of them for the first time. Xim said, this is the pirate prince of Argae and rightful emperor of all known space. For 25 years I have fought to unite mankind under a single banner. At every stage I have faced resistance and at every stage I have won. This is the final stage. I'm flattered that my enemies have saved their best for last, but this is the time for endings. Today I will take Kuroin, and tomorrow Ranroon will be mine. I hereby request that Queen Indrexu attend this august occasion. I will be very disappointed in her if she does not. It was an unnecessary request. Indrexu was already there. For weeks she'd expected the Imperials to pick this time for their next push. The mismatched orbits of Kuroin's two moons were nearing temporary synchronization, which meant that half of the planet was no longer protected by powerful lunar-based missiles. This was the moment all her guerrilla raids and delaying actions had been counting down to, and she'd brought as many ships as possible, including ones just days out of the object's foundry. She wasn't sure it would be enough. Xim had brought his hordes too. The Storm Rider's tactical display registered the Emperor's scimitar, Admiral Cadenzi's newly repaired Victor's crown, and Admiral Krant's falchion, plus over 100 other ships ranging from cutters to polyramemes. The only pieces missing were Admiral Felrick's task force, still bogged down at the Dorento, she prayed, and Viceroy Jaminer's ascendant. She almost hoped Jaminer showed up, just for the rage it would incite. Short hours ago she'd received a courier drone notifying her of Santasa Station's destruction. Minister Rasu had, for better or worse, survived the incident, and his message admitted that the cause of the station's fall was uncertain. But the Emperor's viceroy had come to Santasa and left with his station in flames. Tens of thousands were dead. Those were facts, and Indrexu broadcasted them to every ship in the fleet. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, too many of them fresh conscripts stuffed into brand new ships, were united in righteous anger against the evil of Xim. It just might tip the battle in her favor. The fighting began with a small spark. The Imperials had fanned out around Curoin, but Xim's battle group, the largest, was angled toward the planet's exposed half. Indrexu bunched the core of her fleet to protect that section of the planet, while Admiral Minask had broken her forces into smaller units to face the remaining Imperials. The first missiles were fired by 2 of her frigates, directed at some of Krant's quick Argaean raiders. The spark was just a spark. Minask's ships and Krant's prodded each other without committing to full engagement. Indrexu held position, and so did Xim. Admiral Cadenzi's powerful fleet broke into 2 portions, one of which drifted nervously close to the Kuro-I's missile range, while the other half, which included the Victor's crown, neared Indrexu's right flank without making a charge. Indrexu watched, waited, and after 10 minutes of pulse-pounding stalemate, decided to light a bigger fire. "Come," she said. "Tell Minask to send her second group after Cadenzi. Full speed. Fire when in range. They'll push faster toward us," Miral said at her side. "I'm counting on that." She wished she could count on Essen too, but the witch had failed her in her moment of need. Had she intentionally deserted? Had something waylaid her? Indrexu didn't know, and she started wish she'd never put so much trust on the alien's shoulders. As the child of Ranroon pirates should have known, you can only ever depend on yourself. But there was nothing for it now. She had to concentrate on winning this battle without her magician. She watched it play out as expected. Minask moved toward Cadenzi, and Cadenzi hastened his approach on Indrexu. All the while Xim's main fleet sat ahead of hers, unmoving. Damn him for being patient. "We'll have to poke him," Indrexu said. "Send Fonfalor and her pinnaces ahead. Make him angry." Her crew relayed the order, and she watched the screen as the frigate and a dozen smaller, quicker attack ships lurched towards Xim's line. Like the skirmishers battling Krant, they never engaged directly but charged and feinted again and again, peppering Xim's vanguard with missiles. The Imperials held firm at first, but when Fonfalor cracked open Athenium Starglaive, they finally advanced. At the same time, Cadenzi was cutting toward her flank. The enemy was about to smash into her on 2 sides. Thankfully, that was exactly what she wanted. "All right," Indrexu said huskily. "Launch interdiction teams 1 and 2. Almost immediately, a wave of Federation ships rushed out to meet each enemy force. Each wave consisted only of small fast ships, none bigger than a pinnace, and they charged bravely into the Imperial Mall. All the ships were fresh out of Object's foundry, and less than half of them were manned. The rest were crewed only by simple drone brains, which was all they needed. Unlike the Fonfalor, they plunged right into the enemy lines. Even though they pumped out defensive lasers and chaff nonstop, there was no escaping the swarm of warheads. But that was all right. As soon as the unmanned ships penetrated Xim's and Cadenzi's front lines, the manned ones peeled around and raced back to Indrexu. Then she sent her signal. In near, perfect unison, every unmanned ship, nearly 50 in each wave, self-destructed, and from the holes of every shattered ship spilled millions of tons of ionized chaff. It was another old pirate's trick: pump a swarm of charged metal shards over your enemy to blind his sensors and jam his weapons, leaving him helpless. Xim had surely used it in his youth, but to Indrexu's knowledge, never in history had it been used on this scale. It would never have been possible without the object. She was essentially dumping the giant foundry's waste product in the Empire's face. Within minutes, the forward sections of Xim's and Cadenzi's fleet were lost in clouds of ionized chaff. Even the Storm Rider's sensors couldn't read anything except an electric haze. We have them, Indrexu snarled. Now charge. They charged. Her fleet split into two battle groups, one racing towards Xim's cloud and one to Cadenzi's. As soon as they were within firing range, they launched wave after wave of missiles. They didn't worry about targeting. The missiles' guidance systems would naturally lock onto the heat signatures of struggling starships. Sure enough, those clouds flashed bright with chains of explosions. There was no way to know exactly how many ships had been hit, but it didn't matter. Indrexu gave the order to keep shooting. The Imperials were taken aback. Xim's fleet halted its approach, but Cadenzi was stuck with Minask's warships biting at his tail. And the Federation still had interdiction teams to spare. Acting of her own initiative, Minask launched over a dozen chaff-packed drones into Cadenzi's rear line and detonated them. The Empire's second-largest battle group was effectively squeezed between two clouds of devastation, and their own choice was to either run, thus exposing themselves to more attacks, or cluster and wait until the clouds dispersed. Cadenzi chose to cluster and wait. Indrexu was fine with that. It allowed her to focus on Xim. She moved her fleet away from the planet and continued to pummel the interdiction field, blocking the Emperor's way. She watched her screen closely. Though the engagement zone was a mess, she could mark her enemy. After their close encounter at Inesca, Xim and Indrexu were both playing it safe. The Stormrider and Scimitar were at the rears of their respective lines, protected by dozens of warships. At first it looked like the chaff cloud would be a wall between them. Then Xim did the unexpected. His forces charged forward, right into the cloud. It was suicidal. With no weapons, jammed defenses, and scrambled sensors, those ships were as good as dead. Indrexu was determined to make it so. She barked at her ships to fire, 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 and so they did, pumping more missiles into the cloud. Xim's ships kept pushing into it. All of them disappeared. The inside of the cloud would surely be choked with wreckage and dead ships. But why? It was a pointless waste of men and ships he couldn't afford to lose. Indrexu stared hard at the tactical screen, trying to figure out what she was missing. Well, she couldn't find it. Warily, she decided to indulge the Emperor. Comms, she declared. Tell Minask to break ships off from both battle groups. Try to squeeze Xim from either flank. And they did. More ships disengaged from Cadenzi and Kryn to surround Xim. As the Emperor continued to send ships ahead into Indrexu's death trap, Minask pummeled him from either side. The Scimitar sat insulated, but his flanks were being chewed apart. They had him. They actually had him. Indrexu couldn't believe it. Elation dared surge in her heart. Then the bottom fell out. Majesty, tactical officer announced. New ships just dropped out of hyperspace. They're on the moonward side and falling toward the planet. The screen had yet to throw up markers. How many? She asked. It's unclear, Majesty. What do you mean unclear? We'll have a hard time identifying individual drive signatures. The signals are unstable. Indrexu didn't understand. That alone made her stomach chill with dread. Get a visual. Send scouts to intercept and hurry. Understood. Relay an order, the officer said. Signals are still inbound. They're cut in a straight line toward Kuro 2. Charging the moon was even more suicidal than Xim's forward push. The missiles on the lunar surface were bigger and more powerful than anything a ship could carry, and they didn't have to fight strong gravity to launch like planet-bound batteries. They could tear up even Xim's scimitar. But the missiles tracked heat signatures. She started to understand, and her stomach got even colder. Come, tell Minask to intercept those ships and fire as soon as they're in range. The same for Kuro 2. Target those missiles manually if you have to. But Minask had drawn away too many ships to encircle Xim's forces. At the same time, Admiral Kryn's fast Argaean ships ran interference and blocked Federation ones from catching the newcomers. Kuro 2's only defense was his own missile batteries. Majesty, they've got a visual, her comm officer reported. It's ice. Huge blocks of ice the size of small asteroids. They must have ferried them through hyperspace. Imperial ships are riding in their wake, at least 20 of them, mostly Starglaves and cutters. Are they still on course to hit Kuro 2? Yes, Majesty. Tell the moon to fire every missile it has. Aim with the telescope if they have to. But it wouldn't be enough. She saw now that Xim had thrown his men into the meat grinder simply as a distraction. By presenting himself as bait aboard the scimitar, he made himself irresistible. Assuming he was aboard the scimitar at all, At first she'd been horrified. Now Indrexu was angry. She pounded her armrest and snarled, "Come. Tell Minask to break off all attack on Xim's fleet. Get them to the other side of the planet as fast as possible." "Majesty," Tactical reported, "Cadenzi's trying to break out." So he was. It was falling apart fast. If she'd had us in here, the witch might have sniffed out Xim's brutal ruse, but she'd been on her own, and her victory lust had gotten the better of her. The ice impacted like an exclamation point. They must have been mighty pieces, because they threw huge debris clouds from the airless moon into space. The Imperial ships, fast raiders, probably with the best Arganians aboard, and maybe even Xim himself, used the confusion to locate and destroy the moon's missile launchers. A massive hole was opened in Kurin's defenses, and Cadenzi's battered fleet poured in. Minask tried to shift to engage in low orbit, but Kurin's fast raiders pounded her menore and drove them back up the gravity well. And with his flank suddenly freed, Xim's main battle group dissolved, leaving the debris-choked chaff cloud behind to swarm past Indrexu's fleet and follow Cadenzi's down the hole. Indrexu knew it was over as soon as they lost Kuro too, but the real finale came with the announcement that a new Imperial war fleet had arrived. These ones belonged to Admiral Felric, and they amassed as much as Xim's main battle group. Through her anger, she marveled at the kind of planning this assault must have taken. Even with courier drones passing orders, there's no way Xim could have timed it so perfectly. His battle groups must have been operating on a clock, calculating when the ice blocks would hit Kuro too, and how long it would take for Indrexu to grab Xim's bait. It shamed her to be that predictable. Her choices were stark. She could drop her fleet into low orbit and try to block the Imperials, but the odds of success were low, and victory would be costly. Defeat would be costly too. Even if she ordered all her ships to flee to Ranroon, she'd abandon over 100,000 soldiers on the ground. But hundreds of thousands more would die if she fought, and she would lose ships she desperately needed to defend the last planet left, the only one she really cared about. The words were acid in her throat, but she said, "Come, send a signal to all ships. Disengage and fall back to Ranroon." She saw the faces of her crew drop but insisted, "We have no choice. All ships retreat immediately." Though stunned, her people complied, as always. Captain Moral leaned in close. "Majesty, what happens to the troops on the ground?" Their options were even worse. If they surrendered, Xim would use them as pawns and try to force her give up the homeworld. If they fought, they'd die. But at least they'd hurt Xim and slow his siege of Ranroon. Through clenched teeth, she said, "Their queen commands them to fight on." Moral wilted. "But Majesty, they'll fight until they can't fight anymore." "And so will I." The captain nodded weakly, then relayed the order. As the Storm Rider pushed away from the planet and angled for hyperspace, Indrexu let herself wonder whose side had taken greater losses today. It was too hard to calculate, and she knew the number, however horrifying, would be dwarfed by the last battle. Most of the escape pods from the station had splashed down in Santasa's northern ocean. Rescue boats and heli scouts scoured the water continuously for survivors and ferried them to the nearest coastline. As he arrived via heli from the nearest spaceport, Ajit Kroller received an aerial view of hundreds of tents sprawled across a pebbly beach. They'd been put in ordered rows, but people, supplies, and wreckage were scattered messily amongst them. A high but resolute cloud ceiling locked the scene in a suitably miserable gray pall. On the way in, he'd been told that the station's manager had survived, and he prayed that if Melanthazar was alive, so was Reyna. He questioned overwhelmed rescue workers for an hour before somebody finally pointed him to, as Kroller described him, the big red-haired guy who just lost his station. He learned everything from Melanthazar: the coming of the Ranroon minister, Essen's brief appearance, the arrival of the Imperial dreadnought, the explosion that tore the station apart, his daughter's injuries, and his grandson's death. It was dizzying and painful to hear, but Kroller took it all in, processed it, and was left with one question. "Who?" He asked it. Melanthazar looked down, uncertain. Cool wind beat nosily at the tent's roof and brought the smell of sea spray. Eventually, the big man said, "I don't know. The dreadnought didn't fire at us. The Rakehell sensors confirmed it. I think the explosion came from inside the station." He sighed. "We had some power failures in the lift shafts an hour before they blew. We thought it was just a blown circuit somewhere. That must have had something to do with this." "What are you saying? This was an accident?" "A malfunction. Malfunctions don't blow up an entire goddamn station, Mal, you think I don't know that? It was my station. Melanthazar barked. Crawler was glad to see him angry. He seemed dead on his feet until now. Crawler crossed his arms. So who was it? Xim? I don't know. Melanthazar sagged again. He rubbed his bandaged temple. If he wanted to blow us up, a couple missiles from that dreadnought would have done the job. Plausible deniability? Maybe. Destroying a neutral station is a little much, even for him. People are gonna be talking he did anyway. Poor Despot, Crawler sneered. You really don't think it was him? I talked to his viceroy, Jem'Har. That guy doesn't go on milk runs. He wanted Essen, and he wanted her bag. Much as Crawler wanted to blame Xim, it didn't make sense. If Jem'Har had even suspected Essen was still on the station, he wouldn't have destroyed it. Xim had gone to great lengths to capture the Jedi alive before. Then again, despots could change their minds, just like anyone else. If not Xim, then who? Though they were alone, he lowered his voice. The Federation, maybe. Trying to shut you up, maybe. Or keep the minister from getting captured. It crossed my mind, Melanthazar admitted. But if they wanted to smash my station, that rake hell could have done it. Why sabotage? Plausible deniability. Crawler suggested again. I don't know. Maybe we never will. We have to. Somebody did this, and when I find out who, I swear to every god I'm going to kill him. Get in line? I mean, Mal. All he had to do was think of Soren. A god's damned little kid. His pesky, an innocent gift to posterity. And he was filled with murderous hate. Melanthazar met his wrathful stare and repeated, get in line. They heard stirring from the other side of the tent's interior flap. Melanthazar sighed. Crawler looked away. In that instant his anger simmered back to grief, and he remembered what he was, or rather what he was not. He'd done nothing worth a damn to help his son, his daughter, his grandson. He flailed around, trying to do good and failing at every step. Useless old man. Both of them, useless old men. Dad, is that you? Came the voice from the other side. He barely recognized that pathetic creak as Rhaenys. I'll give you some privacy, Melanthazar breathed, then stepped out of the tent. Crawler pushed up the interior flap, revealing the cot where Rhaena had been sleeping. She was still laying on her back, legs tangled in sheets, a brace around her abdomen. Crawler crouched beside her and took her hand. Even in the dim light he could see her eyes were rimmed red. Dad, she creaked again. I couldn't save Soren. I know. Mal told me. She stirred, then winced and touched her side. Crawler said, take it easy. You've got a couple broken ribs. The medics went in and set your bones. Her eyes fluttered. Right, I remember. They came here and pumped you full of meds. You're okay now. He realized immediately they were the wrong words. Rhaena was not okay and never would be. But she didn't snap at him. She just sunk back into her cot, one hand still holding his. She stared at the tent's dim peak without expression. He wondered much time it would take for her emotions to reassemble themselves and allow her to feel the depth of her loss. For her sake, he hoped for a very long wait. Eventually she whispered, when did you get here? A couple hours ago. Where's Vadis? He sighed. A long way from here. He's still on Kenton. He didn't want to get into this now. So he just said, yes. Is he? All right. Yeah, he's okay. Crawler lied. Don't worry about him. Listen, we need to contact our Jedi. Mal says he doesn't know where they went, but you've got to, right? I can't send them a message with the gravity and tell them to get their high and mighty butts where they should have been all along. He bit back his anger, lest it upset her. But Rhaena didn't seem to mind. With the same blank look she said, they went to Idix, the Adegan system. Ericus found a new teacher. And what good did that do? Adegan system. That's quite a ways, but okay. I'll fire up the transmitter and... He was interrupted by a buzzing from the comm node in his pocket. He let go of Rhaena's hand, fished it out, and squinted at the readout on its side. Unbelievable. I'll be damned, he said. What is it? A relay from the gravity. She just picked up a hail. He watched her closely. Essen and Ericus are in system and headed our way. He'd wondered what reaction she'd have to her husband's name, but there was no change in expression. She only continued to stare at the tent ceiling with red, dead eyes. Tents rose in pale, precise rows along the gray beach, and while Ericus knew they'd been erected for the station's survivors, they looked to him like tombstones. As he shambled through the graveyard, he couldn't tell if the people around him were unquiet ghosts, or if he was one himself. He saw Crawler first. The man was standing outside a tent, gnawing something that furled smoke into the wind. When their eyes met, he felt a flash of anger from the man, but it quickly faded to sympathy. Ericus hadn't realized he looked that bad. With Essen, Preskarn, and the others behind him, he walked up to Crawler. They faced each other without speaking or touching. They could barely hold eyes. He muttered, "Is Reyna inside?" "Yeah," said Crawler. "She's awake. I should have been here. I know that. And I know about Soren. I came here as soon as I felt it. I can't say how sorry I am." The older man blew a puff from his cigar. "Tell her that." Of course he should. Ericus looked from Crawler back to Essen, who gave a tiny nod. "We'll stay out here," she sent. So he went inside. It was dim in the tent, and as his eyes adjusted, he made out Reyna lying on a cot in the back. Her upper body was wrapped in a brace. Her head lay back, but he could tell she was watching him. He crouched beside her and squeezed her hand as hard as he could. She tilted her face toward him but didn't speak, only looked. He tried to sense her feelings in the force but gathered only a soft, shell-shocked muddle. Suddenly the words came spilling out. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I should never have left you. I should have stayed here with Soren. I could have saved him. I should have saved him, but I didn't. I ran away, and now." Words stopped and sobs began. He bent forward, head against the side of her cot, gurgling and choking into his knees. She squeezed his hand tighter but didn't speak. Words were pointless now. The best he could manage, once he'd swallowed his sobs and dried his eyes, was to say, "I will never leave you again. I promise." Her grip on his hand loosened. He picked his head up and looked into her dry, red eyes, begging for some reply. He needed anything from her, just a word, to know that he hadn't lost everything. Reyna asked in a whisper, what was the point? She could have meant anything. Their son, their marriage, his training with Jeddah, his powers, the Force itself. She asked about none of those things, and all of them, and he couldn't think of an answer for any. "I won't leave you," he repeated, and squeezed her hand harder. But she rolled her head away and whispered, "I need to rest, please." There was nothing he could do for her and nothing he could say. As she turned away, he felt, in the dazed muddle of her forced presence, a single ripple of revulsion. He withdrew his hand, shaken. Perhaps he'd felt wrong or felt a reflection of his own regret and grief. Reyna only turned away, eyes open, looking into the tent's shuddering wall. Ericus rose on shaky legs and walked outside. Crawler, Essen, and the others were still there, huddled against the wind. Essen asked, "How is Reyna?" He didn't know, and it was too painful to admit. He said, "She needs time." "I'm sorry, but time is something we don't have. I need to get back to Ranroon. Indrexu's shuttle can't get us there using her secret hyperspace routes." He didn't miss the U.S. "I won't leave her. There is nothing you can do for her here. Ranroon can still be saved." "I said I won't go. I left before, and this is what happened." She frowned. "Do you think you could have stopped it?" "Of course I could have. He stopped choking. Maybe he couldn't have. Maybe he'd have died with Soren, helpless to stop the wheel's fiery plunge. Without knowing how or why this had happened, nothing was certain. "I can't leave her," he repeated weakly. "Don't you see that? Not now. Now doesn't matter that much," said Crawler. "Not for her, anyway. Like you said, she needs time." Was Crawler telling him to go? He tried to sense anger from the older man but got only weary resignation. To his surprise, Preskarn stepped forward. The Saheelandiel's fur fluttered messily in the wind but his eyes were unflinching. "Ericus, may I speak with you?" He could tell that meant privately. Reluctantly, he nodded and the two of them stepped away from the group. They passed 2 more rows of tents and stopped where there was only stony beach before them. Water churned over the pebbles, shining them with foam. "What is it?" Ericus asked. "I believe you should go with Essen. Reyna's my wife. I won't abandon her. She needs me. You will not be abandoning her, merely leaving for a short time. That's what I thought before. And then this happened." Wind-chilled leftover tears. He wiped his eyes. "Consider what you can and cannot do," Preskarn insisted. "Here, at best, you can soothe one woman's grief. If you go to Ranroon, You can save an entire world, and thousands, even millions of lives. You can turn the path of history. He looked at the Sahelindial, incredulous. Why do you care what I do? Because you have a gift, the most precious one of all. You cannot throw it away, and you cannot shirk your responsibility. He was talking like Jetter, and it made Ericus scowl. My responsibility was to my family, and I failed them. My son is dead. That cannot be undone. But with Essen, you might change the future. It won't bring Soren back. Neither will staying here. Damn it, I didn't ask for your advice. I am trying to help you, Ericus. He put a paw on the Jedi's shoulder. This was not your fault. You did not kill your son. Don't tell me what I feel right now. Don't talk to me about guilt. I will talk to you about guilt. Preskarn clamped harder. My sins are greater than yours, Ericus. I am a murderer. The word spun in Ericus's mind. He looked at Preskarn blankly, trying to reconcile it with the helpful, gentle being he'd known. He touched the Sahelindial in the Force and remembered the mind he'd felt on Idux, when he and Essen had surveyed the thoughts of Morning Star from their high slope. You, he rasped. Really? Preskarn nodded grimly. When I was young, I was full of anger. I lashed out and I killed an older man. I fled my city. I took a new name and built a new life. I found Sanful and she loved me, and together we made tampers, but always in my heart was the knowledge of what I did, the guilt. I would give anything to undo it, but I cannot. Preskar's voice was aching. Ericus was stunned. He'd never known there could be such depths. How do you live with it? He asked. I almost could not. Even with a wife and child, the darkness ate me inside. But then I found Jedor. He showed me that I can atone for my sin, and I have been doing that every day. How do you atone? I fight for a better future, not just for my child but for everyone. He clasped Ericus's other should and pulled him close. I am a small creature, but I can serve a higher cause. That cause is you, Jetter, and the power you wield. Ericus, you are my atonement. Were Preskarn not holding him, he collapsed dazed to the ground. Regret, anger, responsibility, guilt, the oppressive and unknown future. It was all too much. He didn't want to decide. He wanted to crawl into Reyna's arms and forget the whole universe. But Reyna didn't want him, not now. This sickened him, but it decided its course even more than Preskarn's confession. He looked the Sahelindial in the eyes and said, I'm not abandoning her. I'll be back. Preskarn nodded. I will make certain of that. I am here to protect you, Ericus. I will not let you down. Obliques. Alone in the black, many a brave Jedi Wayseeker has ventured into Tythons, while seeking enlightenment, only to disappear and never return. Such is the danger and mystery of own world. How more dangerous might be the worlds beyond. Shalmar, A Life in Balance, 7,537 Taya. 112th year of the Five Brothers. 11,347 Taya. Daniel Kane woke up hurting, bound, and blinded by the fabric over his eyes. But he could still see with the Force. He peered out, seeking his comrades. He sensed Vidia and Jekka both. Like him, they were bound and frightened, and he tried to send calm he didn't feel. The Force also told him that, while his fellow Jedi were nearby, they were being kept separate from one another. The only sound Kane heard was his own breath and the faint drone of an air cycling system. He was alone wherever he was. So were Jekka and Vidia. He could feel the three Jedi like islands in a sea of hostile intent. The events on the Run River had taken him in a rush, but in the dark he pieced them together easily. The so-called attack had been staged. A trap had been laid and the Jedi had walked right into it. It had almost certainly been laid for the Jedi in particular, which opened a host of unwelcome questions. Their operations in the Corellian system were supposed to be a secret kept by the UPFS, but they'd not been secret enough. His captors had dropped him on a cold metal deck, blindfolded with hands behind his back, ankles bound. He rode and flexed as best he could. He reached out to Jekka and Vidia, trying to ask if they'd been badly injured. He had a closer bond with the human and sensed her reply. Battered but nothing serious. From Vidia, he wasn't sure. His heart went out to the young Deveronian. Everything she did seemed to end badly, through no fault of her own. After interminable hours of lying alone, a visitor came. He sensed three hostile Mayas approach, heard the door open, saw outer light press against the fabric of his blindfold. Footsteps approached and hands roughly seized his head, yanking him into a seated position by tugging on his horns. Finally, those hands untied his blindfold and let it fall away. Kane found himself looking up at a figure silhouetted against the doorway's light. The one who joined him in this dark room was a Solonian. Two thuggish-looking humans stood guard outside. The Solonian crouched in front of him to look him in the eye. Kane marked the faint stripes on her fur and the mangled left paw, of which only 2 claws remained, which left no doubt as to who captured them. In the common Corellian tongue, the Solonian asked, "Can you understand me?" "I can," Kane said. His mouth was very dry. "I was told we'd taken 2 humans and a white-furred alien." To Claw tapped one of Kane's horns. "But you're not human at all. I'm betting that gold-head woman's not from Corellia either, given the company she keeps." The pirate leaned closer. "So where are you from? Does it matter?" "It might." The Solonian lifted her mangled hand and traced the tip of both claws down Kane's cheek. The touch was gentle but threatening. "How many of your kind are there?" Kane reached out to touch the pirate's mind. He hoped to influence her at least enough to push the claws from his face, but he felt a feral rage matched by fierce will. She'd be very hard to influence. "I asked you a question," Claw warned. "Just 3 of us." "Wrong." The points pressed enough to hurt but just shy of breaking skin. "People tell me things. I never heard anything about that white-furred girl you brought along, but I do know you've got some kind of fishy alien on your crew, and probably more. Plus, that ship you came on is different from the one you've used before." "Similar, but different. This one's beaten up." "What have you done to the ship?" "My people are looking at it now. I've got good engineers, you know. They love what they're finding." It sickened Kane to think of these pirates picking apart a Jedi starship. The technology they steal could give them supremacy over the entire Corellian system. "Maybe you could advise us," Claw said thoughtfully. "If you teach us about your tech, maybe even help us build our own, I could make things good for you here." "I'll never join you." "Really?" The claws pressed deeper, piercing Kane's cheek in 2 places. "You and me, all your special powers, we could do great things together." "What powers?" Kane whispered, though even it hurt. "The kind you've used to mess with my pirates for months," Claw snarled. "I really do wonder, you people must have come from far away. You've got supernatural abilities that shouldn't even exist, and what do you do with them? You join the police?" She shook her head in honest confusion. "You think I should be a pirate?" "Pirate?" She snorted foul breath. "If I could do what they say you can, I'd take over the whole damn system. I'd make all 5 worlds my personal playthings. You don't understand us." The claws pressed again, digging into the fresh wound. "If power doesn't entice you, what does? Do you really care?" "I have an inquisitive mind. We serve something greater than ourselves." "A religious type?" Claw sounded disappointed. "Maybe there's something to it in your case. I'll ask the others when they get their turns. Don't hurt them. That depends on whether they cooperate." "The young one, with the white fur, she doesn't even speak your language." "You'll get nothing from her?" "A new recruit, is she? Do feel protective of her. Don't you dare hurt her. If you help us with that ship of yours, I won't. Otherwise," she withdrew the claws, withdrew the pain. "I can make things unpleasant for her. And I'll make sure you get to watch." Kane felt a surge of anger that begged to be used. He reached out with the force, felt the Solonian's windpipe running between shoulders and furry head, and knew it would take just a little effort to snap. But doing that would be surrendering to Bogan, the Force's dark side. He could never call himself a Jedi after that. And more pragmatically, he was surrounded by dozens of pirates. He couldn't force choke them all. So Kane only sat there, sneering at the Solonian pirate. Claw rose, turned for the door, then spun around and kicked Kane hard in the stomach. The Jedi keeled over and fell to the cold metal floor, hacking out coughs. "Think about it hard, my friend," said Claw. "If you don't have a better answer by the time I come back, things are going to be very unpleasant for you all." Then she turned and stalked out of the room. She didn't put Kane's blindfold back on, but there was no need. When the door swung shut, the Jedi was returned to absolute black. Chapter 11. Maelstrom's Eyes. Of all the figures in the Xim mythos, few excite more than Indrexu, warrior queen, mortal enemy, and passionate lover to the great despot. That she is so poorly documented only allows us to instill our own often contradictory ideas of femininity, pride, exoticism, and romance onto her. Yet there is another reason, I believe, that she leaves us captivated. If even a fraction of the stories of her are true, they prove the mighty Xim was human after all. Gorth Knowles, A Review of Literature of the Outer Rim, 15th edition, 345 BBY. At last, war had come to Ranroon. The space around its cool blue and white sphere was hot with explosions, burning thrusters, weaving missiles, trails of shrapnel crisscrossing and dispersing through the void. The Federation and Empire had brought everything they had to this fight. If this was her last battle, Indrexu was determined to die right. She'd had this scenario in her head for years, and as she sat aboard the Stormrider she watching its resolve into horrifying reality. The first Imperials to arrive from Curoin ran right into the mines laid around the expected debarkation point. She would have placed more clouds of ionized shrapnel, but there was no knowing when the enemy would arrive, and the clouds dispersed too quickly. The mines took out 2 Starglaves, a Livian cutter, and 1 Pentacanter. The rest of the Imperial fleet, numbering well over 100 ships, began spreading wide over Ranroon. Indrexu's fleet, huddled relatively close to the planet, was waiting. Soon a dozen different engagements were sparking all around the cold blue sphere. That was only the first stage. Once the Imperials took positions, Indrexu transmitted the tactical data to starships waiting at adjacent encrypted jump beacons. It took a painfully long time for the messages to reach their targets, but the messages flew true. As the Imperial battle groups plunged toward Ranroon, new ships leaped in from behind and attacked. At first it was stunningly effective. The Imperials were burning hard toward the planet, allowing Ranroon's gravity to draw them even faster. When missiles started homing in on their aft, they could barely slow down, let alone turn to face their attackers. The quickest ships to react, including Xim's Scimitar and Kryn's Falchion, cut all thrust and flipped their broadsides toward the onslaught. Less nimble ships, or less nimble commanders, fared worse. An entire cluster of Starglaves was wiped out in one attack. Another Pentacanter was vaporized. The Stormrider's bridge broke out in cheers when 2 Ranroon frigates knocked out Apollo Ream's engines and sent it falling helplessly into the planet's lethal embrace. But the Imperials hadn't conquered known space by being fools. They couldn't locate Indrexu's hidden jump beacons, but they could calculate where the ambushes were coming from. Xim broke his formation and sent groups to each decant point. That was inevitable too, so Indrexu initiated Stage 3. It was 2 easy jumps from the object to Ranroon. The Great Foundry had kept the Federation fighting for 3 years now, and Indrexu had insisted on keeping ships and weapons there in reserve. This was the last battle, and there was no need for that anymore. Fresh-made gunships, shuttles, and pinnaces came out of hyperspace like a torrent. They were easy for the Imperials to spot and intercept. Missiles vaporized many of the new arrivals before they had a chance to return fire, but more ships kept coming. Hardly any had crews. Most were operating as drones like the ones over Curoin, and a few of these were loaded with ionized chaff. Most, however, were packed with explosives. Drone brains were simple and sluggish, and incapable of pulling off complex maneuvers that were required to keep a ship alive in dense combat like this. Thankfully, they made excellent missiles. The first group of Imperial warships to intercept them was vaporized in a minute. The next group understood what was happened and tried to veer away, but couldn't avoid the suicide charge. The explosions were so bright it was like a halo over Ranroon's crown. The other Imperials pulled away. Drone ships gave chase. They were less effective here, but the faster ones still managed crippling collisions. An unmanned pinnace took out an entire polyrene, while smaller impacts crippled a dreadnought and multiple Pentacanters. Once the object finished emptying his belly over Ranroon, Xim's fleet had taken exceptional losses. Over 25% of his attack force was destroyed or damaged beyond use. That was when Xim finally saw fit to call her, ship to ship. The transmission was delayed by 2 seconds and marred by static, but the anger in his voice was clear and beautiful. "They call me ruthless," he growled. "They've clearly never fought you, Queen Indrexu. Those weren't manned ships, Xim. I don't send my people to their deaths just for a distraction. You're fighting to win, as am I. Are you calling to surrender, or is there another point to this conversation? Maybe I wanted to learn if you have more surprises in store. If I did, I'd never tell. Then perhaps I wanted to hear the sound of your voice." What was he getting at? Was this a delaying tactic? You're hearing it now. Is it what you imagined? Better. Thank you for the contest, Majesty. Then the transmission clicked off. Indrexu hadn't announced the call to the bridge, but Miral was looking at her questioningly. Tell all ships to select targets, the Queen said. It's time for a full attack. They were at stage 4 now. It was the last stage, the one Indrexu had hoped to avoid. Stage 4 was a fight to the death. Burning hard against Ranroon's pull, the Federation starships rushed to meet the invaders head-on. While battle closed around Ranroon, a single shuttlecraft, barely big enough to carry a hyperdrive, flashed out of light speed and tumbled inbound. It was so minuscule none of the Imperials bothered to open fire. One little ship, they thought, wasn't worth a missile. Ordinarily, they'd have been correct. This ship's cockpit was packed with the 2 Jedi strapped to their seats in the second row. Hedrix and Prescarn, Human and Sahilindil, flew it with confidence. This was good, because Xim and Ericus had other things to do. Sitting side by side, they reached out to clasp hands and minds. As they'd done on Idux, they let thoughts and sensations flow between them, then outward. They felt the enormity of the battle around Ranroon, every mind, every speck of anger, fear, panic, elation, dread, hate, greed, defiance. They could even mark out Indrexu and Xim, the twin eyes around which the maelstrom churned. It was like what Xim had experienced in her previous battle, but so much more. Everything was deeper and more vivid. This mass of lives did not overwhelm her. Despite the chaos, she could hold it all within her mind, understand it, even command it. Yours the battle is, a presence told them. It was so jarring it nearly broke their meld. Jeddah had said he could join his power to their across so many stars, but it was stunning to experience it. With you I am, he assured. My strength I will lend. And he did. Xim and Ericus had been in tune with the battle before. When Jeddah joined his power, they felt like puppet masters, able to pull every string, every ship, and soul swarming above Ranroon. Possible, all things are. Act and make them so. The Jedi acted. To outward eyes they remained in their seats, eyes closed, motionless. In the Force they were spreading themselves across the vacuum to fill the fire flecked nothing with purpose. Xim touched the hearts of the Federation crew. She told them that their battle had not been in vain, that the lives of their fallen comrades were not wasted, that they would surmount impossible odds and win freedom for their world. Though few, they were noble, and nobility would see them through to victory. She believed it, and they believed it too. The spirits of the Federation crews grew bright. Like their ships, they surged against gravity's pull. Their weapons shot forth, guided by nimble hands and the touch of the Force. Warheads impacted, enemies flared and died, spirits rose higher, ships charged faster. All the Federation soldiers and all their ships, even Indrexu herself, were lifted by Xim in a wave of hope. Ericus touched the minds of Xim's minions and drowned them with despair. It was so easy. He clung to the memory of what had once seemed sure and now was lost. Soren's bright eyes and budding potential, the joyous trials he'd faced as father and teacher, Raina's welcoming warmth. With all of those so vivid in his mind, it was simple to transmit his pain to the Imperial crews. And his pain found resonance with their own, for almost all of them were mourning comrades or loved ones lost in Xim's endless wars. Duty compelled them to bury their spite, but Ericus unearthed it. Resolve faltered beneath so much resurrected pain. Ericus's suffering was in tune with theirs, but it did not move him to empathy. Instead, he shoved them deeper into his bitter vortex. The more vividly he conjured his memories, the more agony he wreaked upon his enemy. The silly pitch of Soren's giggle. Raina's languid, natural ease in 0G. Master Sora's reptilian but gentle eyes, framed by cobalt blue. Small hands, tiny fingers, tiny feet. Hot breath. Bodies clasped and weightless, the alien face of his father and human eyes of his son. All lost. They were a well of pain he could draw on forever, and draw he did. Draw and draw and draw, and every bit of it was dumped into the Empire's heart. Ships burned, spirits collapsed. Some even let themselves be overtaken and vaporized by Federation missiles. Ericus felt lives wink out and barely cared. There was little barrier between him and the enemy. They were joined in despair. Only one mind defied him. Though increasingly frantic and angry, it refused to be crushed. Only Xim could be so adamant as to defy the Force's command. Ericus concentrated and tried to break that spirit, but the Despot was adamant. It buckled, Ericus could feel it, but it refused to break. All right, this is, Jeddah soothed him. Wonders you have work today, my student. And he was right. because against the Empire's collapse and the Federation's rise, Xim was only one man. And for the first time in his decades of conquest, one man was not enough. Indrexu had no idea what was happening, but she was elated. The fierce, unified push from her fleets had not only stopped the onslaught but reversed it. Now Xim's mighty ships, from the thunderous Thanian polyremes to the formerly fearless Argaean corsairs, had shattered formation and were running from the planet. Xim was good at traps, but there was no way he could have arranged this collapse, so she ordered her ships to pursue targets of opportunity. To the Storm Rider's crew she gave a special command: chase Xim. The scimitar held its ground even when its support ships began to turn away, and it only joined the retreat when the Storm Rider drew near to firing range. The dreadnought was powerful, but sluggish compared to Indrexu's maneuver, and she ordered her crew to give chase. If Xim caught up with the rest of his fleet, he'd be too protected, but here, at last, after so many battles and close calls, he was vulnerable. She was seriously considering hailing the scimitar to gloat when comms announced another call. It's from a shuttle, Majesty. ID code 75 Alpha 9 Gamma. They're requesting you personally. Lieutenant, this isn't the time, she caught herself. She knew that code, but in the heat of battle couldn't remember why. And then it clicked. Lieutenant put her on. Then her ear buzzed with a voice she hadn't expected to hear again. Majesty, this is Essen. The Queen was elated, but there was no time to chat. She asked, was this you? Yes. And your comrade, is he with you too? Again, yes. The power of these magicians was terrifying. She understood why Xim hunted them and counted herself lucky they were on her side. You have my eternal gratitude, she said, and we will talk more later. But please excuse me, I have a despot to kill. She immediately closed the link and barked, weapons. Can we lock on the scimitar? We've got his heat signal, the officer replied. We're almost in missile range. He's pumping out lots of chaff and lasers, Majesty, Miral warned, and he's got pentacounters closing around him. Pentacounters and more. Indrexu looked at the tactical screen and saw a flock of Cronese harpists and battlebirds drawing close as well. The Imperials might have given up their attack, but they hadn't given up their emperor. A damn shame. When the Storm Rider got in range, she let loose with everything she had. The explosive launch of so many missiles kicked back against their acceleration, slowing them down despite the blazing engines. She watched the volley approach Xim's ship breathlessly, and gasped when the first warhead slipped through his lasers and seemed to detonate on his aft. But it was the only impact. Most missiles were caught by the chaff. Two were distracted by the heat flare of a passing battlebird and slammed into it instead, scoring a useless kill. The Imperials drew a protective circle around the scimitar, but her side hadn't given up either. Maybe Essen's magic was still working, or maybe her officers were keener than she dreamed, because a flock of Ranroon and Utusky warships had converged around her. The battered Federation and Imperial battle groups faced off at the outer edge of Ranroon's debris-choked gravity well. Xim could run, and he'd probably escape before Indrexu caught him, but it would take him a long time to regroup, and he might not even get that chance. He had to be acutely aware that he'd ousted his own father after a failed offensive, and the object would keep pumping out warships for Indrexu's side. Scimitar and Storm Rider stared each other down across the void until the former blared a hail. Though she was anxious, Indrexu made him wait almost a minute before she opened the channel. She said, I am ready to accept your surrender. I do not surrender. Xim's voice was rasping angry. Then run, Xim. Run back to Desevero and plot your next campaign, if you have anyone left who will fight for you. How did you do it? He demanded. Was it the old magic? Is the Red Witch with you? So he knew. I defeated you today, Xim. No one else. That's a lie. You had help, and I am not defeated. You can't win either, not today. Run or flee. Those are your options. No, he said. There's one more. Wearily she asked, what? I want to negotiate a truce. A ceasefire. To buy yourself time, you mean? No, a permanent truce. And I want it negotiated in person. You're being absurd. You have my absolute word. I am willing to accept the independence of your world, so long as you sit down with me and bargain face to face. Xim was good at traps, but she'd never heard of him pulling one like this. I don't trust you, she said plainly. I trust you, Majesty, to ensure the long-term survival of Ranroon and the only way you can do that is by striking in the court. You know this. Even if I leave today, I will be back. Was he that afraid of treason back home? Indrexu hesitated. Give me 1 minute to consider my reply. Without waiting, she closed the link, then hailed Essen. As soon as the channel opened, she said, Xim is proposing we meet to discuss a truce. What is he planning? The witch was uncertain. It's difficult to peer into his mind. Tell me, where's the trap? Heartbeats pounded past. We sense none, Majesty. As best as we can tell, Xim seems sincere. Maybe he really did want to strike a truce. It would be better to bring one back to Desevro than an outright defeat. And she admitted truth in his words. Assuming Xim survived this loss, he'd be back, and he'd come again and again until he claimed Ranroon. A pact was the surest way to ensure the survival of her planet, and wasn't that her goal all along? She told herself that, but she felt deflated. This was not the pure triumph she'd hoped for. Indrexu reopened the link to the scimitar. Are you still there? Of course. I accept your proposal, so long you're willing to meet me aboard the Stormrider. I am, as long as you're willing to bring your ship to the hole in my formation, which is currently opening. She looked at the screen and saw his front line shifting. A gap between pentacounters was opening up, big enough for her manowar to enter, though as soon as she did, she'd be surrounded. I'm not handing myself over to you, she said. I know. I will depart the scimitar and take a shuttle into the clearing. If you fire on it, you will be destroyed. If any of my ships fire on you, I'm sure your gunners will be able to vaporize me before dying themselves. Is this assured destruction mutual enough for you? How will I know you're on the shuttle? I'd be happy to hail you directly from it once I'm in position. What in the devil was he playing at? Indrexu felt compelled to play along, just to learn the truth. And, she admitted, she wanted to look her enemy in the eye. Agreed, she said, but I'm only bringing the Stormrider ahead once you're in the gap. Then I'll prepare my shuttle. And there's one more thing. What? Bring the Red Witch with you? The Stormrider's crew had hastily prepared his mess hall for something historic. All tables except one were folded into the walls, and banners with the Federation's crescent icon and Ranroon's leaping well had been draped over food and drink dispensaries. What remained looked stark rather than august. One steel table a meter wide and 4 long standing in the center. There were no chairs. Indrexu was at the table's head, facing the door through which Xim would arrive. Essen stood beside her, and though the Queen's face was stoic, her emotions boiled. With the Jedi's help, she'd won a victory, but she didn't know if she'd saved her world or doomed it. Essen tried to soothe her, but without Ericus and Jeddah to help, she still wasn't adept at working others' emotions. And, she supposed, Indrexu's anxiety might prove vital in the coming minutes. Mortal combat was over, but this was still a battle. The mess hall's intercom buzzed, and Essen recognized the voice of Indrexu's captain of the guard. Majesty, said Venta, Xim's shuttle is coming into dock. You're sure he's aboard? He sent his comm signal, which was no guarantee. Indrexu looked to Essen, and, understanding, the Jedi reached out with the Force. After facing him twice, she'd come to recognize Xim was a steady beacon of willpower. That beacon was close. She gave the Queen a nod. Permit him to dock, Indrexu said. Escort him directly to me? His guards may come too, but only he is allowed into this chamber. Should we strip them of weapons? Do it. The intercom clicked off. Indrexu asked Essen, you really sensed him, didn't you? He has a strong presence. I see. And do I have a strong presence? She wasn't fishing for compliments. She was genuinely curious about the extent of Essen's powers. Curious, and also cautious. Essen felt Indrexu judging her, weighing whether she could one day become a threat. Essen didn't hold it against her. It was a fair question to ask. You do? Essen allowed. Indeed, the Queen's presence was much like Xim's. It blazed from a hard core of ego and extended to all the people around her. It reveled in power, competition, even violence. Essen wasn't sure whether she liked Indrexu, but that didn't matter. No one else could have held the Federation's battered remnant together and fought Xim to a standstill. She was the leader history needed. Venta called again to say Xim was aboard and on his way. Minutes later, the mess hall entrance swung open. Standing in the threshold was an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man with short brown hair and a pale, narrow face. But in the Force, he was a Nova. He crossed into the hall with clean, quick steps, straight to the opposite end of the mess table. The door closed behind him, sealing the three of them in the room. Xim stared at them, and they stared at Xim, all silent. The moment seemed to last forever. Then Xim's lips twitched to a tiny smile. "Queen Indrexu," he said, "I'm pleased to meet you at last." Was it mockery? Essen couldn't tell. Indrexu nodded. "Xim, son of Zair, you will be safe aboard my ship for the duration of this parley." "Very good." His eyes drifted over Essen slowly, taking in every ridge and curve of her scarlet face, the shape of the body beneath her brown tunic. He walked to one side, crossing closer, examining her from the side. Essen did not turn to face him. "Incredible," he said, voice soft with awe. "You really are her. I've spent all my life looking for what remains of the old magic, and now you stand in front of me. Would you like proof?" she asked without looking at him. "A demonstration. I just received one." His voice darkened. "And I've watched the recordings of you from Abrixen many, many times. I would have been there myself, but I was waylaid. I've regretted that." His probing gaze and the memory of torture raised a shudder. She still didn't meet his eye. "What is your name?" he asked. She waited for Indrexu to interject. When the queen did not, she said, "I am Essen. And where do you come from?" "Very far away." "What do your people call themselves?" "My race is called Sith." "Not your species." "You magicians." They were in Abrixen too. A human, a beast with 6 limbs, a tyrant with a glowing sword, all using the same power. "We call ourselves Jedi." "Jedi?" Xim repeated with reverence. "What does it mean?" "You requested negotiations with me, did you not?" Indrexu said. But Xim pressed Essen. "Where are the other Jedi?" "Not here," she said. And it was true. Ericus had left the system to see the object. Talayak and Shin were much further away. To her surprise, Xim accepted that. He walked back to the opposite end of the table and resumed his place there. Distance did not make him less threatening. Indrexu said, "You claimed you'd recognize the freedom of my world if we met face to face. State your demands." "I'm not demanding anything. As I said, this is a negotiation, and I believe it can benefit us both. I am willing to recognize your rule over Ranroon. Further, I'm willing to grant your sovereignty over every world you've claimed since the fall of Udusk. That includes Curoin, where I currently hold some 45,000 of your troops captive." Indrexu snorted. "I was wondering when you were going to get to that. I'm not using them as hostages, simply stating a fact. Many of your soldiers kept fighting even after your fleet left. It's to your credit how many are willing to die for you." Indrexu wasn't distracted by flattery. "You offered to give up everything you'd gained over the past 3 months. What could I possibly give you in return that would justify that?" "3 things. Xim held up one finger. "First, I want your Star Forge." "Excuse me?" "The means through which you've been pumping out new ships so fast you don't even have pilots to fly them. For years my strategists have been trying to figure out why the Federation's output far outstrips our estimates. They suggested you have a hidden planet tucked away where you've been building ships, but that would require moving massive amounts of raw material and industrial equipment. We could never spot the supply lines. But I have studied the tyrants intensely. I've collected and translated their texts from before the liberation. I know they built massive objects they call Star Forges, which pulled raw material from the very hearts of suns to construct endless fleets for conquest. And I know the tyrants kept one in the Tion to keep us pesky humans down." Xim's smile was tight. All this time he'd known more about the object than they did. He might even be able to resurrect his full abilities. The thought terrified Essen. The Rakata had made the object to mass-produce evil on a horrifying scale, and Xim might do the same. Before Indrexu could find an answer, Essen snapped, "We destroyed the object rather than let you have it." The queen added, "I am not handing over my world's best defense just so you can turn it against me." Xim's smile didn't drop. "I wouldn't turn it against you. I need that Star Forge. The survival of humanity may depend on it." "Of your empire," Indrexu scoffed. "Both." His smile became a scowl. "On the far side of known space, beyond what we call the expansion zone, there is another empire just as great as mine, if not greater. These aliens have enslaved many races and would happily devour ours. I've exhausted my fleet and my coffers fighting you. If we're to stand against the Hutts, I need your Star Forge." Was it true? Kroller had mentioned something happened past the expansion region, and apparently Vadis was swept up in it. For the first time, Essen's will began to falter. But Indrexu was firm. We'll never give you tools to wage another war, Xim. Perhaps you should try negotiating with these huts instead of conquering them. It's a novel idea, but it can get results. I will negotiate, but only from a position of strength. If talks fail, I must be ready for war. Which leads me to my second request. We are not giving you weapons, Essen warned. I wasn't going to ask for weapons, unless you count yourself as one. Essen's mind refused to process what she'd heard. Indrexu said, "You are not taking her from me. I never intended to." He leaned forward and planted fists on the tabletop. Despite the distance, his eyes bored into Essen. "What do you want? Which? You vanished for years, only to appear at Indrexu's side at the last months of a long and brutal war. What were you doing before you arrived to turn the tide?" "It's not simple," she said. "Jedi are not warriors. Yet you're quite talented at war. And killing my men. We are not soldiers. We ended the fight out there not with missiles or bombs, but by convincing both sides to stop." She realized she'd slipped by saying we, but Xim ignored it. "You affected my men's minds and broke their will to fight. It was extraordinary, and it's exactly the tool that can save us from the huts. So you can slaughter them instead. You think I'm a wanton butcher? I am not. I've only done what was necessary to unify humanity, as we've not been since the time of the tyrants." "The only thing unifying us was the tyrants," said Indrexu. "Exactly." Xim pounded the table. "For 500 years we battled each other, and only one man was strong enough to end the strife. Me. You ended it through conquest. And is there any other way? Tell me, is there?" He was looking at Indrexu now. "Be honest. You are a ruler of women and men. You know their hearts. Humans are beasts and rulers must be a whip to tame them. If you're a whip, what do you need me for?" asked Essen. "A whip is not enough. Because you're right, both of you. Unification came at too high a price. Now I need to protect mankind from the huts and whatever other menaces are out there. You won't be destroying lives, which you'll be saving them." It was an argument Essen wanted to believe, and she wished it had come from any other mouth than his. Squinting into his blazing self with the force, she saw stunning honesty. Indrexu said, "You claimed you wouldn't take her from me." "Explain." "Well, that is my third request, except this one is a demand. If you want to save your worlds, Indrexu, you must agree?" She repeated, "Explain." "This witch, and I hope her allies, would be ours to share, just as we share the worlds of my empire. You can't mean—" "I do." He stood straight, arms at his sides. A tiny pleading creak entered his voice. "You are a queen. I need you to be my empress." Her jaw dropped. "That's absurd. After all my people you've killed, all the worlds you've taken, I could never be your wife." She had to spit out the last word. "Alliances are often sealed with marriages," Xim said. "Let the unification of humanity be accomplished with the greatest marriage. Indrexu, you've been the most formidable enemy I have ever faced. It's been an honor to battle you. Now I require the honor of your hand." "That's absurd," she repeated, but she did not turn to go. Her initial revulsion was already fading as she calculated the practicalities of the situation. Essen could see it on her face and feel it in the force. "It's not absurd," Xim insisted. "In fact, I'm being generous. Your worlds will remain yours to rule and yours alone, but your authority will stretch over all known space. From the gardens of Raxus to the seas of Ranroon, the towers of Decevero, and the yards of Barraker, all of it will be yours. I've never wanted to be an empress, but you lift a command. Don't deny it." Indrexu stared at the table, into his smooth steel face and her futures. Essen, she couldn't think of what to say. If Xim was honest in his offer, and she felt that he was, then it was better than Indrexu could have hoped for. "I can be a patient man," Xim said, "but these are not normal circumstances. Indrexu, do you wish to end the war between your kingdom and my empire? That is what I'm offering." She looked up at him. "What about your armies? Your fleets? Your war robots and your Geno-Heridan police? I will share all of them with you, as long as I share my Star Forge and my witch." "That's right." His eyes shifted to Essen. "I must have your agreement as well." Xim was offering a way to end this war and perhaps, just perhaps, prevent another one. The Jedi in her revolted. This man had slaughtered millions and he craved the Rakata's power. Could he touch the Force, he would surely be a whirlwind of darkness. But despite everything, Xim was only a man. Essen wavered, but Indrexu said, I will not give you Essen and the object. Xim smiled tightly. You seek leverage. Perhaps a weapon to turn against me if our partnership sours. Yes. And because I don't trust you with their power. Before Xim could make his choice, Essen said, let it be me. Both of them stared at her. She pressed. We will not let you have the power of the object. It's too great a weapon. I can lend my power to yours, but only if it's to prevent slaughter. I'll never aid you in conquest. Never. She'd expected some cold-eyed, hard-voiced argument, but Xim simply nodded. That is acceptable. And if the situation becomes dire, I hope you will reconsider your boundaries. If the situation did, she just might. But she would never tell Xim that. The three of them stared across the table. No one moved. No one spoke. No oaths had been sworn. No promises said. But they didn't have to be. Eventually Xim said, this is a turning point. Mankind will change because of what just happened here. His tone was truly pious. But Indrexu remained skeptical. Will there be a ceremony for this historic event? Naturally. A marriage and a coronation. Will this be at your palace on Desevro? The original at Arge? Or one of your other ones? Xim smiled tolerantly. You will find I can be a generous husband. Queen Indrexu, I leave that choice entirely to you. After spending so long weighted by Kenton's literal and metaphorical gravity, it felt almost liberating to be loosed into 0G. Almost, but not quite. As they waited at the deep space rendezvous point where they were supposed to meet Yabik, Vreshen, and the stolen hut for Lucca, Vadas felt heavy claim him. After the theft of the courier, after killing a weak way to do it, stabbing him repeatedly in the chest until he fell, Vadas had felt like he was adrift within a dream. But now that he had nothing to do but wait, reality solidified around him. He no longer flowed anywhere. He just waited between the cold, hard bulkheads of Morguk's ship. It was a long wait, inexplicably long, and it started to worry him. But there was nothing he could do, not about the courier, not about anything. He drifted inside the drifting ship and reflected. He killed so easily. Even now he couldn't summon regret for it. At the moment it had felt like striking back at Kator's killers and gaining a speck of justice. In retrospect it still seemed necessary. If he'd not attacked that guard, both he and Yabik would be dead, the mission scuttled, possibly Morguk would be dead as well. Had his father ever killed anyone? He didn't know. He knew for a fact the Jedi had killed. They probably didn't even count the number of Xim's troops they cut down on Abrixen all those years ago. Essen, who decided to join Indrexu's battle, had probably killed more recently. He ached to talk to her more than anyone. Essen could tell him what it felt like to kill and kill again, how she justified it and lived with it. He also wanted to ask her what she would do if she found the planet her race had come from. Her situation was different, of course, but she was still in exile, the only one of her kind in a region teeming with humans. She alone understood his solitude. While he was endlessly pondering these things near the ship's rear engineering section, Morguk's mighty form drifted down the corridor toward him. The Kajansa pushed himself along the metal walls with surprising softness. Do you need something? Vadas asked, gesturing aft. Only you, Morguk said. Why? Has the courier shown up? Not yet. What's taking them so long? Yabik warned me he was going to bring the ship to engineers who will help analyze it. When we get his signal, we'll know if he is coming to us, or if we're to come to him. You don't know where these engineers are. Our operations rely on secrecy. Otherwise, the Hutts could force one to betray all. Fair enough, but Vada still didn't like it. Irritably he asked, why did you come back here? For you, as I said. But why me? I'm not important. Every Nikto who is brave enough to fight our enslavers is important, and you are more important than most. You've lived among the stars that frighten the others. I'm just used to them. You know peoples, worlds, technologies the rest of us do not. You are invaluable, Vadas. Is that why you had Vreshen recruit me? Yes, he said plainly. He could have asked about Kator but didn't. It would invite pain and unpredictable emotions. Yet Morguk said, we sought your brother as well. He could have been a great ally. Bile rose in Vadas's throat. He looked away. The warrior continued, loss drives us all. It is the great motivator. Vreshen lost a clanmate to the Hutts. Einer's parents died for Indrexu. Pelik. Who did you lose? He looked up. Morguk held his eyes. The huge, weightless warrior said, My father was one of the highest priests in the Kajanta Desert. Hundreds died beneath his knife. And if you recall, the priesthood was hereditary. Hoarsely, Vadas asked, "Did you marry you?" "I never shed blood for Indrexu. I fled the day before my ordination and became an outlaw." After a tiny pause, he added, "Before running, I slew my father. His was the first life I ever took." Vadas had thought his own suffering was deep. He couldn't imagine what Morguk had lived with for decades. He felt he should say something, so he fell back on that empty platitude humans muttered to each other when no truth would do, the one he'd whispered to his brother's corpse. "I'm sorry. I am not," Morguk said. The old priests were correct in one thing. Nothing sanctifies like blood. Vadas had no response, and Morguk had nothing more to add. Nimble despite his size, the warrior pushed off the wall and drifted away. Minister Rasu and President Jelister weren't happy when Indrexu returned to Ranroon and told them of the deal she'd struck, but she hadn't expected them to be. "This is completely outrageous. The people won't stand for it," Rasu insisted when they cornered her in the White Wall Palace along with Admiral Minask. "The people will be relieved the war is over," Indrexu said. "As should you all. You cannot trust Xim," Rasu insisted. "If you want to know the level of perfidy he's capable of, ask the survivors from Santasa." It was still unclear who had destroyed the station, but she chose not to remind him of that. "Essen assures me he is telling the truth, at least in this." "Yes. Your pocket witch," Jelister said. "You still don't know she's not Xim's agent, and this isn't part of one long scheme. Without my pocket witch, Ranroon would have been overrun or destroyed. You all owe her your lives." "I know where my debts are," the president said darkly. "A shame she couldn't have helped us at Kuroin." "Are you Dusk?" "Yes, it is. But she is here now, to help in ways only she can." "And where is she, exactly?" asked Jelister. Indrexu said nothing. He shifted to Minask, who was also silent. "Keep your secrets then," the president said bitterly. "You say Xim's agreed to give you back Kuroin and the Dorento, and pull out of all other contested systems. Has that happened yet?" "Early reports confirm withdrawals," said Minask. "He's also released the survivors from Kuroin. Pity there were so few of them. What I want to know is, when will Xim pull out of my world?" This was going to be the worst part. Indrexu hated having to defend a deal she didn't like herself, but if she yielded, the whole arrangement could collapse back into war. One Ranroon still had poor hopes of winning. A blaze of glory no longer appealed to her as it once had. "I tried to negotiate, but Xim was insistent he retain you, Dusk. He has, however, offered you the chance to return to your world and resume your old position as Xim's puppet." "Never. Dusk is my world." Jelister thumbed his chest. "I didn't march in with war robots, and I didn't inherit it either. I was rightfully elected by his people." Indrexu ignored the faint jab. "Your people have peace because of this deal. I promise, once I'm partnered with Xim, I'll exert every pressure on Dusk's behalf. And on yours." "Yes, partnered. And how equal a partnership do you think that will be? You own a dozen worlds. Xim was hundreds. He's agreed that I will share authority in his realm, and leave Ranroon to you. Why would he possibly agree to that?" "Perhaps," Minask suggested, "he has enemies in his own camp he needs help purging." "He said nothing about that, but I've considered the possibility," said Indrexu. "Political marriages aren't rare. A few Ranroon queens married Utusky kings, back when you had kings. It's how our worlds became allies." "That was different," Jelister insisted. "That was an alliance between equals, after centuries of bad blood. It's still not equitable." The president looked to Rasu for support. "Can you please explain to your queen that she's setting herself up for disaster? I think it's suspicious for the opposite reason." Rasu looked square at Indrexu. "Xim gains our handful of worlds, and your hand in marriage." "What else?" "The object. I've already told you, I'm not handing the object over to him." Minask warned, "Based on our maneuvers in the last battle, he may be able to deduce its location." "I know. That's why I've instructed our engineers to find a way to move it if they can, in addition to producing more ships. It will take time to replenish what we've lost." "I know, but there's still 10 days until the ceremony." She couldn't call it a wedding. "Even that will help." "Which brings us back to my question," insisted Rasu. "If you're not giving Xim the object, then what?" "Perhaps he's under political pressure to end the war immediately, Minask offered. Look what happened when his father couldn't conquer the lead. No, I can't believe that's all. Neither can I, Jellister said, and both men fixed eyes on Indrexu. She direly hoped to avoid this, but there seemed no choice. She said, Essen will be lending some her talents in the future. They nearly exploded. That's madness. Jellister said. You can't just give her away. Indrexu cocked a brow. If she was Xim's agent, as you've suggested, wouldn't he command her anyway? And I am not giving her away. We have agreed to make shared use of her abilities. And what does that mean? Rasu's voice was arch. You take her 1 week, Xim gets her the next. We've yet to work out details, Indrexu admitted. Xim insists, and Essen believes him, that there is an alien empire on the opposite side of the known space. If things go poorly, there could be a greater war than anything we've even seen. Just when I thought this couldn't get any worse, moaned Jellister. Are you saying you've enlisted us for an apocalypse? Essen will do anything to prevent that war. The best way to do that might be at Xim's side. And for that you give up Ranroon the same way you gave up Udusk. Unbelievable. Jellister shook his head in disgust. If that's the fate you want, you're welcome to it. He stormed for the door. Rasu was fast on his heels. President Jellister. Minister Rasu. She barked their names, commanding them to a halt. I pledged us all to this deal because it is our best hope, not just for peace but for survival. I need you to understand that and support it. Rasu scowled but gave a reluctant nod. Jellister, though, fixed Indrexu with a look of pure spite. You've let my world down. I cannot forget that. Will you accept it for now? He swallowed. You leave me no choice? He turned and left. Rasu followed, avoiding her eyes. Minask gave her queen a tiny affirming nod, then joined them. Her study became quiet. Indrexu, suddenly drained, wavered on her feet. Outside the frosted window, snow was falling on Ranroon's jagged coast. When the door clicked open next, Venta stepped through. The captain said, I could hear some of that from outside. They did not take it well, Indrexu said wearily. Will they? Comply, Majesty. Jellister seems to think he has no choice. She crossed her arms. Which is correct, because none of us do. Venta frowned. Is that really true? When we fought them back from Ranroon, we all thought, that we freed our world for a generation. Now it seems. She trailed off. Indrexu asked, do you believe I've sold us out? Because she needed to know. Venta was her loyal guard, her cousin. Her opinion meant more than anyone's. I won't say that. And I know it's not easy for you. To have to marry that monster? Venta shuddered. Does Xim expect an heir? She cringed. He hasn't mentioned one way or the other. Maybe what he did to his own father will make him think twice about having kids. I hope so. The two women looked at the window at the peaceful snow. Softly Venta said, I wish there was some other way, Majesty. There isn't. And perhaps it should have happened sooner. Many more lives would have been saved. The captain's expression hardened. Better to die fighting than sell our souls to a despot. But it simply wasn't true. Indrexu hoped Venta and many others would come to terms with the bargain. One day she might even accept it herself. Essen described being inside the object, which his makers had called a star forge, as like being inside a great beast. The object's staggering size alone made it apt. Even the most minor corridor felt like a gigantic throat ready to swallow. But what really drove it home was the hunger he felt in the Force. This forge was meant to consume, and if what Essen had said was true, it consumed the fire of a sun. It seemed impossible. Ericus had never heard of the Rakata having such technology, but he'd never been an expert on their thankfully extinct empire. Outrageous as it was, it explained the smoldering core from which the object drew its power. It was building ships with the building blocks of the cosmos. Per Indrexu's request, all priority now was on finding a way to move the object under its own power. Engineers had been trying to do that for decades, but the task had acquired a new urgency. Ericus helped them as much as he could, and so did Prescarn, Tampers, Hedrix, and the others who'd come from Idux. He couldn't do much, but Ericus would rather rack his brain for knowledge of Rakatan tech than dwell on everything behind him. All the while he could feel the star forge around him, pulsing in the Force. There was nothing in this object that was alive, nor did it seem to have any sentient computer core, though he'd heard such things existed. How, then, was the Force imbued in this machine? He wished he could ask Jedor. His teacher hadn't reached out to him since the battle, and Ericus had the irrational worry that some disaster had befallen Jedi Order, simply because it came to everyone in his life. Well, not every last one. When Essen arrived, he left the engineers to their task and hurried to the docking area at the outer edge of the object. Given his mammoth size, Essen met him halfway, inside one of those cyclopean corridors. "How's the Queen?" he asked. "She's still trying to grasp the situation, just like the rest of us." Then, yes. She looked around the corridor. "Your thoughts?" "Impressive. And terrifying. Do you feel it in the Force?" "It's like this, hunger. Now we know what it hungers for, the heart of a star. The scientists think it drifted here from an uninhabited system centuries ago. It probably used that sun to draw energy, and it turned that energy into a Rakuten war fleet. Tell me Xim won't get his hands on it. We'll see to that, together." "Are they making progress?" "I think so. What they really need is a Jedi who knows all about ancient Rakuten tech. Wasn't there a master on Shikakwa like that?" she thought. "Master Kane, I think. A Zabrak. I never knew him." "Neither did I, but we could use him right now. They'll have to make do with us." Ericus nodded but said nothing more. Essen asked, "How are you doing, Ericus?" He looked away. "It's better if I keep busy." One day the distractions would run out and all of it would overwhelm him, but he needed to keep moving. It felt like he was trying to outrun an ever-rising flood. When it did catch up with him, he'd drown. Essen had her own experience with grief and self-blame. She might have offered words of solace, but instead asked, "Have you had any more contact with Jedi?" "No." "You?" "No." A tiny pause. "Have you messaged Santasa?" Even the name was painful. "I think it's better if they stay away from this." "Stay away from him?" Essen frowned. "You swore you weren't going to abandon them?" "What happened?" "I want to keep them safe. This could be next in line of fire. Xim will not find this place, and even if he does, he'll want it intact. And I think, for now, he has other concerns." Ericus tried to change the subject. "You mean his royal wedding?" It still seemed unbelievable. "I have to ask, what is Xim like?" It was an aching question. That single syllable had reverberated through his life for the past 6 years, but he had nothing solid to attach it to. All he really knew about the Conqueror was his blazing determination in the Force. He was difficult to read, Essen admitted. He was hard. Fierce. I can't tell how much he cares about the people he rules or even what he really wants. She tilted her head. "But that is changing the subject. You can't blame me for trying. Do you really think I should bring Raina here? I imagine Crawler will want to come too." "What, yes. Less for their sakes than for yours. You love Raina, don't you?" "Yes," he said, "but I'm not sure she still loves me." "I'm certain she does. Get that from the Force, did you? I know Raina, and I know you. And I know you are better with each other than without." He couldn't believe he was hearing this. "You used to tell me getting attached made me weak." "I never said that." "Fine, Jedi did. You just thought it." "Well, you were right, weren't you? I hurt myself and her." And Soren, he shook his head. "I should just focus on this thing for now." "You shouldn't," Essen said, tone firm but voice creaking. "I have lost someone before, and I cut myself off from everything except the Force, because I thought that would be enough. It isn't." Her grief cooled his anger. "Even if I sent to her, there's no guarantee she'd come. In that case, you'd be free to devote yourself to this place. And if she does, you can pick up the pieces." Damn her logic. Ericus admitted that he did want to see Raina. He craved to stay with her, rejuvenate their love, and protect her from all that could hurt her. He even wanted to see Crawler again. Yet the memory of Soren would always be there, an agony that lay inside every joy like a trap waiting to close. He tried one last escape. "Do you think they'll let me send a message? They're trying to keep this place secure after all. They won't like it, but they will. We're their miracle workers, Ericus. I think they'd give us just about anything." There was no brag in her voice. Rather, it was the same heavy, almost crushing responsibility Jedi spoke of. It weighed on Ericus too, and once he might have run from it into Raina's and Soren's arms. Now he'd have to shoulder that weight without shrugging, to ache and suffer for it. Because that, he'd painfully learned, was what the Force required of him. Inside the gravity scorn, Raina could almost pretend she was turning back time. She could go down the gantry, stepped through the hatch, for they were still docked at Santas's groundside port, and grabbed hold of the ladder running through the standing ship's spine. She could clamber down to her cabin, where dangling straps around her bed hung ready to secure her sleep during long zero-G flights. If she went up, she could go into the cockpit and lay in her old chair at the comm station. She could pretend she and her father were plying the stars all by themselves, like they had when she was little. Ericus and Soren were gone. Essen too. Even Vadas had left them. She was irrationally certain he was never coming back either. How fast they'd all gone away. It like somebody had opened up a trapdoor and all her life, what she thought was her life, fell out from under her. She wanted to fire up the gravity, rocket away from Santasa, and spend an indeterminate future drifting among the stars, but her father insisted they stay here and help Melanster. Help him with what? She couldn't understand. That man had lost everything too. One day Crawler would accept that and fly away from here. Until then, Raina loitered in the silent cockpit, waiting for him. She was laying back in her chair, head twisted to watch a leaden sky through the cockpit window, when the message came in. She didn't recognize the sender or location, but when the screen flicked on, Ericus's face wrenched her heart. Speaking directly at the camera, her husband said, "Raina, I hope you get this message. I want you to know that Essen and I are both all right. If you haven't heard, the battle at Ranroon ended in a truce. We used the Force to do that, me, Essen, and our teacher Jetter." He wasn't bragging, but he did sound relieved. Raina discovered she was too. They still have to seal the deal. That means Indrexu's going to marry Xim. I know, nobody can believe it. Essen has to be there because Xim knows about her and requested it, but he doesn't know anything about me. I'm not even on Ranroon right now. I'm at a special location. He leaned closer to the camera. I'm patching in the ID key for a very special nav buoy chain. If you lock onto the signal, you and the gravity can get here. Raina, I think you should come. There's so much we have to talk about. And, he hesitated, looked away, then back again. I need you, Raina. Please follow the beacons to me. Xim doesn't know about this place. You'll be safe here. Bring your father too, and Vadas if he's shown up. Fat chance, thought Raina. Eric has leaned away from the screen. I love you, and I still want to be together. Come to me, please. And if you decide not to, that's your right. But please tell me if that's what you choose, just so I can know you're all right. I love, he repeated. I hope I see you soon. The recording winked off. Raina stared at her reflection in the black screen, trying to find feeling. She decided she wanted to be with Ericus again, to touch him and taste him and feel the strength of his arms so she could pretend the galaxy wasn't a merciless place. If they both tried hard, they might even believe that lie. And it would be nice to believe. Still watching her dim reflection, Raina turned on the comm and patched in a short-range call to her father to tell him that the time had come to leave. Zer had been on edge ever since the visit by Thane and Vardok, sleeping even worse than usual as he waited for them to liberate him from captivity. But instead he got Xim. He tried to hide his disappointment as his son walked into the living room looking as confident as ever. His visitors had told him that the campaigns against Indrexu were struggling. If Xim was back, it meant he'd either made his conquest or had failed, and was good at covering it. Good morning, father, Xim said easily. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It was, in fact. Warm but not hot, humid but not damp. A good, bright, lazy day? Summer on Decevro, as he'd finally learned, was lovely. I've seen better, and I've seen worse, Zer said. He didn't rise from his reclining chair, where he'd been reading an old book on military history. Xim glanced at the pages. Are you feeling nostalgic? It happens to the best of us as we age. Zer closed the book in his lap. Even you, I'd imagine. Not me, Xim shook his head. I'm looking to the future. Zer did his best plain long voice. And what future exactly? Tell me, have you bested that queen yet? In one way, yes. In another, she's bested me. He said it with a smile. A possibility occurred to Zer, but it was too preposterous. Don't keep me in suspense. It seems like you've come here to brag. Is she dead, locked up, or still lording over her world? None of the above. Xim clasped hands behind his back, stood straight. We've reached an accord. He wouldn't look so happy about a peace treaty. But still, it seems so ridiculous. Out with it, boy. Indrexu has agreed to become my empress, Xim said with barely concealed pride. We will be wed in 10 days in the White Wall Palace of Ranroon. You're serious? Xer gaped. It will be both a wedding and coronation ceremony. Indrexu will be crowned Empress of Mankind, as befitting the ruler of all human worlds of known space. Aside from strays here and there, Xer said under his breath. Xim ignored him. I will also be receiving a new title. You'll be Emperor of Mankind now. It sounds like you've hit your limit. Xer said it with bitterness, but a part of him marveled. His son, the sullen, taciturn, incomprehensible child of his loins, had actually done the impossible. How strange it was to hate your son, but also be proud of him. Not just Emperor of Mankind, Xim corrected. I will be claiming a new rank, one not used since before the liberation. The title is Ruler of All, or in the tyrant's tongue, Derrida. He seemed to savor each syllable. You're stealing tyrant's titles now. Don't you think that will upset a few people? My empire will resurrect the best of the tyrants while doing away with their worst. And what does that mean? The old magic, father. I found it and it will be mine. They'd had conversations over the years about the tyrants and the supposed powers they'd use to rule mankind. Xer was skeptical of anything he couldn't hold in his hand, but Xim really believed the old tales. It occurred to him that his son might be mad, not triumphant. Or both? Either way, he had a feeling Thane and Vardock wouldn't be pleased with this new development. If Xim was taking Indrexu as an equal partner, their power was sure to wane. And they'd already come too far, collaborating with that rat Ossus in their treason. They'd not back down. They'd move, and before Xim sealed his union with Indrexu, which meant Xer had to be ready for anything. Are you happy for me, father? Asked Xim, or has something else caught your attention? He roused a dry laugh. Call me skeptical boy. Conquering known space, resurrecting old magic, stealing the tyrant's crown, I can see all that. But you, with a woman. Now that's crossing the line. You told me that war and women are what give life meaning. Have only one, and you've only half a life. He'd meant it, but he'd never thought Xim would take it to heart. With real curiosity he asked, what do you feel for this woman? I respect her more than any opponent I faced. And that is what a woman should be, isn't it? A worthy foe in all things. He hated having words thrown back at him. This whole conversation neared the surreal, but he knew, impossible as it was, that Xim meant every word. Was it his story about Thalas that had pushed the boy over the edge? Was he trying to seal Indrexu at his side so she'd never turn against him? Boy, you've given me all kinds of wonders to ponder. Frankly, I won't believe them until I see with my own eyes. That will not be a problem, Xim said. He removed something from his breast pocket and tossed it into Xer's lap. It was a small white card the size of his hand. Printed on one side, in elegant cursive, the message read, Xer son of Shuk, you are cordially invited to the wedding of Xim son of Xer, Emperor, and Hili Indrexu Cortez, Queen of Ranroon. He stared at the card for a full minute, then asked, is this a joke? It's exactly what it looks like. If you wish, you may attend my wedding. You'd let me go. If you wish. He stared down at the card, baffled. How many others are attending? It's to be a large ceremony. All known space will witness the crowning of his monarchs, so it will be appropriately grand. Don't worry, I can provide better clothes for you. You'll see a few familiar faces, I expect, and many new ones. Vardock. Thane. They'd be there, almost certainly, unless Ossus threw them into prison. Xer licked his lips and said, I accept. I'm glad. I'm departing in 7 days, and you will be coming with me. I'll make sure your transportation is comfortable. In 1 week he'd go from being locked up in this cage to displayed for all mankind to see. Just thinking it gave Xer vertigo. And what becomes of me once the ceremony is over? We'll see. It may depend on your good behavior. He wasn't in the mood for Xim's straight-faced taunts, but he tolerated them, because he knew it would be for the last time, one way or the other. Don't worry about your old man, he said. I know how to behave. No, you don't, Xim replied, but that's all right. I have another request, one you don't have to decide on now, but consider over the next week. What do you want? Someone will have to crown the rulers of all mankind. If you're willing, the role is yours. Xer stared at his son's hard face and didn't understand. All these years, he'd endured what he thought to be his son's custom-made torment, born from a bottomless hate he only half deserved. Now Xim was extending to him an honor. Was this forgiveness? Reconciliation? The punchline to an absurd, Life-spanning joke. He realized it didn't matter. There would be a reckoning, and unwittingly his son had hastened it. Zer responded with an honest lie. "I'll do it, son," he said. "It'll be my pleasure." Obliques. Jedi for Jedi. Most scholars agree that the title Darth derives from the ancient Rakuten word Darita, commonly translated as Emperor but more accurately meaning Lord of all. The first known instance of a non-Rakuten claiming this title, and certainly the most influential, was the story Xim the Despot. Therefore, while there is no indication he possessed Force powers, he may nonetheless be considered history's first Dark Lord, 18,000 years before the schism that birthed the Sith as we know them. Do you not find this fascinating, my apprentice? Darth Acheron to Darth Tenebris, 187 BBY, 112th year of the Five Brothers, 11,347 Taya. The Dawn Chaser approached the asteroid cluster carefully, as stealthily as could be managed. When they drew near enough, Koltotha and Moray shut down all engines and allowed the starship to drift among the slow-tumbling space rock. They removed hands from the ship's controls, let their thoughts conjoin, and reached beyond themselves. They took the Dawn Chaser in ethereal hands and nudged it left and right to avoid stray asteroids. More importantly, they tried to locate their comrades. It wasn't hard. There was only one locus of life within this cold void. They felt Kane, Vidia, and Jekka alive on that rock, but the Jedi were surrounded by enemies. This was Tuklaw's nest. There was no doubt of that. Despite the ease of the Force meld, Koltotha felt uncomfortable as he sat in the Dawn Chaser's cockpit. The Force didn't tell them what kind of traps or defenses Tuklaw might use to guard his lair, and even if they did get aboard, there was no guarantee the Jedi could help their comrades. Moray, in her own words, was no warrior. Koltotha had been one of the best, he thought in his pride, but he struggled to wield the sword with only one hand, and badly missed his old double-bladed staff. Despite that, they had no choice but to confront Tuklaw in her den. Koltotha ached with regret for not going with the other Jedi to the Run River. He might not have been able to help them, but that wasn't the point. The Jedi had again been betrayed by those they pledged to help. This time it had been less vicious a betrayal, and when he strained, Koltotha could even see the Corellian's point of view. In a way, that made it hurt all the more. The only thing Jedi could depend on was other Jedi. And that, above all, was why he should have been there on the Run River. Even if he couldn't have helped or saved anyone, he should have been there. Vidia most of all needed him. After Sora's death, he'd become the closest thing she had to a master, but he'd abrogated that responsibility. He had to make up for that. Otherwise, he was no Jedi at all. Once they identified the correct asteroid, he and Moray nudged the Dawn Chaser in its direction with the Force. The hope was that without fiery drives to signal their arrival that might reach the base unnoticed, but that still left the issue of getting inside. When they were close enough, Koltotha opened his eyes, loosened their Force bond, and prodded at sensor controls with his one hand. The Dawn Chaser ran only a passive scan, lest they alert the enemy, but the computer marked a number of Judin missile launchers, airlocks, and 4 large metal bay doors through which ships might come and go. Right now, no starships were visible. The found horizon was likely in one of those bays, and his captors would be taking it apart for his bounty of advanced technology. If the ship couldn't be flown out of here, it would have to be destroyed. But the first priority was still their fellow Jedi. Moray and Koltotha nudged the ship so they could peer at the asteroid with their naked eyes. They marked the flat metal plains hidden amidst jagged rock. Quietly, as though afraid the pirates could hear them, Koltotha asked, "What should we do?" "Blow open one of the bays." Moray shook her head. "We should force our way through an airlock. Those are bound to be better protected. If we blow through one of the big doors, we could depressurize the whole facility. I'm sure they have safeguards against that. It will also give us the benefit of surprise. We're going to need that, and anything else we can get." Moray considered. "We'd have to wear vacuum suits to get inside. I do not believe we have any aboard for your, size. I can manage with what you have." The Selkith gave him an inscrutable look. Koltotha didn't care if he was being judged. He was sure this was the best way to get inside and rescue Vidia. "Very well," Moray said at last, "though I think we should warn our comrades first." "Agreed," Koltotha said, and allowed himself to drop back into the Force. He felt them all. Vidia first, then Jekka and Kane, whom he knew less well. He tried to tell them help was on the way, but he could tell they were all battered and afraid. He thought he sensed something else too, another presence, not as hostile as the pirates, and more distant. He opened his eyes and whispered, "Do you feel that?" "I feel something," Moray muttered. "What do you think it is?" "I cannot tell. Perhaps." The Selkith trailed off. Both tried to peer deeper with the force. Distraction almost killed them. They heard the alarm go off in the cockpit but took a split second to pull their attention back to the asteroid. The exterior cannons had just fired, 3 missiles inbound. Moray grabbed the controls and wrenched the Dawn Chaser. Coulter struggled to activate defenses. "How did they find us?" he cried as acceleration slammed them in their chairs. "Does it matter?" Moray said. She blazed away from the asteroid, and for a second Coulter thought they'd outrun the missiles. Then the Dawn Chaser trembled with impact. Coulter braced himself against the console with his one hand and looked at incoming damage reports. The aft hull had been breached. No oxygen loss. Not yet. But systems near the power were core damaged, and the starboard engine was stuttering. More alarms. More missiles incoming. Even worse, one of those bay doors had opened, and a pirate ship was flaring into space. This was going to be the most pathetic rescue mission ever mounted by 2 Jedi Knights. Coulter would almost rather die than live through the humiliation. Almost. With his one pathetic hand, he tried to target the incoming missiles with the Dawn Chaser's laser cannons. He tried to call on the Force, the only advantage he had left, but those damned warheads were streaking fast and he was too panicked, too angry with himself. Every shot went wide. And then the missiles burst in a giant fiery cloud. Plasma bolts streaked bright through space, slanted through the Dawn Chaser's viewport. Coulter and Moray looked around frantically. Another starship flew into view. It raced shockingly close to the asteroid's hull and picked off missile launchers with precision strikes, then veered away. It was a silvery, ovoid ship with flat forward mandibles, and for a second Coulter thought this was the found horizon miraculously escaped. But the new ship held them, not with comms but the Force. It was the distant, half-familiar presence they felt earlier, but now it was strong, blazing, and confident. Moray didn't hesitate. She took the controls and vectored them back toward the asteroid. The Dawn Chaser lurched for his damage, but the other Jedi vessel formed alongside them. The pirate ship that had just launched was charging head-on for them. It was fast. It was spewing lethal plasma bolts, and its stealth plating confounded attempts at a sensor lock. None of that mattered. With the Force to guide them, both Jedi ships fired in unison. Streams of hot plasma converged on the pirate ship and turned it to a blossom of flame. The Jedi veered apart to avoid the debris, then formed up again and wheeled toward the asteroid. This time they received a real hail. Coulter opened the comm channel. "This is the Dawn Chaser," he said in Titan. "Thank you for your help, but there are Jedi aboard that asteroid. We have to retrieve them." "We understand," said the voice on the other end. "Tell us what you need. The Hand of Light is at your disposal." Chapter 12. The Dividing Line. Keep your friends closer than your enemies, but never turn your back on either. Xim's rules for ruling. When Geminair returned from Santasa, he brought a cloud of scorn with him. He'd hoped things would start to make sense on Desevro, but the opposite was the case. He'd given his account of the events and the Ascendant's full logs. His words were honest, his data airtight. Not everyone believed him. Even his wife gave his wary distance. The mood on the capital had turned sour, both against Geminair and Xim himself. The ending of fighting should have solidified Xim's position, but the opposite happened. Word that the Emperor and his arch-nemesis Indrexu were going to be married and their kingdoms merged sent the capital into confusion, from the lowliest gossip-monger to the most influential minister. Even Geminair was confounded. When Xim returned from Ranroon, he had a dozen reproaches ready. But once he met his friend and Emperor, they stoppered on his tongue. Over the past months, Xim had become increasingly angry and frantic, even desperate. The man who came to Desevro was like the one he'd been after they'd ousted their fathers. Confident, calm, self-assured. "I've already begun laying preparations for the ceremony," Xim said when they met in his quarters, though the Emperor had touched ground only a few hours before. "Naturally, you'll be present. Representatives from the council and world leaders will be invited, plus various other luminaries. Liachusis, of course, so she can pen a good ode. Oh, and I'll be bringing my father out of retirement." This felt unreal. Geminair asked, "Will we all come to Ranroon?" "Of course." Xim was on his feet. not pacing exactly, but walking crisply around the room. The victor's crown and a number of other warships will remain in system until the ceremony. Admiral Felric is holding over Curoin, though we pulled our troops off the surface as a show of good faith. Curoin had taken months of fighting and hundreds of thousands of lives to claim. Just days after taking it, Xim gave it up. Jaminar understood that a compromise required some surrenders, but there were many, both military and civilian, who thought this scandalous. Some were wondering if Xim had lost his mind. But Xim didn't seem mad. Calmly he said, "Cadenzi and my security people are working with Indrexu to make sure the palace is safe for the ceremony. Naturally they have the home advantage, but we have leverage as well. Like the crown sitting in orbit, ready to blast their palace to pieces if she tries anything. Among other ships, I want you to bring the Ascendant. I've also sent the King of Tion to Del out to collection one of his vaults for wedding present. I want to show everyone that this is a proud moment, not a surrender." Xim stopped walking and looked at him. "Yes, I know what they're saying, and I understand how it might look. But this empire has always been built on alliances. Between my father and the Crown, between myself and you, between both of us and the League. This is just the last and final pact. Do you really intend to give Indrexu power in the rest of the empire? You have authority on Decevro, Livian, Thanium, and Chander, don't you?" "Yes, but..." Jaminar cut himself off. He was letting suspicion and, yes, jealousy cloud his judgment. The question was whether Indrexu posed a threat to the empire. "You give her authority on all your worlds, but you're leaving her in full charge of Ranroon. Is that true? She's earned it with a good fight. And if it satisfies her to keep them, it's no great loss. They're not valuable in themselves. Besides, I'm not giving them up for nothing. Did you learn where she's producing her ships?" "Yes, but for the moment I've decided to leave it in her hands." Before Jaminar could blurt objection, Xim continued, "She's agreed to give me her most valuable asset of all, the Red Witch." Jaminar blinked. "You have her? She's currently on Ranroon. I've not decided if I want to use her in the ceremony yet. But you've seen her. Met her. She's a fascinating creature. Powerful beyond anything we can measure, but very controlled in how she uses that power. She insists she's not a warrior, and that her goal is peace, but she is prepared to use violence when deemed necessary or just. She sounded like a moral philosopher, the kind who bores him if she didn't have the old magic, and she's agreed to work for you. When I explained the danger the Hutt's supremacy poses, yes. And you trust her, not her loyalty to me. I can tell she finds me repulsive. But she is a woman with the code, and I can trust that." He was so confident, like the Xim of old, who promised the impossible and simply done it. Jaminar wanted to believe all this, but he couldn't forget Decevro's whirlwind of gossip, nor could he ignore the events at Santasa. "Xim," he said, "it seems far away now, but we should talk about my last mission. Santosa Station." "Yes." Xim frowned. "Do you suspect a cause? Half of known space assumes we did it, including at least half of Decevro. Let them chatter. It means nothing. But it does. Someone destroyed that station. When I look for motive, only one stands out. Someone destroyed it to make us look like villains. People who want to see devils in us see devils. Those who want great men see great men. That's the nature of what we are. Opinions can shift. People are fickle. I believe the station was destroyed either by someone in the Federation, who planned to use it as a rallying cry, or by someone inside our empire, who wants to discredit us." Xim didn't dismiss this one. "It's possible," he said, "though you could find other suspects if you looked. The Red Witch might have a less noble cohorts meddling behind the scenes, or the Hutts may be sneakier than we imagined. We should talk to Oziaf about that. Oziaf is en route to Ranroon on my authority. He'll be working to secure the palace." Jaminar wondered what Indrexu would think of that. He'd much rather the special plenipotentiary had remained on Decevro. He wanted to talk about Santasa for another reason. The mission had been based on Oziaf's intelligence, and few in the Empire knew it was happening until its calamitous end. But his talk with the Emperor's favorite Tian would have to wait. Perhaps it would be better to do it without Xim present. "Even with the best security," he said, "you're still placing yourself in danger by holding the ceremony on Ranroon. I wish you'd chosen Decevro, or even Arge. I gave Indrexu the choice, and I'll honor it." Gemini wondered if he wasn't mad after all. The conqueror of 1,000 worlds, whose fist enclosed the stars, seemed to be giving up so much. Did he believe the red witch was worth all that? Or did he have another motive? Only one occurred to him, one that might have been even worse than madness. Nonetheless, he had to ask. Xim, he couldn't bring himself to use the word love, so he ended limply. Do you respect Indrexu? There's much that's respectable in her. Admirable, even. Xim smirked. Don't tell me you're jealous, Marco. I'm concerned about your safety. We all are, and unlike some of them, you know I have your best interests at heart. I do know, thank you. The smile softened, becoming sincere. I'll be retaining you as first viceroy, of course, though you can still think of yourself as promoted. What do you mean? You will be serving 2 monarchs instead of 1. More importantly, you won't just be serving an emperor anymore. You will be serving the Dorita of mankind. Dorita. The word rattled in his memory. That's a tyrant title. Ruler of all, yes. In addition to the king of Tion, I've summoned 2 special objects from the vaults on Abraxan. He tapped his temple. Crowns of rank used by the tyrants. I'm not positive they were worn by their Dorita, but it suits our purposes. 1 for myself and 1 for my queen. I fought all my life to earn that crown, Marco. I deserve to wear it. Gemini flashed back to a thin, serious boy standing in the basement of Chandra's palace, confessing admiration for the alien conquerors. 30 years had passed, but nothing else. If Xim was mad now, he'd been mad then. The thought gave Gemini irrational hope, for it meant that madness made him invincible. After everything she'd been through, Reyna thought she'd gone permanently numb, but the sight of the colossal construct sitting in deep space struck her with awe and terror. She had to check her sensors to make sure her eyes didn't deceive her. This was more massive than the biggest generation ship or the widest space station. It could only have been made by the tyrants. As the gravity-scorn sailed toward the object, they received a hail. A voice scratched over Reyna's headphones. It was her husband's. I'm glad you came, Erica said, warm yet cautious. There's a space to dock. Watch for their signal. Right, Reyna said, because she struggled for what else to say. Ericus, what is this thing? You could call it Indrexu's secret weapon, even though it's not technically a weapon, at least that we know of. If he was trying to make sense, he failed. She didn't build this, did she? Where did it come from? It's a tyrant foundry. Indrexu's people discovered it decades ago. They only got it partially working in time to fight off the Empire. Partially working. I'll explain what I can when you're aboard. Follow the beacon, please. He shut off the link. Reyna glanced to the pilot's chair and said, they lit a landing beacon. Can you see it? Already headed his way, Crower replied, gently shifting the control yoke. At the same time, he fired retroburners to reduce speed, sending tremors through the ship. Voice shaky, he asked, that was Ericus, right? What the hell has he found? Indrexu's people found it. It's some kind of old tyrant factory. Tyrants again. Lovely, Crower muttered. It's a good thing this beast is on our side. The gravity scorn decelerated until it could lock into a docking port jutting from the side of the object. Up close it felt even more massive. If the gravity were to smash its colossal hull head on, they'd barely make a scratch. Even the interior was oversized. Catwalks ran down the center of circular corridors 10 or 20 meters wide. Federation engineers had brought their own equipment and inserted it into old tyrant tech. In other situations, Reyna would have found it fascinating. When Ericus appeared, he was shadowed by one of the Sahilindili who come with him from Idux. Another follower of this Jedi, apparently, and Reyna felt an instant, unwanted dislike for him. But the Sahilindil verged off to speak with the technicians, allowing the 3 humans to converge on an empty span of catwalk. For a moment her father melted away, and all she could see was Ericus. His clothes were clean, his hair combed, but his eyes looked heavy. His smile was fragile. His body tipped forward, ready to pitch into an embrace, but Reyna didn't respond, and he tipped back with hurt on his face. She wanted to fall into his arms, but she knew when they touched, feeling would come rushing back, and most of it would be pain. This is a hell of a place you got here, Crower said when the pause drew on too long. It is, Ericus agreed. There's a lot we don't understand, but we're making some progress, at least. Another pause. Reyna couldn't muster words, so her father asked, are you going to need this place anymore? They're saying Xim and Indrexu are getting married, which I can't wrap my head around, but it's what they say. It's true, said Ericus. So when you and Essen ran off to battle, was it worth it? I mean, did you use your powers to help the queen? We did. One more pause. Crawler said, I guess that new teaching paid off then. Ericus couldn't bring himself to agree. He asked, have you heard anything from Vadis? Nothing new? Do you want to go and find him? I'd like to, but I need some place to start. Crawler blinked. Was that an offer on your part? Ericus looked down. I think I should stay here for now. But Vadis can't take care of himself, can't he? Because it was a question, Crawler replied. He's a tough kid. Which was short of an answer. Raina wondered what in the hell she was doing on this alien behemoth. She never wanted to play a part in big interstellar drama. What she'd wanted she'd had, for a little while, until history ripped it away from her. When the silence got too thick, Crawler said, I'm going to run some post-flight checks on the gravity. You know, in case we have to bust out of here in a hurry. If you want, you can help Raina, but I think I can do him on my own. Such a well-crafted out. Forced to decide, she took a breath and said, You can go ahead, Dad. Okay? You know where to find me. Crawler turned away, sidestepping the Sahelindial and a tech on the way back to his ship. Ericus and Raina faced each other, a meter apart. Ericus tipped a half step forward again, but she didn't reciprocate, and he fell back on his heels. Thanks for coming, he said. I didn't have anywhere else to be. How's your father holding up? He can't shoulder anything. Which wasn't true. He'd been in terrible shape after her mother's death. Raina had sensed that even as a child. Getting Vadis was the only thing that had held him together. Now Vadis was gone. They were back to how they started. Ericus ventured. How are you doing? I was going to ask that one. He accepted the pass back. I've been busy. Which I need, I think. I'm trying not to think. Raina. Not to feel. It's just too much right now. I'm sorry. Maybe this was how it was going to end between them, with weak words and averted eyes. Such a pathetic end to the life they'd built together. What do you think you'll do when you leave? He asked. I don't know. Find Vadis. Maybe, but from what Dad said, he doesn't want to be found. Like her, maybe? What do you plan to do? I don't know either. Really. I'm trying to decide. He looked at her, begging silently. But Raina couldn't make that choice, not yet. The past had too much pain, and the future was uncertain. Some said that the marriage of Xim and Indrexu would seal the fate of humanity and create a unified, peaceful future. Raina couldn't think of a concept more unbelievable, more preposterous, than peace. She changed the subject again. What about Essen? Is she here? No, Ericus said with smiling lips and serious eyes. She went to Ranroon to get ready for her wedding. Indrexu's wedding, Raina corrected. Technically. Those eyes held hers. I told you about responsibility, and how hard it is. Well, Essen's always been braver than me. Orissa was on the bridge of her husband's ship when the Ascendant reverted to real space. The steadiness of his artificial gravity only mildly restrained her vertigo. When her senses cleared and tactical screen came alight, she saw a spread before them, one perfect sphere surrounded by dozens of smaller lights. Each light was a warship, Imperial or Federation, and under normal circumstances they'd be trying to kill each other. But this was not normal. All of them had congregated for the wedding of Xim to Indrexu, and the crowning of the new Dorita of mankind. What they were going to get was something very different. The thought made Orissa nauseous again. Are you all right? Her husband asked as the Ascendant drifted toward the planet. I'll be fine, thank you. Jaminar stayed beside her, bent toward her like he had something more to say. Perhaps he did, but his attention was drawn instead by Captain Save. Viceroy, the younger man said, our orbit is stable. The Emperor is requesting clearance to launch for the surface. Clearance granted, Jaminar said, and prepare my shuttle for departure. To the planet, sir. No. Jaminar glanced at his wife. To the Victor's Crown. They'd agreed en route that they wanted to see their son in person. It would also offer a chance to sound out Admiral Cadenzi. It was critical piece in the plan, one that was being put into place too late for Orissa's comfort. When Xim had come back from Ranroon declaring his new wife and title, Orissa had dared think their mounting treason might be called off. But that was a fool's hope. Oziath had paid the estate another visit, timed, non-coincidentally, for when Jaminar was out, and insisted the plan must go ahead. We've stepped too far along this path to walk back, Oziath had told them. If this marriage holds, there can be peace in the Empire, Marissa had said. Isn't that what we wanted? But her father had disagreed. Peace for whom? He's promised Indrexu an equal partnership. She has her own military, her own guards, probably her own secret police too. They're all weapons Xim can use against his enemies. More than you know, added Ossus. Indrexu has secret weapons unlike anything you've ever imagined. A spaceborne factory that produces unlimited ships from the rust of raw materials. Magicians who can draw on the tyrant's primal power in a way no humans can. Rissa had thought the rat was making one of his weird jokes. Be serious, she told him. What Vardock had said, I've heard rumors. Something about an alien woman. Xim's been seeking her for a long time, confirmed Ossus. Now he has her. That woman has weapons no one can defend against. So you see, we are doing this for our own survival. Rissa had no counter-argument, though her thoughts always went back to her son. If her plans to save Marco ended up getting him killed, she would kill herself as well. This is an opportunity, Vardock had stressed. Really, we couldn't have asked for better. We don't have to freeze air. Xim's freed him for us. And Xim will be exposed on Ranroon. I've heard they're only letting him bring down 4 robot guards. Only 4? Irissa asked sarcastically. Quite correct, said Ossus. Further, Thane has gathered a coalition of Argans ready to move against Xim, including Admiral Krent. All we need now is Cadenzi. And if we don't get him, then we find a way to move without him, Vardock said. Besides, I'm sure there's people on Ranroon who are less than thrilled with his marriage. We may have allies we don't even know about. And the old man and the well-dressed rodent had leaned close in conspiracy. Rissa had watched, holding in her misgivings, feeling swept along by history's flow. She still felt that way, and the torrent was only going to get worse. Viceroy, the Emperor is away, Savain pronounced, jarring her from memory. Rissa saw the yellow marker of Xim's shuttle vectoring toward the planet. It had occurred to all the conspirators that transit was the easiest time to take Xim out. Unfortunately, the Emperor also had Xer aboard. So it was said. At any rate, Rissa hadn't seen the former king of Argay during the journey. By his admission, neither had Jaminair. But the old pirate was key to their plan, and they couldn't risk destroying him. The Ascendant's crew watched, slightly nervous, as Xim's shuttle descended into Ranroon's atmosphere. Only when it was reported to have touched down safely did everyone relax. Jaminair looked at his wife and said, Unless you have objections, I'm ready to go. So am I? She glanced to Savain. Captain, can you ready our shuttle for launch? And please let my father know to be there. Savain relayed the order, betraying no hint that he and Marissa had spoken in private for over an hour on the outbound flight. The Ascendant's captain was one of the pieces already in place. They met Vardock at the airlock. Once all 3 boarded, the shuttle kicked free of the Ascendant and soared high above Ranroon toward the Victor's crown. Traveling from one spaceship to another was smoother than blasting free of planets, but Irissa still took an aisle seat beside her husband so as not to look at black space or the blue world below. Sitting beside Jaminair only gave her different anxiety. When speaking with Savain, she stressed that her husband was to be captured but not physically harmed. If he put up resistance, only non-lethal force should be used. Savain had assured her that he had enough personnel to overpower and capture the Viceroy, but she couldn't stop worrying. Naturally, Jaminair would despise her for her part in this. He might even wish that he had been killed. She was sparing him, perhaps, for her own sake. To make betrayal a little easier. Guilt was already a knife prodding her side. It would be better to pass this trip in silence, but Jaminair told her, I can't stay too long on the crown. There's still 20 hours until the coronation, but I should be at my post on the Ascendant until then. If you want to stay on the crown, that's your prerogative. That was a greater kindness than he knew. I'll think about it, she said. I'll be planetside before the ceremony. Do you know if Cadenzi will attend? I believe Xim wants him aboard the crown, just in case. She asked. You can never be too sure. He glanced out the window, perhaps at a Federation warship, or an Imperial one. I suggest waiting until an hour or 2 before the ceremony to come down. No earlier. That's cutting it close, isn't it? It's for your own safety. Frankly, I'm not comfortable with Xim going down there so soon, but he wanted to oversee everything personally. How very like him, she thought. Always striving for control. What are you worried about exactly? She dared ask. Jaminar repeated, "You can never be too sure." As their shuttle maneuvered to dock with the victor's crown, he added, "Marco's place is on this ship. If you want to stay beside him for as long as you can, I understand, but when the time comes you have your place too." He added a tiny smile. "Besides, you don't want to embarrass the poor boy in front of his shipmates, do you?" Damn him, she thought. He could work that knife, and not even know it. When they passed into the crown, Jaminar, Orissa, and Vardock were guided to Sake Cadenzi's private cabin. When the door opened, they were surprised to see not just the Admiral but Marco as well, standing in uniform, at stiff attention. Cadenzi gave Jaminar a salute, then added, "At ease, Ensign. No need to be formal with your family." "Thank you, sir." Marco relaxed his spine. Instead of stiff, he now looked embarrassed. "I said at ease." Cadenzi smiled slightly. "I called you here so you didn't have to deal with your parents fussing over you before the rest of the crew. I appreciate that, Admiral." "Good." Cadenzi looked back to the visitors. "The ensign's service has been exemplary. He's made great progress recovering from his injuries, and he's been most helpful instructing new crew." "I'm glad to hear it," Jaminar said. "I always knew he climbed the ladder quickly." "I'm only an ensign," Marco reminded. "For now," Vardock corrected. "Admiral, I don't mind giving the lad some alone time with his parents. Is there someplace else we can chat?" "Somewhere with drink service, perhaps." "I don't know about service, but I do have something private, this way." Cadenzi gestured the door on his left. He went through and Vardock followed without even glancing in his daughter's direction, but Orissa knew what the chat was going to be about. Silently, she wished him luck. She turned on her son. "You do look excellent. I like the way your hair's growing out." Marco ran a hand over his brown bristle. "We can't grow it too long, but it's better than being at the academy. Is the rest of you healing up too?" Jaminar looked him over. "I can't even see the bruises on your face anymore. And the arm seems mended. I told you, there was a couple fractures, not a break." Marco flexed his right arm. "The doctor says I can't play sports or lift weights for a few more weeks. As long as you're careful, I'm sure you'll be fine," Jaminar said. "And for what it's worth, I don't think you'll be having any more collisions with consoles. Once Xim seals his pact with Indrexu, it will mean the end of fighting, officially." He made similar assurances after Marco's graduation, and look what had happened. The young man said, "We only hear scraps and rumors, but it all sounds a little unbelievable, doesn't it?" "They say wars make strange bedfellows," his father replied. "It can make for even stranger marriages." Rissa knew that very well. Marco asked, "Do you think a match like theirs can really last?" "They can make it last," said Jaminar, "especially if they have something to bind them together. Something they both care about." "Does Xim want an heir?" Marco asked, and immediately looked sheepish. "I mean, has the Emperor, confided anything to you, father?" Jaminar opened his mouth, closed it, and opened again to a tiny smile. "I'm sorry, I can't betray a confidence, son, not even to you." Marco's eyes went wide. "Does this mean he and Indrexu, have they?" "Boys, don't be crude," Ursa chided pleasantly. "Marco, we haven't talked in so long. I want a full catch-up of everything you've been through since your injury. Everything, mother. Everything important. You were at Kiroin and Ranroon, weren't you? I took part in the fights. I didn't do anything important. I am just an ensign of the Supreme Commander's flagship," said Jaminar. "Go on, I'd like to hear your perspective." Marco swelled with pride and talked. Rissa kept them going for as long as they could, just to give Vardock enough time for complete a so important conversation with Cadenzi. They talked about the battles Marco had seen, how they compared to his classes, and what his peers had been through. She spooled out pointless yarns about life on Desevro, and what this relative said about that acquaintance. So much talk, and all the while Jaminar said nothing about his son's false leg. He didn't even notice it beneath the trouser leg, though when Marco walked he still had a limp. And that allowed Orissa to conquer her guilt. "This isn't the way I expected this war to turn," said Cadenzi, "but if it's going to end, then let it end." This was not the conversation Vardock was hoping for, and he covered his disappointment with a sip of Sarascan brandy. "There's frustration on Desevro. They're worried Xim is giving away too much. It's shocking, frankly, after he pursued her so hard." "It is," Cadenzi admitted and looked into his own glass. "But Xim often comes up with ways to surprise us. Indrexu too. though there may be an extra explanation for that. Vardock leaned forward in his chair. We've heard rumors. Perhaps you can speak to them? They say Indrexu has an alien woman on her side, a red-skinned humanoid who can wield the old tyrant's paranormal ability. He softened his words with a chuckle. Absurd, I know, but one can't help but wonder. The way that final battle turned sounds extraordinary. Cadenzi kept staring into his brandy. It was like our spirits all collapsed at once. I can't blame our men for losing the will to fight. Ranroon was brutal. Q-Roin was worse. I heard about that. They say Xim sacrificed many ships just for a distraction. Thousands and thousands of lives. All so he could take a planet he'd turn around and give up anyway. Vardock could have pressed harder but didn't. Appeal to the honorable soldier in him and see what comes. If Cadenzi chose the wrong side of the dividing line, there were still options. What happened is regrettable, Cadenzi said, and it's all the more reason to take peace while we have it. Vardock fell back to his other option. That's fair, if you think Indrexu can be trusted. Have you heard anything about this alien magician? Rumors, but nothing from Xim? Are your son-in-law? Cadenzi sipped his drink. I don't trust Indrexu, but I don't think Xim is foolish enough to trust her either. So you don't think he's besotted? Cadenzi laughed dryly. Is that what they're saving on DeSevro? You aristocrats, you have too much time on your hands. Don't scold your own. You're a distant relation to House Jaminair, aren't you? Distant? Cadenzi stressed. My family was the pettiest of petty nobles, and anyway, that's a long time ago. I'm a soldier of the Empire, and it seems like I always have been. He said it with a bittersweet smile and capped his words with another drink. Vardock knew his conversion attempt was over. Not long after, the door opened and Irissa, Jaminair, and Marco all stepped into the room, and Cadenzi rose to fetch them glasses and more drinks. As she took a seat next to her husband, Irissa looked to her father. Vardock gave his head a tiny shake. Her eyes filled with worry, but Vardock's expression stayed firm. This was a setback, yes, but not a fatal one. There were people on the planet's surface, Imperials and Federation both, who might be of help. As soon as he could, the Grand Duke excused himself and arranged a shuttle down to Ranroon. The White Wall Palace was a pale stone mountain constructed at the edge of the Crescent Sea. Queen after Hilly Queen had added wings and parapets to create a jumbled living history. Xer took an instant liking to it. His own palace on Arge had been built among wooded mountains instead of snowy fjords, but they shared a rough-hewn splendor. The throne room was 6 slabs of pale granite rising to a hexagonal window of elegant stained glass. Banners dangled from high-up flagpoles, and the floor was a mosaic of multicolored marble. At the east side, on the spot where afternoon sun would fall, like a rainbow, a high-backed white throne sat on its dais. When he got close enough, Xer saw that it was not made of stone but some kind of ivory, with many carved pieces pressed together in a seamless work of art. This queen of yours has nice digs, Xer told his son. My compliments to her architects. I'll pass them along, Xim said dryly. Just one question, who gets the chair? For the purposes of our ceremony, the throne will be merely decorative. The dais is sufficient. They'd come to examine the scene of the wedding. Xim had yet to change into ceremonial garb, wearing only a dark martial outfit. Xer had been provided with similar clothes, and while the belt was uncomfortably tight, at least it strapped in his gut. That and the chance to trim and comb his beard allowed him some dignity. While father and son stood before the dais, the Emperor's staff scoured every cranny for possible threats. Remote control drones prodded the lofty banners while men got in hands and knees to check under the throne. Few of the investigators seemed fazed by the sudden reappearance of the former king, which stung, but most of them were young, and Xer tried to forgive them. Father and son stood apart from them all, apart for everything except the 4 Kyrium-plated mechanical giants that hung behind Xim like silver shadows. Xer had heard of these robots but never seen them until now. If he were an infantryman faced with these towering monsters, he'd probably soil himself. He currently held bowels in check but was still uncomfortable. To keep his mind off them, he said conversationally, "Tell me about this wife of yours. What is it you'd like to know? How she warmed my son's stony heart, for one. This is a political marriage, father. Don't do that. Be honest. What was it? The lips. The eyes. I've heard she'd a redhead. You know what they say about those? You've checked to see if she's natural, I hope." Xim only sighed. "Please, father. I only want to know what you like. What was it, physically? Because there are two kinds of men in this universe, and I've wondered which you are. In his hearts of hearts, where his deepest self resides, does my son prefer bountiful bosoms or a generous backside? Don't roll your eyes. This is important. When you were young, that talk had a certain ribble charm. Now you're just a dirty old man. I am what I am, son. Bitter, old, and lecherous. Xim gave a suffering sigh. If you're that interested in her, you can judge for yourself when you meet. I think you'll like her, actually. She's brutal when she needs to be. High praise. And what about an heir? Can't she give you one of those? She's not too old, is she? I believe she is still capable. And do you want one? Zer bent closer. A son of Xim to look at you in adoration, follow your every word, then stab you in the back. I never did any of those things to you, right? You had your pet rat do the stabbing. Now the rat was going to stab Xim? At least, supposedly, Zer didn't trust Oziav one whisker, and as soon as Xim was under control, he planned to get rid of the Ti too. He knew frustratingly little of his co-conspirators' plans. He'd passed Vardak in the palace halls but hadn't been able to exchange words. Supposedly Oziav was down here too. Where Thane was, he had no idea. The situation was full of unknowns, but Zer couldn't help feeling giddy. He was finally free of his cage, and soon he'd be free of Xim. Already it felt like his years of captivity had been a dream. Yes, he was old and fat now, slow and creaky, but he was out of his cage and would never go back. Father and son left the throne room, as did those four giant, clunking robots. The vestibule was barely less impressive, with a long high ceiling, more stained glass windows, and hanging banners boasting both Ranroon's leaping whales and Argaean Death's Head. Standing in colored sunlight was a cluster of colorful men and women. He marked Vardak standing between a similarly bald man in Ranroon robes and a silver-haired Utuski in a single-breasted suit. Silverhair stepped forward and said, Emperor Xim, it is an honor to meet you at last. I am President Jelister, and I am Rasu, First Minister, said the Ranroon Baldy. Thank you, gentlemen, nodded Xim. This is my father, Zer 8, former king of Argae and Kron. It's a pleasure to meet such a legend. Jelister actually shook Zer's hand. He had a strong grip. Rasu didn't shake, but said, I hope you find everything in the throne room meets your satisfaction. My personnel are still doing checks, Xim told them, but thus far it seems secure. I assure you there's nothing to worry about, insisted Jelister. We want this ceremony to go off perfectly so we can finally end this war and unify our peoples. Zer was out of touch politically, but he knew Udusk was firmly in Imperial hands, which meant Jelister wasn't really president of anything. Zer's eyes darted to Vardak, wondering. The Duke gave away nothing. The Queen is currently preparing in her quarters, said Rasu. We've set aside a space for you as well. Your security teams have been scouring it for 5 hours, and I'm sure they found nothing untoward. Would you like an escort? I have one. Xim gestured to his giant, looming robots. Rasu blanched, but Jelister held his smile. Still, a high-pitched voice said, the Emperor should have a guide. Zer knew that voice. His jaw clenched as a little long-tailed biped stepped out from behind the pack of robed nobles. Oziav was dressed in a smart black waistcoat and top hat. His fur was starting to go pale, especially around the snout, but he moved with the same nimble, soundless steps as when he'd been Zer's court jester. I've had a chance to scout the accoutrements myself, sir, said the Ti. I think you will find them satisfactory, even nostalgic. They remind me of the old palace on Argae. I've had the same thought. Xim glanced sideways. Haven't you, the father? In that moment he felt put upon, like Xim had willed him out for everyone's entertainment. Zer crossed arms and said, maybe, but this isn't your palace. You're just a guest here, by your own agreement. You'd better be kind to this owner, son. Xim didn't blanch. I'll be a gracious guest as long as they're gracious hosts. Then I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, Oziav said. This is a wedding, after all, a time to come together. By the end of today we'll all have made some unlikely friends. I'm sure, Xim said dryly. Oziav, will you show the way? Of course, Emperor. He tipped his hat. I'll see the rest of you fine humans later. The nobles looked alternately amused and relieved to see the Ti gone. Xim marched ahead, his far robot stomping behind him. After Xim walked ahead, Ossus turned his snout to the former king, locked black eyes on his and, to Zare's astonishment, winked. Then he scampered after the emperor. After he closed his jaw, Zare did the same. It had been shockingly easy to find help on Ranroon. Indrexu's marriage to Xim was as popular here as it was on Desevro, which meant not at all. Within 30 minutes of landing, Vardock secured a talk with First Minister Ossus, who was only belligerent at first. Ossus had been at Santasa Station and barely escaped alive. Once Vardock passed that off as a deplorable overreach by Xim and Geminair, he became much more friendly. Through Ossus he was introduced to Jelister, the president without a world, and the promise of getting Udusk back was all it took to woo him. None of them, he noted, seemed to have talked to Ossus beforehand, which left him wondering what the elusive Tien had done after arriving early. Vardock managed to pin him down, but Ossus shook off his skepticism. Our goals are still aligned, Grand Duke, he said. Mind you, Xim is keeping his father close. You won't be able to separate them easily. I hope you have a plan for that. They did, but time was short, and they had to act quickly. It was Ossus, with his knowledge of the White Wall palaces, who sketched the details. Once it was certain that Indrexu and her Red Witch were in the Queen's quarters, a scentless knockout gas would render them unconscious. As for Xim, the primary obstacle, of course, was those damned robots. You couldn't just disable those things. At the start of the war, the Federation had used an electromagnetic pulse weapon to burst their electronic brains, but newer models were proof against it. Their carbon-plated bodies were strong against lasers, most bullets, and all but a direct explosive impact. Thankfully, Ossus knew the palace. Like an ancient castle should, it had a variety of secret passages and literal trapdoors. Ossus was leading Xim and Zare toward one of the latter right now. There'd been a flurry of debate over who or what should actually be flushed down that trapdoor. Eventually, it was decided to drop the three mortals into a hallway below and seal the war droids inside the corridor, where they could be dealt with by Federation soldiers, rocket-propelled grenades. After Xim left their company, Vardock, Jelister, and Ossus hurried to the security center as quickly as dignity would allow. The three men crowded into the monitor-filled room and hovered over two seated technicians whom Ossus assured were loyal, or in this case, treasonous. They tracked Xim on the screens, as well as the assemblage of Federation soldiers gathering in the corridor below. There were no cameras in the Queen's private quarters, but Ossus' hand-picked guards had taken position in the hallway outside. Can we call ships in orbit from here? Asked Vardock. We have a direct line to the Commaray, Ossus assured. Good. I have people in place, waiting for the go-ahead signal. They'll move as soon as we have Xim in custody. Not before. Asked Jelister. I couldn't guarantee every ship, Vardock said. Any action in the fleet could spark a civil war. I'm not risking that until I know we have Xim in custody. The president frowned. I still think it would be easier to kill him. A bomb in that very hallway would do it. We need Xur alive. He doesn't look like much, said Ossus. I'm relying on his loyalists in the fleet. Without Zare, the Empire will break apart. And Xim, we can execute him later. Publicly. After a trial. Vardock shrugged. In the rush to oust Xim, nobody had decided what to do with him after. What about Indrexu? She commands too much loyalty from the people, especially in the Navy. Jelister shook his head. Better she dies tragically. We can work out the details later. Then why not lethal gas? We didn't have anything scentless on hand, Ossus said. The knockout gas is enough. Once she's unconscious, one bullet will suffice. Will the gas work on the witch? Who knows with aliens? But I doubt she's bulletproof. Vardock had seen security camera footage of the so-called Red Witch. She looked close to human, but like no race he'd ever seen. He was skeptical of her supposed paranormal abilities, but Ossus and Jelister seemed to fear her, and it was better to be safe than sorry. So they clustered together, three men with different worlds, allegiances, and goals, but united by one desire. As Ossus had predicted, it was a day for making unlikely friends. The woman in the mirror was tall, with a band of jewel inset bronze around her head, pulling back red hair that fell to her back in thick plaited braids. Ranroon's women had always eschewed dresses as impractical, so she wore navy trousers and a sky-blue double-breasted vest. Over her shoulders, fallen all the way to pool behind her on the floor, was an impractical fur cape embroidered on the back with the Hilly's leaping whale. Wrists dangled into view, adorned with gold and silver bracelets. A ceremonial sword short was attached to the woven belt round her waist. It was wedding garb fitting for Ranroon's queen. Indrexu shifted, watching her reflection and the way morning lit her clothes. She'd never considered herself a superficial woman, but it felt good to look good, and she needed to feel confident for the day ahead. "Tell me," Indrexu said, "what are the marriage customs of your people?" Essen stepped from behind the queen into the mirror's glass. Her dark hair was pulled into a similar braid, and she wore Ranroon-style trousers and vest, all black. They contrasted vividly with her scarlet skin. The only sword she carried was a brief metal cylinder, more deadly than any steel blade. "We have no set customs. We prefer small celebrations with close friends and blessings from our masters." "A religious ceremony, then? You could call it that. In these ceremonies, do you feel the Force bless you? Or do you take it on faith?" "I wouldn't know." Indrexu watched her in the mirror. "You chose a solitary life, then? Or it chose me?" Essen gave a fractional shrug. "I thought it was my fate, too." Indrexu tugged the furry cape closer to her collar. "But here I am. It's very brave what you're doing. You're sacrificing much for the sake of peace. I'd say the same to you. He wants you at the ceremony, you know. Front and center." Essen's face tightened with a frown. "Why me?" "He says he wants you to crown me, as his father will crown him. You will be using an old tyrant one from his vaults." She laughed dryly. "My mother warned me about settling for a man with small ambitions. Perhaps she'd be proud of you," Essen offered. "No, she told me that I should. The last thing a woman of Ranroon needs is a man who doesn't know his place." She snorted. "Sorry, mother." And yes, Indrexu found. A part of her was proud. Xim was the most rapacious warlord in human history, and the most deadly adversary she'd ever faced. Yet, with the help of her Red Witch, she fought Xim to a standstill and forced him into, she prayed, an almost equal partnership. And through their partnership, Ranroon would be spared. At one point she'd been willing to see her whole planet boil rather than fall before Xim, but that had been her pride speaking. Through Essen she'd found a new option, neither victory nor destruction, but the best of the three. She was not looking forward to today's wedding, but she discovered she wasn't ashamed of it. The cape looked good, though unwieldy. She shirked it off and hung it on the rack beside her. Checking her bangles, the queen said, "I received a report from the object a few hours ago. They're making progress with the thrusters, finally. Hopefully they'll be able to move it under its own power. Your comrade must be helping." "I believe he is. I thought about bringing him here, you know. Stick him in servant's clothes, perhaps, and have him watch the ceremony from afar, just in case." "It's best to keep him out of it," Essen said. "He lost someone important on Santasa Station. I think it's affecting the way he uses the Force." Indrexu arched a brow. "Is that how it works for ones like you?" She'd insisted Jedi was the proper term for her people, but Indrexu couldn't stop thinking of her as a witch and doubted she ever would. What's inside reflects what's outside. I think that's the best way to put it. Indrexu shook her head. Essen's abilities were too far beyond what she'd been taught to accept as real. Your people are like tiny gods. With enough of you, could remake all known space however you like. There's only two of us. But there was something at the end of her words, hesitation. A question. The trust between them was a soldier's trust, battle-forged but limited. This wasn't something to pry about yet, but one day Indrexu would. Her grappling with Xim hadn't ended. It was only entering a more intimate stage. Essen would be her greatest asset in the new contest. Then there was a buzz from her communicator. Indrexu walked over to the dresser, picked up her badge, and opened the link. "This is the Queen," she said. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Majesty," said Captain Venta, "but there's been a report of a possible bomb beneath in the Ivory Arcade." That was the connecting passage from her tower to the throne room. "What do you mean, possible bomb?" Security picked up radiation signatures similar to a Febrilium warhead. "We're locking the area down to investigate. Please, Majesty, seal the door and stay where you are." "All right. We'll stand by." Indrexu walked over to the door, twisted on its magnetic lock, and looked to Essen. "What do your powers tell you? Bomb or false alarm?" "The Force doesn't work like that," she replied. "But I'll see what I can sense." Indrexu watched as the Scarlet Woman closed her eyes, furrowed her brows. It looked like mild concentration, but for Essen it meant so much more. Indrexu felt an increasingly familiar discomfort. If the witch ever turned against her, there was nothing she'd be able to do about it. She probably wouldn't even get a warning. Essen's eyes popped open. She sniffed the air. "Something's wrong," she said. "Do you smell it?" Indrexu inhaled. "I smell nothing." "What do you think?" "Wait." Essen held up a hand, commanding silence. Barely audible was a high hissing noise. They followed the sound to the room's ceiling vent. That was when Indrexu started to feel dizzy. "Poison," she gasped, trying to figure out who and why, but things were blurring fast. Essen clamped her mouth shut, held her breath, and turned to the window. It was a small stone-framed portal, currently sealed with layered, bulletproof glass. Beyond the portal was a 100-meter drop into wave-racked stone. Above, another 40 meters of white vertical rock. The queen's chamber was designed to be impregnable by any means. The witch snapped her fingers and the glass shattered outward. Cool wind rushed into the room, pushing back the invisible poison. Essen threw herself at the window, then partway through it. Indrexu's world spun, but she held her breath and pinched her nose as Essen locked knees against the window frame and bent her upper body over the edge. She plucked her luminous sword, and Indrexu saw a flash outside, but her vision was already fading. A knock sounded at the door. Fuzzy voices said her name. Essen pulled her whole body inside and rasped, "Don't answer it." "Come on." Essen waved her to the window, then clambered through the gap. She seemed to jump into the icy air, but when Indrexu pushed her head through and breathed the cold wind deep, she saw Essen clinging to black hand holes burned into the vertical stone. Indrexu's eyes followed the stone down to distant crashing waves. Vertigo joined her nausea and she nearly fell over, but an invisible hand pushed her back to the windowsill. "Grab onto my back," Essen said. Now, the knocking at the door became banging. They were trying to break through. Indrexu reached out and hooked an arm around Essen's shoulder. The alien woman was smaller than Indrexu, and she couldn't believe the witch could carry both their weight. Somehow she did, though not easily. "Take my saber," Essen grunted as Indrexu hung off her back, arms around her waist. "Cut more holes." Indrexu took the weapon with one hand, made sure its nozzle wasn't pointed toward them, and thumped the trigger. She could feel heat from the blade, but no weight at all. Carefully she began cutting long horizontal slashes through the stone. Essen pulled them up as soon as they were made. It was slow, both strained under each other's weight, and the cold wind was biting. They couldn't make it to the top of the tower. "To the right," Indrexu urged. "More windows." Essen began climbing as instructed. The ascent took minutes but seemed to last forever, and when they finally reached the portal back into the palace, it was blocked by another layer of bulletproof glass. To Essen that meant nothing. Without even a motion this time the window shattered inward, and the women awkwardly pulled themselves through the jagged frame, onto a corridor with winding white walls and a checkered floor strewn with glass shards. Indrexu braced herself against the wall and took deep breaths. "It won't take them long to figure out where we've gone. We need an escape route. You have to know one. A secret passage. We've got a few, but none right here. Can you get us to one?" "I think so." "Then let's get moving." Indrexu nodded to the right. "That way." She held out the lightsaber, now inert. "You'll need this." Essen took it. "Do you have a weapon?" "Only this." Indrexu pulled out the sword. It was a bronze antique passed down through generations, but with enough force behind it the edge could still cut. Better than nothing, but she'd have much preferred a rifle or a pack of grenades. They ran down the corridor, Essen in the lead, lightsaber already in her hand. The pathway was a slow downward corkscrew around the perimeter of the tower, and as they moved she dared wonder who'd engineered this attack and how far they'd gone. She didn't rush to blame Xim. The despot was a butcher, but he had his own kind of honor, and she couldn't see what he'd gained from this backstabbing. If it was him, though, she'd carve out his heart with her bronze sword and show it to him before he died. They heard the clatter of boots charging toward them, but in this bare, narrow passage, there was no place to hide. Another invisible hand pushed Indrexu in the chest, stopping her while Essen charged ahead. 4 soldiers in Federation armor rounded the corner, to immediately drop to their knees and assumed shooting positions while 2 more fired over their heads. All their guns were aimed at Essen. The witch didn't slow down as she approached them. Instead, she sped up, for a second becoming a blur, and suddenly she was one of them, swinging her glowing saber in wild cuts. One soldier fell with a burning slash across the chest. Next, a rifle dropped with hands attached. Guns cracked, and bullets laced the white walls, but none seemed to land on Essen. A lunge, and thrust, and a third soldier fell. The fourth reached for something, a grenade, perhaps, but Essen's sword became a split-second fan of light, and the last one fell. Indrexu couldn't believe it. She hurried up to Essen and saw the witch inspecting herself for wounds. A few bullets had grazed her, tearing her trousers at the left thigh and scraping her right bicep, drawing blood. "I'll be all right," Essen said, and shut off the saber. "Get their weapons." Indrexu bent over the nearest fallen shoulder, inspected the automatic rifle, then tucked it under arm. Sure enough, there were 2 grenades at the belt. She carefully plucked those and hooked it to her own, right next to the antique sword. The body beneath that armor was female. Indrexu, compelled by grim curiosity, pulled the helmet off her head. Red hair spilled from a pale face, now whiter in death. The queen knew her, a name escaped her, but she'd seen this woman guarding her palace day in and day out for years. "This is treason," Indrexu gasped. "They're my own women. They're not yours anymore." "Then?" "Xim." The witch lifted her eyes past Indrexu, like she was peering through walls to scour the whole palace. "I think," she decided, "Xim is the least of our problems." Xer was as surprised as his son when the ground literally fell out from under them. Shocked stupid, buffeted by the walls of the chute, they plunged together and landed hard but still entangled. Xer twisted his limbs out of Xim's and rolled away. He found himself in a dim corridor, lying face up on hard stone. His head hurt, his back hurt, his knee hurt from where he'd banged it on the chute. But it didn't matter. This was the moment he'd been waiting on for decades. Xer rolled to his side and pushed himself upright. He reared to his feet, nearly lost balance, then lurched toward his son. Xim, lean and nimble, was on hands and knees and coming up. Xer kicked him in the stomach, knocking the air out of him. Xim rolled onto his back and folded knees and elbows over his torso in an instinctive defensive position. Xer kicked him in the side again. The second blow unbalanced him, and he almost fell on top of his son. Instead, hands grabbed him by either shoulder and held him upright. Suddenly there were soldiers all around. Spotlights affixed to rifle barrels glared in the Emperor's face, blinding him. It was all Xim could do to cover his eyes with his hands, exposing a little more of his torso. Xer couldn't help himself. He tore free of the soldiers, allies or captors, and kicked Xim again, right in the diaphragm. Xim gasped, retched, and got another face full of blinding light. Had he ever felt this good, this right? It had been so long, Xer couldn't remember. A soldier bent low, grabbed Xim's wrists, and slapped metal cuffs around them. Xim kicked and flailed as he was tugged roughly to his feet, but another soldier came at him from behind and clubbed the back of his head with a rifle butt. Finally, the Emperor of known space stopped struggling. His captors held him upright, head bowed, a thin, battered man. Not impressive at all. One soldier drew out a radio and reported, "We have targets 1 and 2 in our possession." "Repeat, we have them?" Vardok's voice scratched over the comm. "Good. Bring them up here." "I'm not a target," Xer rasped. The soldier pocketed his radio and looked up. "Excuse me? I'm not a target. I'm a king. Show some respect." The soldier's eyes went wide, but he nodded. "Yes, sir." "Sorry, sir." Xer looked around and saw the same obedience, however reluctant, in their eyes. How long had it been since anyone had looked at him like that? It felt like a lifetime and no time at all. With a groan, Xim raised his head and looked at his father. Hre creaked. What have you done?" And in Xim's eyes he saw not bitter condescension but betrayal sting. After all these years he was like a boy again, vulnerable and weak. Xer wanted to kick him once more, because it felt so good, but he restrained himself. Even the pirate king of Arge had to have a little dignity. So he stepped close to his son, grinned, and said, "I am what I am, boy." Bitter, old, and treacherous. The command deck of the Victor's Crown was so calm it made Orissa nervous. The storm was about to break, but she didn't know exactly when or how. She knew she didn't want to be aboard the Ascendant when Captain Sylvain arrested her husband. It was good being near her son, but Marco, of course, had his duties on another part of the ship. So she lingered on the bridge, waiting, one Livian duchess in a formal gown amongst the soldiers, When it was 5 hours to the ceremony, Cadenzi appeared in his standard admiral's uniform. She knew nothing good was going to happen to him, but she gave him a smile. "You look lovely, Duchess," he said. "I assume you're planning to head down soon." "Naturally. Then you'll have to enjoy the pageant without me. My duty keeps me here." Cadenzi looked around the bridge and exhaled. "Peace in our tie? I suppose it's possible. What a strange way for it to begin. Of course, Xim's built his empire by alliances as much as conquest. First Kron, then my people, then yours. So perhaps it's not extraordinary after all." The admiral was walking across the bridge to speak with the crown's captain when the doors opened and all hell broke loose. A squadron of soldiers in black armor rushed into the chamber, shouting, rifles ready. With a shock, Irissa recognized them as Duanarbulan Lancers, one of Xim's first and deadliest units. Not Xim, she remembered, his father's Era 8. It wasn't the pirate king who strode in the Lancer's wake, but Admiral Thane, who carried the old wild energy and barbarian arrogance. He was no longer dressed in his imperial uniform but the rugged jumpsuit and vest of an Argaean raider. Cadenzi had been caught totally surprised by the Lancer's arrival. As 3 soldiers pointed their rifles at him, he slowly raised his hands. Only when Thane strode toward him did life show in his eyes. "This is madness," Cadenzi snarled. "You can't get away with this." "We have, Admiral. It's done." Thane flashed a grin beneath his bushy mustache. "Your dear Emperor's being taken into custody right now. So is his betrothed. Sad to say it, but the wedding's off." "Why? What are you trying to accomplish?" "Let's just say we're returning the Empire to its original management." "Are you talking about Zaire?" "That's absurd." Cadenzi almost lurched for him. "You stupid savage. You've ruined everything." "Don't get angry, Admiral. It's not personal," Thane said, though he was clearly enjoying this. "What we're doing is in everybody's interest. Do you realize what you've done? You idiot. The war was over. We had peace. Not a perfect peace, but peace. Getting purged by Indrexu and her, which isn't my idea of peace. Besides, Xim's not the man his father was. Not even close. Idiot." Cadenzi spat again. His eyes circled the bridge, passing over cowering crew and imposing Lancers before resting on Irissa. She cringed as he said, "Talk to him. Tell him what a fool he is." They laughed heartily. "Ah, so rich. The Duchess and her father have been with us from the start." He turned his wolfish smile on her. "Haven't you?" She nodded stiffly. "I'm sorry, Admiral. Please, don't resist. Right? I'd hate to have to shoot you. We might need a hostage." Thane waved to his Lancers. "All right, get him out of here. Straight to the brig." The black-garbed soldiers grabbed Cadenzi and pushed him out of the room, along with several other officers. More Argaeans, younger than Thane but dressed in the same roguish garb, moved to take their place. "All right, here's what we're going to do," Thane announced. "Put all systems on red alert, all crew in combat mode." Irissa crossed the deck toward him. "What do you think you're doing? A fight's the last thing we want." "Call down, your regalness. We're just taking precautions, same as every other ship in the fleet." Thane smirked. "A bomb just went off in the palace, you see. Nobody knows if our dear Emperor's alive, so we've got to be ready for anything. You could provoke the Federation. Your father has them taken care of. We've just got to put on a show and make it look authentic. And if it becomes authentic, we couldn't turn Cadenzi. How do you know everyone in the Federation will play along? We don't. We just need the right people to play along." In a low voice he said, "I'm glad to have you with us, Duchess." "Truly. And why is that?" "Because talk is what you nobles are good at." "And you're right. Better to talk our way out of a jam than fight." He was acting too reasonable for comfort. "And what are you good at?" "Rape and pillage." Thane flashed a grin. "And look, I bagged myself a dreadnought and barely broke a sweat. We're getting back to basics, Duchess, and it feels wonderful." Jaminair was in his cabin, standing in front of his mirror and tugging the creases out of his dress uniform when the buzzer on his door sounded. It was a noise he hardly ever heard. He was rarely disturbed here, and when he was, it came via call from the bridge. Frowning, he went to the door and opened it. The first thing he registered was Captain Savain dead in front of him. The second thing was the 4 soldiers behind him, 2 off either shoulder. Last was the 2 rifle tips aimed at his face like a pair of black eyes. When they didn't immediately go off, Jaminar tore his attention back to Savain. The captain stood with hands behind his back, face stern. What is this? Jaminar snarled. Mutiny. I'm sorry, but yes. Savain said coldly. Don't resist, please. What do you think you're doing? Who put you up to? You are being detained until it can be decided what to do with you. I considered locking you in your cabin, but you'd still have comms and computer access. The brig will do instead. Who ordered this? I demand to know. Frankly, Viceroy, you're not in a position to demand anything. Savain's eyes flicked right to a rifle barrel. Jaminar tried to be rational. Xim didn't order this, did he? That means you're moving against him, aren't you? The Emperor is being detained as we speak. That's treason, Captain. You're a dead man. It is not treason, Savain insisted, anger coming through. We've spent years fighting Indrexu, and now you and Xim welcome her into the heart of the Empire. No, we can't allow that. Don't be a fool. I brought you up from nothing, Captain. All those years of service, and you're throwing them away. Enough of this, Savain told the soldiers. Take him. The ones with the rifle stepped back, weapons still lifted. The other two seized Jaminar by his shoulders and pulled him into the hallway. One grabbed his wrists and cuffed them at his waist. The other jabbed his sidearm into the Viceroy's back and prodded him down the hall. Jaminar wanted to fight, but a bullet through his spine would end his struggle in an instant. He looked over shoulder and called to Savain. Who put you up to this? The captain, standing by the closed cabin door, quirked a bitter smile. If you must know, sir, it was your wife. After that, Jaminar put up minor resistance. It was like his world had fallen down. As he shuffled down the corridors, he tried to imagine what had pushed Orissa to treason. Her father. He never trusted Vardock, not really. The old duke was loyal to Livian over the Empire, and to himself above all. An even worse thought occurred to him. Marco might have been in on it. Betrayed by his own son. What a bitter irony that was. Since starting a family, he'd held the secret dread that his own sins would be revisited upon him. Now it was crystallizing around him like a cage. His captors marched him to a lift tube and pulled him inside. The two armsmen followed and, upon entering the capsule, turned and faced the doors as they closed. Then the soldiers beside Jaminar released him. Lightning fast but silent, they seized the armsmen from behind, expertly grabbing rifles with one hand while slashing razor blades across the soldiers' necks. With barely a sound, the armsmen collapsed in pools of their own blood. The other guards retrieved the rifles, swung them over shoulder, and turned to face Jaminar. He stared at their blank faces, wondering if he was next. Then one guard took out a key and unlocked his handcuffs. The other worked the lift controls and sent them plunging to a lower deck. Thank you, Jaminar rasped. But why? The special plenipotentiary ordered us to protect you, sir, one soldier said. There's a battlebird waiting at the hatch Alpha 3. It's crewed and standing by to get you out of here. We've also disabled ventral scanners so you can escape without being detected. OZF had arranged all this. Jaminir's head spun with questions. He focused on the most practical. Where do we go from here? What ships aren't compromised? We're ordered to get you to the Stormrider, sir. If the safest place for the first Viceroy was the Queen of Ranroon's ship, then this mutiny was more widespread than he thought possible. Rissa was compromised, likely Vardock, and the nobles. Cadenzi must be compromised or removed. Kryn and the Argaeans too. The whole universe had been appended, except for three constants. Xim, Jaminar, and OZF, three against the universe. It had started that way a quarter century ago, and might end that way too. The lift door opened on an empty hull. Leaving his rescuers to clean up the bodies, Jaminar ran for his escape. Obliques, guardian of the future. For millennia, our historians have debated whether the Order as we know is spread across the galaxy from a central point or coalesced from multiple scattered entities. Put simply, there is not enough surviving documentation for us to be certain either way. I suspect that the truth lies somewhere in between. Jedi would always find each other in their hour of need. Jedi Master Adoner, Reflections on 1,000 Years, 4137 BBY. 112th year of the Five Brothers. 11,347 Taya. There were different flavors of heroism, none more inherently virtuous than the next. Acting alone to help others had a special satisfaction, but it also placed you in special danger. You were safer, and more importantly stronger, when you had other Jedi at your side. That was just one of the things Asher Gill had learned since the Hand of Light plucked him from death in a filthy Tepesi alley, and he'd taken it to heart. Not that the current situation wasn't extremely dangerous. The two Jedi ships had established a beachhead inside the pirates' asteroid base, courtesy of the ship that had attacked them, and kindly left the launch bay door open. The Hand of Light and Dawn Chaser were able to set down without too much difficulty. Once landed, Asher was the first one out the airlock, Shin right behind him, both in vacuum-proof suits for as long as it took to reach the bay's control center, close the doors, and repressurize the chamber. Then the other Jedi emerged from their ships, Master Maloba Talayak from the Hand, a Nori, and a Selkut from the Dawn Chaser. The pirates were already reacting to this intrusion. They felt like a swarm of angry hornets beyond the hangar bay's sealed doors. The Jedi took mere seconds to coordinate their plan, relying on the Force more than words. The Selkut, Moray, would stay with the ships to guard them. Master Talayak, Asher, Shin, and the one-handed Nori, Koltatha, would go inside and rescue the three captive Jedi. Next was the dangerous part. The interior of the asteroid was a maze, and the pirates were indeed like furious insects, always on the move, stinging with their hit and fate attacks. In the 2 years since he'd been rescued from Tepesi, Asher had developed a firm bond with Talayak and Shin. Wielding blades of pure light, a miraculous weapon, inherited from the Rakata no less, they moved as one, deflecting attacks, warning against enemies, and cutting down any pirate who got too close. Koltatha, with his one hand and metal blade sword, followed them but felt apart in the Force. He was confused by the newcomers and doubtful of his ability, but still driven to save his comrades. The pirate nest was a maze, but it wasn't difficult to find the three captive Jedi. They were being held in separate places, but their minds were alert and they blazed in the Force, so distinct against the anger of criminals. There came a lull in the fighting. The pirates were falling back to regroup and replan. The Jedi needed a break too. Exhausted, bleeding from where a bullet had skimmed his flank, Asher asked, "Where do we go now?" Koltatha reached to his comrades in the Force. "The ships are still secure. They are not trying to retake the bay. They could still reopen the doors," Asher warned. "Both ships are magnetized to the flight deck," Master Talayak said. "They cannot be flushed into space." The Tala's long fur was slick with sweat. A lightsaber burned in either of his upper hands. "They can still make getting back to the ships very difficult," Koltatha said. "And we cannot let them have the found horizon. We will have to destroy it if it cannot fly." "Then we'll destroy it," Talayak said simply. "For now, we find our comrades. Can you sense them?" "I can." Koltatha pointed down one corridor branch. "Vidia is that way. I must go to her." "I will help you," said Shin. The Nori gave the Rakata the same look as when they first met, pure disbelief, with a touch of revulsion. For a second, Asher thought he'd refuse, but Koltatha nodded. He knew he needed the help. "I sense another Jedi that way." Talayak gestured with his lower left arm, then raised his upper right. "A third is down that path." "I'll get the last one," Asher said. "Let's go." There were no parting words, only parted ways. The pirates were starting to regroup. The Jedi could feel this, and there was no time to waste. Asher jogged down the corridor and around two curves. Finally, he made the final turn and saw one human pirate, armed with a mirror pistol, standing before a locked door. She hefted her weapon but hesitated before firing it at the man with the impossible blazing sword. That was all Asher needed. He used the Force to wrench the weapon from her grip. It slapped into his palm. The woman turned and ran for her life. If only it could always be this easy. The lightsaber also made things easier. The door was sealed metal, but then 3 easy slices cut a triangular hole through it. Asher simply kicked the cutout portion, knocking it into the cell, then stepped through in the dark chamber. His saber cast a soft glow over the room, onto the human woman sitting upright on the floor. Her ankles were bound in front of her, hands behind her. A gag was stuffed in her mouth, and an ugly bruise swelled on her forehead, but her eyes were clear as she looked up at him. In the Force, she sent gratitude. As he made quick slices through her binds, Asher considered how to introduce himself. Back on Tepesi, he's had a small collection of salutations for citizens he'd saved in ominous alleys. "I'm just here to help, ma'am. I'm only looking out for people in need. Only doing what anyone would do, sir." So self-effacing yet prideful. He never actually called himself the Guardian of the Night. The local press had done that. But he'd not dispelled the moniker either because he'd wanted too hard to be a hero. In retrospect, the mask and cape were downright embarrassing. He was protecting something much more important now, the future of the Jedi. He cut the woman's bonds, then pulled the gag from her mouth. As soon as it was out, she spat roughly to one side and asked, "Who the hells are you?" He'd gotten that on telepathy once or twice. Asher smiled wryly. "Just a Jedi." "You? About the same?" She tried to stand, but her legs wobbled and she nearly fell. Asher caught her against himself. She was as tall as him, with a strong lean build. He straightened her by the shoulders and examined her face, which was pretty except for the puss-bleeding bruise. "Are you all right? Do you have a concussion?" "I don't think so," she said, but held to him for stead. Her eyes dropped to his lightsaber. "What is that? And where did you come from? And what's your—" "I'm Asher. I came on another Jedi ship. Your friends, Kultitha and Moray, they're here too." "Then let's find them." Her eyes dropped to his belt. He stepped away, then realized she was staring at the pistol he'd taken. He plucked it free and held it out, handle first. She took it eagerly. "I'm Jekka, by the way," she said as she checked the magazine. "Nice to meet you." "Likewise." "Come on, the others are rescuing your friends." They hurried out of the cell and into the hall, just in time for a trio of pirates to round the corner and charge at them. Jekka pressed herself against the wall, raised her pistol, and dropped one with a well-placed shot. Asher charged ahead, using the force to instantly close the distance between him and the other two pirates. His lightsaber sheared the muzzle off one man's rifle. At the same time, he snapped an elbow into the second man's chin. The first man dropped his gun and went for a knife, but Asher used the force to slam him sideways. His head knocked noisily into his partner's and both dropped. It was done. He turned to see Jekka slowly lowering her weapon, an impressed look on her face. "Just a Jedi, huh? Well, I used to be a hero and it got me in trouble. I'm trying to tone it down a bit." Her tired, pretty smile felt like a reward. "You may be onto something. How do we get back to the ships?" "Follow me." He smiled back and led her down the hall. Chapter 13. Betrayal. Were it not for the calamitous war with the Hutts that followed, there can be no doubt that the Second Battle of Ranroon would be seen as the climax of Xim's career. The coda to his years-long war with the Federation became an against-all-odds fight against enemies within his empire and without. That he survived and even triumphed was enough to make Xim more than human. Take on Darius, Xim and his legacy, 548 LE. So this was what triumph felt like. Xer had forgotten, but it came back to him in a rush, as intoxicating as any brew, as exhilarating as any brawl. After pulling him out of the palace's tunnels, his guards brought him to the crowded security center from which this coup was being governed. Xim, shackled and beaten, was taken elsewhere, presumably to a waiting cell. Xer had plans for his son, but he'd get to those in time. His old ruler's instincts were coming back. He knew he needed to assert authority, and that meant showing this cabal of conniving nobles and bureaucrats what he was made of. As soon as he stepped into the security center, he scanned the faces. Vardok, Jellister, Rasu, little Oziav perched on the tabletop beside them, plus clusters of security personnel in Federation uniforms, most of whom looked at Xer like they didn't know who he was. He ignored them and strode right for the three old men in the center. "No time for gratitude, nor for hospitality," he asked. "What's happening in orbit? Where's Thane?" The humans looked stunned by his impudence, but Oziav chirped. "Admiral Thane has secured the victor's crown, while the Ascendant and Viceroy Jaminair have also been taken care of. A good start." Xer looked to Jellister. "What about those Federation ships?" "Standing by," the Utusky said with annoyance. "We've told them a bomb went off inside the palace and they're to wait for further news. Admiral Menask has been hailing us, but we've told her to hold position," added Rasu. "However, she's not our biggest problem." Xer didn't like the sound of that. "What is the problem?" "You've got Xim?" "Yes, but Queen Indrexu and her witch are proving more problematic." Rasu twitched to the nearest console. His screen lit up with security cam footage of two women, one with a strange bright sword, the other with an automatic rifle, charging down corridors. "Is this Liv? Why haven't you intercepted them?" "We've tried," Rasu sighed. "The witches, unlike anything I've ever seen. Indrexu is no slouch either," added Ossus. Your son has admirable taste, mighty Xer. He scowled at the Tiin. You were right there with us. I expected you to go through that trapdoor too. I was a few steps ahead and spared the plunge. Not that I was lucky, mind you. As soon as you fell, the robots went berserk trying to get to you. And then the palace's soldiers showed up with rocket-propelled grenades. That was a narrow hallway, so things got unpleasant very fast. You seem to have gotten out fine. Minus dirt and ash here and there, I suppose. Ossus brushed his sooty waistcoat with tiny hands, then the top of his head. I did lose my hat, which is a terrible shame. I got it from a custom tailor on Pasman. Xer turned away before Ossus could prattle on further. He intended to have the Tiin arrested and thrown into a cell, possibly next to Xim. The only question was whether to do it now or later. Indrexu seemed like the most pressing matter. He looked to Rasu. This is your palace, isn't it? Find her, corner her, kill her somehow. Why is this so hard? She knows this place better than anyone. Her family built it. Rasu added defensively. She hasn't shared all his secrets, even with her ministers. A smart woman, Xer thought. He looked at the security feeds, which now showed endless empty corridors. Where did they go? You've got this whole palace watched, haven't you? Not the secret passages, sir, said the woman seated at the console. So you've lost them? Jellister asked. They've disappeared between the 8th and 9th spirals of the leeward tower. They have to be inside, still. Then get more troops over, as many as you can. Jellister looked at Vardock. That means your people too. You Imperials won't hesitate to kill the Queen, will they? No, Vardock assured. Give me one moment. The Livian moved to another console and began speaking with another officer. Xer judged that if anyone was in control of this room, other than him, of course, it was the Utusky president. So he asked Jellister, is that your plan, then? Kill Indrexu. She's too dangerous to leave alive, especially if she has the witch with her, the silver-haired man scowled. Once she's down, we can execute Xim as well. Xer lashed out, grabbing his arm. No, you've got him captured. He's no longer a threat. Xim's a threat as long as he breathes. Jellister jerked his arm free. I know he's your son, but don't be sentimental. This isn't sentimentality. That boy had me locked up for decades. Killing me would have been merciful, but no, he made me rot in my private hell. And that's what's going to happen to him. Jellister looked him over. Was it respect or fear? Xer would take either. We can discuss this later, once we've killed Indrexu. There's no discussion. Xim's my son, and this is my empire. Per agreement with Duke Vardock, Ranroon is not your empire, and neither is Utusk. Jellister shook his head. Again, we'll deal with Xim later. Fine. Later. Being in charge also meant picking your battles. Vardock and Rasu were hovering over consoles. Ossus still sat on the table, watching Xer with those black eyes. It was time to put that rat in shackles, but first Xer decided to remind Jellister and all the rest, who really held power here. And power, naturally, came from the end of a gun. He called, who can get me a line to the victor's crown? Anybody. We can't do that, sir, said one young man. If you'll come here, please. At least this one knew to show respect. Xer went over to the console, picked up a handset, and held it to his ear. After a moment of static, a voice said, this is the victor's crown. And this is King Xer 8. Get me Admiral thing. He nearly shouted those words, drawing stunned looks from everyone in the chamber. He imagined the comtech on the crown was equally stunned, which was why it took almost a minute for the call to be handed off. But once it was, there was no shock from Thane. The Admiral's voice was a friendly growl. It's an honor to have you back, my friend. And it's a pleasure to be back, Xer kept speaking loudly. The others would only hear half the conversation, but that was enough. They tell me you've got the crown. Did Cadenzi not know what's best for him? Sorry to say he didn't. He's resting comfortably. How are things groundside? My son's also resting, less than comfortably, but they've still got to nab the queen. Seems that witch of hers is the real deal. I can't hardly believe it. Is there anything you need? I can send down a ship full of lancers to help. A ship full of lancers. Impressive, but I don't think we need them right now. Besides, you send back up to the planet and all the Federation ships are going to start asking questions, and questions could lead to a fight. Hold position for now. Understood. Don't let Vardock and those Federation types get you on a chain, my friend. This is your empire, and don't let him forget it. Believe me, I know exactly who's in charge here, Xer boasted, and so do they. Is Admiral Kryn up there too? He's on his falchion. I'll let him know you're free right away. Good. Have Kryn stand by for my personal instructions. Will do. I'll call again soon. Xer closed the connection and handed the headset back to the comtech, who took it meekly. The other technicians started turning to their consoles again, but Vardock and Rasu only looked away when Xer's gaze swept over to them. Jellister, to his credit, didn't flinch. The Utusky said, I trust the situation is well in hand. I couldn't ask for a better man to be in charge up there. Xer grinned. And now, guards. Guards, get in here. Jellister was alarmed, but he didn't stop 3 Ranroon soldiers stepping into the middle of the room. Xer faced the women, drew himself straight, and said, I've got an order for you. You're going to arrest that rat Oziev and lock him up next to Xim. Xer gestured dramatically to the table where Oziev had been perched and found it vacant. Where is he? Xer asking, spinning around the room, scouring it for any hint of gray-brown fur or dangling pink tail. Nothing. To the guards he snapped, you were at the door. Did he get by you? The lead one blinked and said, no, sir. Nobody passed us. Then where is he? Xer bellowed. Where is that bloody rat? The call came out of nowhere. Ericus was down by the Starforge's engines when he was notified by scratchy audio link. It took him 20 minutes to make his way to the Communicatian Center where a cluster of Federation crew were waiting, along with Hedrix and Prescar. You should see this, sir, said the man seated at the main console. He was twice Ericus's age but looked at the Jedi with the deference that was almost becoming normal. This message came in on the Queen's encryption code, but it was on a wavelength we've never seen before. We didn't know what to do with it at first. Our sensors picked up a compressed tachyonic burst with superluminal signal velocity and had to recalibrate our instruments to even realize we were looking at a data stream, let alone decrypt it. Ericus had no idea what that meant. It must have showed, because Hedrix clarified, the signal was sent at faster than light speeds. In theory, that shouldn't even be possible. The Jedi stared at their stunned, expectant faces. Well, what does it say? Take a look. The seated man kicked away from his console, allowing Ericus to bend over the screen. It was a text message, simple and short. Mutiny at Ranroon. Jellister and Rasu against Indrexu and Xim. Queen and witch in mortal peril. Send help immediately. He didn't know who Jellister and Rasu were. Indrexu's and Xim's names rushed by. All he could think about was Essen. Well, he looked around the room. Are you sending anyone? We're trying. But it's hard when we don't know what to expect, the lead tech said, wincing slightly. We've got new ships out of the foundry, but we haven't run tests on them or prepped them for flight, let alone combat. We have cargo barges, but they won't be helping the fight. Ericus knew what that meant. He looked to Prescarn, who said, Tampers and the others are getting the shuttle prepped to fly. By the time we get to the dock, we'll be ready for takeoff. Then let's get going. Ericus looked back at the tech. Keep prepping ships. Send whatever you can when you can. There's no telling how this is going to go. The tech nodded, but Ericus was already jogging out of the chamber, Hedrix and Prescarn behind him. As they hurried, Prescarn asked, What about your family? Will they help? Family. The word almost brought him to a stop. For a long time, that word had been special. Like a treasure box, he kept Reyna and Soren inside where nothing could hurt them. The treasure box was gone, and maybe the family was too. But he knew one thing. Essen was in danger. Reyna and Kroller might not give a damn about the state of the galaxy, but they didn't abandon their friends. As they continued down the Forge's monstrous winding corridor, he fished his comlink from his pocket and opened a line to the gravity scorned. He knew they'd be waiting, and he knew what they'd say. The White Wall Palace contained a maze of interior passages barely broad enough for a single woman to slip through. Cold rough stones pressed on Indrexu and Essen as the Queen led them through corridors and down perilously steep stairs. Indrexu said her aim was to get out of this tower and into the lower levels of the palace, where they'd have more freedom of movement. It sounded good, but the question remained. What then? Indrexu hadn't given an answer. Essen hasn't asked. She could sense Indrexu's confusion and doubt. The queen had lived in this palace all her life. She thought herself loved by her subjects, and had trusted them. Now, for all she knew, every last one of them had turned against her. Essen had no comfort to give, and no guidance either, since the palace's interior maze was a mystery. The only thing she could do as she followed Indrexu was reach out with the force and sense of any nearby lives, hostile or otherwise. Sometimes she picked up mines on other levels, scouring frantically for the disappeared target. Essen and Indrexu didn't seem to be in immediate danger, but danger would find them. That was certain. She was certain the force would warn her in advance, so she was taken by surprise when, just as they reached the stairwell into the main body of the palace, a single small figure dropped out of the shadows and blocked their path. At first she thought it was a child. Then she saw the narrow tail and thought it an oversized pest. It still shocked her into action. She pulled Indrexu back with the tug of the force, ignited her lightsaber, and interposed herself between the queen and this newcomer. This newcomer was neither child nor pest. The furry creature stood on hind legs, only a meter high, but it wore a dirted waistcoat and looked at Essen with black, intelligent eyes. His whiskers twitched, his pink nose sniffed the cold damp air. "You?" Indrexu sneered. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, obviously," said the rodent. "Why else would I be scampering around the miserable underside of your palace?" Essen looked back at the queen. "Who is this?" "Oziaf." "He's Xim's." Indrexu hesitated, then decided friend. "The actual term is special plenipotentiary," said Oziaf. "But I'm just a humble Tiin, and not too picky about titles." That phrase, humble Tiin, the high-pitched voice, the breezy and slightly smug tone, all of them roused her memory, and Essen was whisked 6 years, and many light years away, to a torture chamber on Abraxan, where that same voice had chirped mockingly from overhead speakers in between bursts of agonizing electric shocks. Without touching him, she grabbed Oziaf by the scruff of his furry neck and lifted him in the air. His short limbs kicked helplessly, and his tail twisted beneath him. "I see, you remember me," Oziaf rasped. "That's unfortunate. For you," Essen snarled. "Majesty, we can't trust him. Believe me or not, I can tell you what's happening." Essen gave a warning look, but Indrexu asked, "Who's behind this?" "It's not Xim, is it?" "Rasu. Jellister. Vardok, Thane, Kren. Why would they all work together? They see your marriage as a threat. I'm ending this war." But not the end they wanted. Oziaf no longer kicked the air, but his tail still writhed. "They have the palace, most of the Imperial fleet in orbit." "What about my ships?" asked Indrexu. "They don't understand what's going on." Jellister and Rasu didn't have time to turn their commanders. "How do you know all this?" snapped Essen. She was trying to read truth or falsehood, but anger clouded her judgment. "I infiltrated their conspiracy, played along, but I never expected them to move so fast, so hard. They turned on him," Essen told the queen, "so he's run to us." "Is your force telling you that?" asked Indrexu. The force was telling her nothing. Frustrated, she shook her head. Indrexu stepped up to Oziaf, still dangling in the air. She asked, "How did you find us? How did you even get in these passages?" "I've seen Rasu's maps of the palace, the hidden passageways. Those aren't complete. But this place is on the maps. We should get moving, Majesty." He was right. They were dawdling too long in an exposed place. Essen still had no idea where they could go, what they could do. She looked to Indrexu beseechingly. The queen made a gesture to let Oziaf go. Essen released him, and the Tiin landed nimbly on 4 feet before rising to 2. "I know there's an emergency hangar beneath the palace," Oziaf said. "Rasu sent guards there, but I think there's a chance we can sneak past. If we do, we can rocket up to one of your ships in orbit. It's our best hope." "You say we too much," Indrexu scowled at him. "That's very presumptuous. There's no reason to take him," Essen insisted. "He could be leading us into a trap." "I assure you, I'm not," Oziaf said tiredly. "In fact, I've come to throw myself at your mercy and beg for your help. You can find your own escape route." "Not that." Oziaf looked at the queen. "I need your help to rescue Xim." Essen wanted to laugh, but Indrexu's face went hard in thought. The queen asked, "Do you know where he is?" "The main jail under the palace, solitary wing. It's not that far from here, and hopefully you know a secret passage." When Indrexu didn't refuse him right away, Essen touched her shoulder. You aren't considering this, are you? We don't need him, and we do not need Xim. Let him rot. Let them kill him. He deserves it after all he's done. This isn't about morality, said Ossus. This is about winning. Most of those Imperial captains up there have no idea what's going on. They'll never believe what you or I tell them, Majesty, but they will listen to Xim. Unless he's freed, you have no hope of retaking your throne. Ossus's voice was frantic, but his argument was bitterly hard to refute. The Force refused to point away, but Essen's heart told her to leave Ossus here, preferably bound or maimed so he couldn't warn the other conspirators. Indrexu asked, do you know exactly where he is? Cell 37. Can you get us there, quickly? Ossus and Essen both watched the Queen. The Jedi could feel the emotions colliding beneath Indrexu's hard expression: skepticism, anger, desperation, hope, and most of all the brutal pragmatism that every ruler fell back on in a crisis. Indrexu said, yes, I know a way. We should hurry. Majesty. Essen snapped, but nothing more. She looked in the Queen's eyes, felt her in the Force, and knew there'd be no swaying her. Indrexu led the way, Ossus behind her, scampering on all fours, Essen with saber lit. Jamineer's greeting on the Storm Rider was hardly warm, but it could have been worse. He was escorted to the bridge by 6 armed Ranroon soldiers who didn't actually train weapons on him, because he has 2 men of his own. The guards weren't enough to make him safe on this ship, but they were better than nothing. The Storm Rider's bridge was more cramped than the Ascendant's, with barely enough room to stand between consoles and jump seats. The ship's captain introduced herself as Miral and said, very bluntly, we received an anonymous message from the planet telling us to expect you. What's happening on Ranroon, and why aren't you at your ship? Jamineer told her what he could, which was frustratingly little. As he did, he saw disbelief, then fear, then anger flit across the woman's face. When she settled into the last mode, he knew he'd found an ally, however reluctant. Within minutes, he was patched into a direct transmission with Admiral Minask aboard the Wavebreaker. She was even less pleased with his news than Miral, and less pleased with Jamineer. What kind of ship were you running, Viceroy? The old woman asked. They were communicating via handset and he couldn't see her face, but he imagined it was livid. Overthrown by your own captain, in your own quarters. He'd left out the part about his own wife setting him up. There will be plenty time for recriminations later, he growled. Right now we need to save Xim and Indrexu. I don't know anything about the situation on the ground, Minask admitted. In fact, I have only your word there's been a coup. If there weren't a coup, I'd still be on my own ship. Have all Imperial ships been compromised? No, he snapped, then walked it back. I don't believe every captain and crew has joined the mutiny. Most of them are like you. They've been told nothing other than to stand by. But the Ascendant has been taken over, and the victor's crown. What about Kren and the Falchion? We can't rely on him either. Viceroy, I'm not committing myself to fighting the entire Imperial fleet just because you've lost control. I don't want to fight, he said, exasperated. Right now I'm informing you of the situation. Tell your captains if you'd like, but if this news spreads too wide, someone will start a fight. I know, Viceroy. After a heavy sigh, she asked, what can we do for Indrexu and Xim? It was the most important question and the hardest to answer. If they launched assault teams for Ranroon, it would spark a brawl in orbit. They're not alone down there, he said. Ossus, the Red Witch, whatever other loyalists they still had. He prayed those were enough, they'd have to be. Minask said, I am going to inform my senior captains of this development. We'll talk again soon. Of course. He didn't put the handset down. The connection died, and his dull electric tone buzzed in his ear. He stared at the Storm Rider's tactical screen, at the marker for the victor's crown. There were his wife and his son, his family, his betrayers. He ached to know what had pushed Orissa to treason. It would be so easy to find out, just a hell directed at the crown, and all his curiosity would be satisfied. At the same time, he'd betray his presence on the Storm Rider, and surprise was his only advantage. But it might be worth it. He stared at that lit-up marker, thinking hard. Despite having the most important prisoner in the galaxy, the jail beneath the White Wall Palace was dangerously undermanned. Had the other soldiers been pulled away to scout the palace for Indrexu? Were the mutineers simply short-handed? Or was it all a carefully arranged trap? Indrexu couldn't discount anything as she peeked through the small barred window of solitary, cell number 28. At no time since her great-grandmother's reign had any prisoner been kept in the cell, for the simple fact that it was not a cell at all. Its hidden door allowed passage to the palace's secret labyrinth. Indrexu, Oziaf, and Essen emerged from the slit-open stone door into the chamber but did not rush through the unlocked door immediately. They cracked it open and peeked into the empty hallway, then relied on Essen's force to sense that the entire block was nearly empty. Indeed, the sole sources of life nearby came from one prisoner in cell 38 and 2 guards keeping watch outside. There are other guards nearby, Essen warned as they crouched on the cell's straw floor. I can't tell who's loyal to you or who isn't, Majesty, but if they hear a fight they'll come to investigate. Then we move quickly and quietly. Oziaf was sitting on his haunches. That laser sword speaks more softly than a rifle. Can you cloud their minds also? Lightsaber, Essen corrected sourly. I may be able to affect their minds and slow their reactions, but I cannot promise anything. You don't have to, Indrexu said. I'll lead the way. Essen, follow behind me. Oziaf, she looked down at the little alien, wondering how long it would take her to regret all this. Stay in the shadows. Don't interfere. Understood. The TIN's right ear twitched, whatever that meant. They rose and pushed the door open. Indrexu stepped into the empty hall first, then Essen. Oziaf dropped to all fours and crawled slowly in their wake. Essen's eyes begged for clarity, but no one talked as they walked to the right, rounded the corner, and stepped into the hallway where Xim was kept. Indrexu couldn't believe she was risking herself to rescue the man she'd considered her nemesis 2 weeks ago, but the rest of her universe had been upended too. Her minister and soldiers, afraid of Xim and perhaps even more of Essen, had betrayed her. Her only hope of saving Ranroon came through Xim and the loyalty he'd command from the Imperials in orbit. The corridor was long and dimly lit, but she could see the 2 soldiers standing outside Xim's cell door. Indrexu quickened her pace, stepping directly in front of Essen. As soon as the soldiers saw her, Indrexu raised both hands in the air. As she drew nearer, she marked them by their figures as women, which meant they were likely her own troops. Hopefully that would buy her crucial seconds. Stop right there, one soldier called, rifle still aimed. But Indrexu kept walking, slowing to a purposeful stride. She kept her head high and said, Do you recognize me, Gar? You should. One stayed by the door, the other edged closer. She kept her rifle trained on Indrexu and said, I recognize you, Majesty. Are you surrendering? Surrender to whom? You. Who's that behind you? The rifle twitched. Majesty. Who is it? What did they tell you? That I sold out our world for that man in the cell. That I betrayed all of you. Majesty, please stop. Do you really think I could betray Ranroon? Those people up there, the ones you're taking orders from, they're the traitors. Majesty, stop. She shifted the rifle to eye level. Indrexu stopped. So did Essen, 5 steps behind her. Do you doubt your queen, soldier? Do you? Majesty, the soldier hesitated. Her barrel dipped. But the other guard stepped away from the door and hefted her own rifle. Queen Indrexu, on your knees. Stop talking and get down. Now. Indrexu didn't kneel, and she didn't stop talking. What right do you have to order me? Get down, the second guard shouted. Now. The cry echoed down the corridor, almost camouflaging the sound of scampering feet. Almost, but not quite. Oziaf darted out of the shadows faster than any 2-legged runner could manage. Both soldiers pivoted to track his pink tail as it raced past. The second guard fired a single shot in the dark. Essen moved too. Her lightsaber sprung to life, but she didn't even use the blade. She collided with the first guard boot against sternum and knocked her into the wall. As soon as both feet touched the ground, she moved onto the second guard, cut her rifle in 2 with the saber, then used invisible hands to throw the woman off her feet and bash her helmeted head twice into the stone ceiling. The guard dropped and stayed still, but the first soldier was moving again. Indrexu opened her mouth to warn but didn't have to. Essen spun on one heel and her blade tip was instantly in front of the fallen woman's neck, lighting the underside of her face. The guard stared at the red witch in awe and terror. Essen made a small motion with her hand, and the guard's eyes fluttered into sleep. Then the only sounds in the corridor were 2 women's breathing and the buzz of the lightsaber. Oziav crawled out of the shadows and reared on both legs. That was shockingly bloodless but a little too loud. Can we freeze him now, please? Essen's eyes flicked to Indrexu, asking if she was really, truly sure about this. Indrexu wasn't, but she didn't see any better option. She nodded. Essen made short work of the door. One top-to-bottom slash was enough to cut through his 3 locks. When it hinged open, Indrexu looked inside, wondering what Xim might look like in his captivity. She'd vaguely hoped to see him beaten and cowering in one corner of his cell, dressed in rags and caked in dried blood, the mighty conqueror brought low at last. What she got instead was defiance. Xim had been beaten, clearly. Bruises swelled on his face, his shirt was torn and dirty, and his hands were shackled in front of him. But he was on his feet in the center of the cell, expectant. His eyes took in Oziav and even Essen without surprise, but when they rested on Indrexu, they went wide. There are different things you can say when then you come to the aid of your former enemy. But unfortunately, Indrexu hadn't had time to think of a good line. Instead, she stared at Xim, and he stared at her, and it was Oziav who said, "They'll have heard that gunshot. We need to go." "Go where?" Essen looked at Indrexu. The queen gathered her thoughts. "Back to the secret passages. We can't take it to the hangar, then blast out of here. They'll have it under guard now. Do you have any better ideas?" She glared at the rat. Oziav merely shrugged. Xim stepped forward and held out his hands. "Free me," he said, and his voice was a thin rasp. "You're free enough," said Essen. "Come on. I can fight." Xim looked at the queen. His voice cracked as he begged, "Free me," and it was gratifying to hear him beg. He was also correct. Getting to the emergency rocket in his silo would be more difficult than getting to this prison cell. So she told Essen, "Do it now." The witch balked, but a flick of her saber cut Xim's bonds. The despot clutched his metal shackles, looked to Indrexu, and said, "Thank you." For some reason that got to her. She couldn't think of a reply, so she nodded. And he nodded back, and for the first time Xim was neither nemesis nor supplicant. They were partners now. "They're coming," Oziav announced. "Hurry." He dropped to all fours and dashed down the hall. After a second's delay, the other 3 followed. "What do you mean they're gone?" Ossus squawked into his handset. "You have the entrance locked down. They must be in a cell." "I don't know, any cell." "Check them all." "Yes, open them all, damn it. Bring in more guards if you have to." "Go." The minister slammed the handset onto the console and turned toward Jellister and Vardak. "Though it was hardly necessary," he said. "Xim has escaped." "Incompetence?" Vardak snapped. "How could they let this happen? And don't blame everything on the damn witch." "It's not just the witch, it's the rat," said Jellister. "He must be guiding her, helping her." Rasu and Jellister both turned accusing eyes at Vardak. He didn't know why he'd let his guard down around Oziav, but after they'd set their plane in motion and seized him, he'd stupidly allowed himself to trust the Tien, or at least predict him. Oziav's actions made no sense. Why draw them into this elaborate scheme, even help capture Xim, just to free him again? The Duke snapped. "There's no point assigning blame. Right now we have to stop them. You've got to have more soldiers." "We have soldiers. The question is, who we can trust to shoot their own queen," growled Rasu. "It has come to that, hasn't it?" Jellister asked. "If we find any of them, Indrexu, Xim, the witch, they have to be taken out. We can't risk letting them slip away." "No," said one firm voice. Zer, who'd been sulking silently at the side of the room, stepped into their circle. "Kill the rest but keep my son alive." "That may not be possible," Rasu grated. "It's possible, and you're going to do it," the old pirate said, "or else all those ships up there, the ships that are loyal to me, will bomb Ranroon until your icebergs melt and the ocean swallow up this whole palace." Rasu shrunk beneath his angry stare. When they first met on Decevero, Vardak had taken Zer for a fat, slothful old man, probably half senile, surely easy to control. He had no idea what had conjured this swaggering bully, but he finally understood what kind of man had birthed Xim's empire. "We can give the order," Jellister said calmly, "but where do we send our people? Spread them out too thin, and it will make escape easier." Rasu sighed. "There are only a few ways out of this palace. 2 land gates. 1 dock by the ocean. One emergency rocket silo at the base of the windward tower. You should all those guarded already, said Zaire. We do, but I'll allocate more soldiers to each location. Good, said Vardock. But where are they most likely to go? We can send the most troops there. Jellister looked to Rasu. Vardock looked to Zaire. The old pirate said, Xim's going to look for allies. So will Indrexu if she's anything like him. They'll go for the rocket and try to launch for the Federation fleet. Agreed, said Vardock. We can't let them reach Admiral Minas. Then we'll stop them at the launch silo, Rasu said, and hurry to the comm console. I'll send a team immediately, and I have the best person to put in charge. Rissa Ornea thought herself experienced in politics, but coups were something else. Everything had gone smoothly up in space. The victor's crown was seized, Cadenzi and her husband ousted, and barely anyone had noticed. But the heart of this operation was taking place on the ground, and from Ranroon she'd heard nothing. Even transmission to the palace directed toward her father was met with silence. She began to pace the crown's cramped command deck. Thane scolded her for it quietly, telling her she had to look strong before the crew. And then, miraculously, a hell arrived. As soon as a comm officer announced it, she asked from the palace. No, ma'am, the ensign said. It's from the Stormrider. Irissa looked to Thane. The Argaean said, probably a curiosity call. Brushed them off nicely. Diplomacy, they'd already agreed, was her specialty, so Irissa moved over to the comm station and took a handset from the officer. This is Duchess Ornea aboard the Victor's Crown, she said pleasantly. How can we help you? The line buzzed for 10 long seconds. Then her husband's voice said, It's me, Irissa. She nearly dropped the handset. What are you doing? How are you calling? I'm aboard the Stormrider, Indrexu's personal ship. They say war makes strange bedfellows, but betrayal, that's something else. The last words smoldered with anger. Irissa couldn't believe this was happening. She trusted Savane to put her husband under lock, but somehow he'd escaped. And if Jaminair was free, the whole mutiny could collapse. How? She whispered. I'd never tell you that, but tell me something. Just one thing, that's all I want. Was Marco in on this too? She thought of their son at his station in the belly of the crown, tending to his duties, and wondering what trial he'd have to go through next to earn his father's approval. Jaminair had shouldered their son with an impossible burden, and worst of all, he didn't even realize it. She almost lied out of spite, but said, He knows nothing. Good. You can't attack us. You're using our son as a hostage. His voice dripped revulsion. Please don't do this. We have Marco, and Cadenzi too. He's our captain. Thane's in command now. Thane, Jaminair repeated. Well, that clarifies a few things. I assume your father put things together down on the planet. We had no choice. We? There's always a choice. His voice was like a cold knife. Goodbye, Irissa. The line closed. She placed the handset on the console with a shaking fist, turned, and saw Thane in front of her. What was that? He scowled. Has something gone wrong? She swallowed hard. Things have just gotten complicated. More complicated than Thane could ever know. The emergency escape rocket beneath Whitewall Palace was buried at the bottom of a 200-meter shaft covered on the outside by a retractable metal dome, itself painted and littered with stone to camouflage its location. That rocket had no hyperdrives, weapons, or Chiarium armor. Its sole purpose was blasting free of Ranroon to reach safety in orbit. Indrexu hoped that would be enough. She and her unlikely partners, a witch, a rat, a despot, crept silently through corridors and down long, dangerously rusted ladders until they reached the same level as the rocket silo. They were deposited out of a stone passage and into a tangle of metal piping and cabled wires leading to the silo. Indrexu came down here only rarely, but she knew the way, and as soon as she dropped from overhead onto the metal-plated deck, she guided them unerringly toward their destination. Unfortunately, they did not get far. Essen didn't have to announce the troops coming up behind them. They could hear the clatter of boots easily. The witch, who'd already ignited her lightsaber, announced that the enemy was ahead of them too, and seemed to be holding position. They were approaching a set of armored blast doors, and Indrexu knew guards would be camped there. Essen might cut through the armor with her saber, but not without taking fire from both sides. Indrexu stopped her charge and pointed back toward the approaching sound of boots. We have to stop them here. Otherwise we'll be caught in a pincer. Xim, holding one of the guard's rifles at his waist, looked to Essen. How many are there? The witch frowned. I can't tell. At least a half dozen. And many more in the other direction, Ossus added. Majesty, I noticed that grenade at your belt. She touched the one she'd stolen from her fallen guard at the start of this long chase. There are blast doors around the silo. This won't break through. I was going to suggest we toss it in the other direction. Ossus tilted his snout. Let me toss it, since I don't have any weapons otherwise. That's not a good idea, Essen said. Look around. All these pipes, the cables, the gases, and fuel running through here. They could be toxic. In that case, I'm sure it's a good idea, said Ossus. That magic of yours can move objects. It must be able to move air. Give our pursuers a gust of something truly foul. The witch looked to Indrexu. It was clear she hated everything about this situation, from the gas-filled pipelines to their unwanted allies. But at every step, Essen needed orders. The queen was flattered to think the magician obeyed her every word, but she knew the real reason. For all her supernatural skills, Essen was hopelessly out of her depth, stranded in a strange part of the galaxy, and pursued by endless enemies. She needed someone to decide for her, simply because she could decide nothing for herself. Well, thought Indrexu, that's what a queen's for, isn't it? She did her best to project confidence. Ossus, Essen, take the ones behind us. I'll scout ahead and see what's at the blast doors. I'll come with you, Xim said, and hefted the rifle in both hands. Ossus cast a look at Xim, Essen, and Indrexu, but they obeyed and hurried back down the corridor, around a bend, and out of view. Xim checked the ammunition on his weapon, slammed the clip back into the stock, and asked, Are you sure your witch can handle this? She's never let me down yet. Not really, not when it really counted. She's more human than I imagined. She looked at Xim. Xim shrugged her off. Come on, he said. Let's go. They pushed ahead, rifles raised to eye level, and stalked carefully around the next several bends in the path. Xim moved with hunched shoulders and a long stride, quickly and easily, like he'd never forgotten a second of infantry training he'd received as a boy. Indrexu was no riflewoman, and she found herself imitating him as he pressed ahead. Then, suddenly they were at the final turn. Indrexu barely had time to register what she saw. Heavy sealed doors, 3 soldiers crouched behind cover at its sides, when the enemy began spitting fire at her. She jumped back, taking shelter of her own behind the chamber doorframe. Xim dove for the opposite side of the threshold and made it to safety even as bullets sparked and skidded across the metal floor. He looked across the gap to give Indrexu a single affirming nod. The guards stopped shooting but remained by the sealed doors, and now they knew exactly where their targets were. But they'd made it this far, she and Xim. Incredible how she felt having him here, him of all people. At this moment she could think of only one person she'd rather fight alongside. Well, 2, Essen and Majesty. Captain Venta's voice resounded. Stand down, please. In the opposite direction, muffled by distance and layers of metal and rock, a grenade went off. Bullets ricocheted down a rended corridor, and magical gusts of air blew a mighty, deadly wind. But that seemed far away. Indrexu was desperately hoping she'd misheard that voice. From the start she'd assumed that Venta, who called her at the beginning to warn her about the supposed bomb threat, had been duped by Ossus, because surely when Venta, her loyal captain, her cousin by blood, would never participate in a mutiny. But Venta called at her again. Please, Majesty, stop this. Surrender now. There could be no mistaking it. Even Venta had betrayed her. Indrexu felt so weak she nearly dropped her rifle. On the other side of the doorframe, Xim was staring at her, mouthing words. She couldn't tell what. It all seemed unimportant. The queen let her rifle fall slack at her side. She stepped slowly out from behind her cover. No one shot at her, but 2 gun barrels peeked over supply crates, one on either side of the blast doors. Standing in the middle of the chamber, holding a mere service pistol, was Venta. She raised the pistol in a 2-handed grip and said, almost gently, Put the weapon down, Majesty. Indrexu stayed where she was, still holding the rifle, not moving. She asked, Why? I'm doing my duty, Majesty. Your duty is to me. My duty is to the throne of Ranroon and House Hilly. Please drop the weapon. Indrexu didn't think to drop it. It simply clattered to the ground. She shuffled ahead 2 steps, 3, 4. She fell dead on her feet. Venta drew closer but kept her pistol raised. Place your hands on your head. Why? Indrexu repeated. I am doing my sworn duty to protect this world. You can't sell it to Xim. Indrexu could look the other woman in the eyes now. They were wide with anger and glinted, just a little, with grief. I've always respected you, Majesty, Venta said, but I will not serve a queen who won't fight the enemy. There is no enemy. I ended the war. Her own voice sounded distant. The enemy's cowering right behind you. It's Xim, isn't it? Venta's lip curled in a snarl. You're protecting him. That's not what I'm doing, Indrexu's voice faltered. Wasn't it? She'd been fighting with a man who'd ravaged hundreds of planets, ruined millions of lives. The kind of tyrant Ranroon's queen had always pledged to stand against. Doubt came, and then it passed. She remembered when she turned over the first dead body in her tower and seen the face of her traitorous guard. Anger and indignation returned. She had to choke it down till she could speak calmly and firmly. I apologize for nothing, she said. I've done everything I can for Ranroon. If that means surrender myself to Xim, so be it. It's always been for Ranroon. She edged closer. Venta was almost within reach. The captain didn't backstep but didn't lower her gun. Her face twisted as she said, Don't tell me you're the same woman you've always been. I've seen the difference, Majesty. Indrexu opened her mouth to rebut, then closed it. She had changed in ways she'd not stopped to consider until now. Once she'd have fought to point of Ranroon's annihilation, propelled by personal pride as much as patriotism. Well, something had softened in her. Perhaps it was Essen, whose stoicism masked empathy and mercy so foreign to a queen, or a king, emperor, or Dorita. She wasn't willing to sacrifice endless lives, not anymore. Instead, she'd sacrificed herself on Xim's altar. Venta had to understand that, if anyone could. Indrexu slowly, so slowly, reached for the barrel of the pistol. Locking eyes with the captain, she said, I've changed because Ranroon needed me to change. I fought for you all, now I'm surrendering for you. Indrexu's fingers touched the gun, closed around his mouth. Majesty. Indrexu tugged the gun to the side. She saw Venta's finger tighten on the trigger, saw the white flash of his muzzle, heard the deafening crack. She saw the ceiling spin around her, felt shoulder blades hit hard deck, felt the shattering of her hand, and something worse spreading outward from her chest. A wave of cold pain, followed by numbness. She couldn't lift her head, couldn't turn it. Vision darkened, but she saw a riot of rifle bursts reflected on the curved metal overhead. They sounded far away, muffled, like she was underwater. Maybe this was what drowning in cold ocean felt like, the numbness from the inside spreading out, the weightlessness the way black encroached from the outside of her vision and seeped inward. Someone bent over her, a silhouette. Who was it? Venta. Xim? Essen. She couldn't tell. It was all of them and none. A hand touched her face, and it roused a memory of life. She was glad for that parting gift before darkness took her in overlapping waves and dragged her to its uncharted depth. Essen was the last one to reach the gate. Ossus had scampered ahead in his four-legged sprint while she dawdled, using the force to compel gusts of toxic gas into the faces of their pursuers. Then she'd held her breath, ignited her saber, and done a grisly dance among the fallen, maiming or cutting each to make sure they stayed down, if they weren't already dead. Bleak deeds haunted her all the way to the blast doors, and when she got there she nearly collapsed to her knees. Ossus stood in one corner, head bowed, tail curled inward. The bodies of 3 Ranroon soldiers lay splattered with blood before walls pocked by dozens of bullets. Indrexu lay in the center in her own bloody pool. Xim knelt beside her, head in his lap. Her face looked peaceful. Only a single bullet had taken her in the chest, right beside the heart. Her breast was a scarlet blossom. Essen knelt beside her and touched her still warm hand, but could feel nothing in the force. Head bent over hers. Xim croaked, Save her. I can't, Essen whimpered. I'm sorry. Xim grabbed Essen's hand so hard it nearly broke. She yelped and tried to pull away, but he wouldn't relent. Do it, he said. Bring her back. I can't. Essen said. She's already dead. Xim released her hand. She pulled back but kept staring at him. He lifted his face enough to show his wet eyes. Then what is the point of your magic? Xim's face twisted in anger, and she thought he might strike her. But Ossus pleaded, We can't stay like this. They heard the clank of metal gears and realized the blast doors were starting to open. Essen knew there were still plenty more soldiers waiting on the other side. And, far back down the tunnel, past the destruction she'd already carved, more backup was on its way. They couldn't stand up to that many. She couldn't. The sum of all her miracles was the queen lying dead before her, head in the despot's lap. Essen wished she'd never joined Indrexu's war, wished she'd never come to the Tion, never left the Titan system. The doors continued to crank open. The outer layer was peeling apart in 2 sections. Soon the inner layer would too, and soldiers would begin firing on them through the gap. "It's no good here," Ossus said. "We have to fall back and come up with another plan." "What plan?" Essen asked. "What could we possibly?" Xim tugged her hand. She fell forward and caught herself. Her free palm splashed in Indrexu's blood. Red stained the black fabric of her trousers as she looked into Xim's eyes. "She swore an oath," he said. "So did you. Does it stand?" She didn't know what he was talking about. Indrexu was dead, her kingdom lost. Their plan to marry Ranroon and the Empire had come to nothing. But Essen had also made a pledge to stand at Xim's side and loan him her force powers. It had been repugnant then. It felt vile now. What does it matter? She tried to pull her hand free, but he wouldn't relent. "I will honor her pledge if you honor yours. Do you understand?" Xim growled. "Does it stand?" The door cranked. She could hear soldiers taking position behind the door. She could ever hear a muffled voice call for grenades. Ossus urged, "We have to go back the way we came. Please." But Xim didn't let go of her hand. He kept staring into her eyes. So Essen breathed, "Yes. Yes. It stands." Xim released her. He rose and hastily gathered his rifle, then a sidearm from one dead woman and ammunition clips from another. As she stood on shaky red legs, Essen saw for the first time that a bullet had taken him in the left shoulder. It was staining the whole arm red, but he clutched the rifle tight in his right one. The doors opened with a final, awful groan. The first thing to come through the gap were a trio of grenades. Essen did her best to hurl them back. She couldn't get all 3 through the narrow gap, but she held them as close to the wall as she could. When they went off and flooded the chamber with flame, heat, and gas from ruptured fuel lines, she was already chasing Xim and Ossus into the labyrinth, toward a destination she couldn't bear to imagine. Obliques. The path. "In an hour this dark we must stand together, or we will all fall separately." Jedi Tasha Rio during the Rakata invasion of Titan, 10,660 Taya. 112th year of the 5 brothers. 11,347 Taya. The last time the door to Vidia's cell opened, the trio of pirates had charged out of blinding light, snarled questions in a language she couldn't understand, and ended up kicking their frustration out on her. The memory of their blows was still fresh on her mind and body both. But when the cell opened this time, and the light spilled in, she knew she was in better hands. She closed her eyes against the glare but felt Koltada's warm, relieved presence as he knelt beside her and cut her binds. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw the Nori's face, almost gentle, looking down at her. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Can you run?" Now that the door was open, she could plainly hear the crack of gunfire, echo shouts, the pounding of feet not far away. She was amazed that just 2 Jedi had made it so far into the pirate's nest. "I'll be okay," she said, though Koltitha had to help her to her feet. "The UPFS? Are they here too?" "No. It's not just you and Moray, is it?" "No," he repeated, and pulled her by the hand to the exit. As soon as she stepped into the hallway, Vidia froze. Standing there was not a human or Cylonian pirate, but a towering alien with blue-green skin, long powerful limbs, a cone-topped head, and eyes jutting from short stalks on either side of his skull. A Rakata. In his hand was a sword of blazing energy. She'd heard of those legendary weapons. The masters had called them force sabers, powered by the dark energy of Bogan. But that tall, ominous alien said, in perfect if accented Titan, "I am Shen. The others are rescued. Come, we must hurry." Vidia looked to Koltitha for guidance. The Nori grunted, "He's right. Let's go." Shen turned and hurried down the corridor in long, fast strides. Koltitha darted after. Cautiously, Vidia followed them through the maze of the asteroid's interior. Gunfire and shouts continued to ricochet through the maze of metal halls, but none of the pirates came in sight. Until a pair of striped Cylonians stepped in the middle of an intersection. One hefted a heavy repeating rifle, the other, a heavier tube-mouthed weapon connected to a generator on his back. A flamethrower. It was like Devon all over again. Shin and Koltitha skidded to a halt too close to the enemy. Vidia grabbed them both in the force and wrenched them back just as the flamethrower belched his first gout of fire. The cold metal corridor was suddenly hot. The machine gun cracked and spat bullets into the confined space. This time there was no place to run, no roof they could tear through. And because of that, the others didn't hesitate. Shin threw his blazing sword, not just through it but guided it with the force through the swirling flame and into the weapon from which it sprouted. Suddenly the corridor shook with an even greater explosion. Vidia covered her ears and a burning heat washed through the hall. And just as fast as it had come, the heat was gone. At the far end of the hall was a blackened wreck, among it 2 fallen bodies. Shin stood among them, barely singed, that saber aglow in his 3-clawed hand. "What are you?" Vidia gaped at the racket. "A Jedi." Shin considered. "I am on the path," he said. It was, Vidia sensed, an honest answer. For her as much as him. They hurried again through the maze until they reached the mouth of a sealed landing bay. 2 separate Jedi ships sat, almost identical with their smooth ovoid hulls. Neither appeared to be the found horizon, but Moray stood at the base of the Dawn Chaser and waved at them. Vidia, Koltitha, and Shin hurried up the ramp. As soon as they were aboard, Moray slapped the controls and brought the ramp up. "The others are on the Hand of Light," she said. "Hurry, we must leave." By the time the 4 of them reached the cockpit, Vidia could see pirates inside the landing bay. Some were firing ineffective handguns at the parked Jedi ships, but a few hoisted shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Moray worked the Dawn Chaser's controls and warmed engines. Vidia fell into the seat on her right and began to bring weapons online, knowing it might already be too late. "No need," said Shin. "Watch." She looked out the window just as the cockpit started to shudder. The pirates were slipping on their own deck, drawn toward the Jedi ships as though by magnet. Then she felt a tug of the force, coming from mines on the other ship, and realized what was happening. Someone was wrenching the doors open, exposing the entire bay to the vacuum. Some pirates struggled for the exit. They didn't have a chance. Air flooded out of the chamber too fast, sweeping them and their weapons away. With a small sigh and great relief, Moray turned on repulsors and kicked the Dawn Chaser off the deck. She pivoted them around in time to show the second Jedi ship surging into space on 2 blazing engines. "Is this it?" Vidia asked. "Did we rescue everyone?" "Let us be sure," Koltitha said as he sat down at the comm station. He slapped the controls with one hand and announced, "This is the Dawn Chaser. I am aboard with Moray, Vidia, and Shin. Do you copy?" "We read you, Dawn Chaser," said Master Kane's relieved voice. "We've got everyone else aboard here. I'm so glad." After the despair of capture and madness of escape, Vidia was almost giddy. "Where's the horizon?" "I accessed their computers," said Moray. "It is in the second bay." Both Jedi ships stopped outside the asteroid and turned to face the other sealed doors. It took Vidia a moment to realize what this meant. There were still pirates aboard that asteroid, including Tukla herself probably. She could not be allowed to have Jedi technology. Victory went cold in Vidia's stomach. The horizon had been her home for 2 years now. It had carried her through mortal peril. She thought of the lush garden inside the cold metal ship where she and Master Sor had engaged in deep meditation surrounded by life. Sor was gone. In a moment his ship would join him. She felt like she was losing a part of herself as well. The Jedi ships angled toward the second landing bay doors and opened fire. Plasma bolts tore through the flat metal surface. Once they ripped the door open, air and equipment belched into space. They kept firing, pouring devastation into what lay inside. Vidia squinted into the mouth of flames and could see the found horizon's familiar curves right before they were torn to fiery shreds. The Jedi kept firing for over a full minute, then ceased in perfect unison. They hovered outside the asteroid for minutes more as smoke and debris cleared, just to make certain there was nothing salvageable left. Vidia didn't want to see the wreckage, but she forced herself to look. The garden had become metal and ash, black and tangled beyond recognition. Softly, sensing her grief, Koltitha said, "Let's go." "Yes," Moray agreed, and pivoted the Dawn Chaser away from the asteroid. The hand of light followed on their flank as both Jedi ships began maneuvering through the field of slow-tumbling space rock. After minutes of silence, Vidia asked, "Where do we go now?" Shin, who not spoken since coming aboard, said, "We will meet with the hand to discuss this." And much more. Chapter 14. Wrath. The events following the Great Mutiny were unlike any in Xim's reign. While they featured less overt violence than his cronies' purges, to say nothing of the League conquests, Xim wrought damage of a more subtle kind by culling his records, institutions, even the names of places and ships, all to remove the marks of those who'd risen against him. A generation later, it is nearly impossible for us to recreate the lives of the mutineers and understand their motivations. Some of Xim's successors have attempted to rehabilitate those expurgated names, but in doing so they merely create new legends. Who, truly, was Thane son of Thalk? Who was Jellister, whose name is now the vilest of curses on Ranroon? Who was Orissa Ornea in her final moments? We shall never know. Take on Darius, Xim and his legacy, 548 LE. When the gravity scorn fell out of hyperspace, its crew was prepared for anything, including a colossal space battle. What they found instead was tension. Dozens of warships drifted over Ranroon. None were firing, but all were waiting violence to burst. Strapped to a jump seat in the back of the gravity's cockpit, Ericus could feel it in the force. "We found a hell of a party," Crawler muttered from the pilot's seat. "Got a feeling nobody's gonna appreciate wedding crashers, though." His banter was dry, without enthusiasm. Ericus wasn't in the mood either. He asked Reyna, "Are we getting any hails?" "Take your pick," she said. "We've got 7, no, 8, requests to identify ourselves." "Make that 9. What do we tell them?" "Nothing. Just burn straight for the planet as fast as you can." "Had a feeling you'd say that," Crawler muttered, and added power to thrusters. The gravity shuddered as it plunged toward Ranroon. The cockpit vibrated and Ericus's teeth clacked together in his jaw as he asked the gravity's 4th crewman, "Is your father behind us?" "Right on our tail, accelerating to follow," said Tampers. The young Sahilindil was strapped to the sensors and weapon station, the one where Vada should have been. Ericus had manned that consoled himself over the years, but it was agreed that his talents would probably be needed elsewhere soon, so he was bound to the seat next to the cockpit's rear hatch. He saw Ranroon's blue and white quickly fill the forward porthole. Then came the flare of friction as they bounced and jerked through the atmospheric envelope. He asked Tampers, "Are they still behind us?" "Don't worry, they can handle it. That shuttle's tougher than this ship." "No offense." Reyna and Crawler didn't seem to have heard. As they continued to fall toward Ranroon, Ericus closed his eyes, pushed back the tremors and the noise, and tried to find Essen. She came instantly and easily, and that made him worry. Her force presence was a beacon of distress. He sensed anger, confusion, grief, and most of all guilt like he'd never felt from her before. But at least she was still alive, and he reached out to touch her and let her know he was coming. To his relief, she touched back. There was no relief in her, just urgency. "Come fast," she said. "I don't know how much longer we can hold out." He opened his eyes. They'd cleared the worst of entry, and were still diving toward Ranroon's white-capped oceans. He called, "Are we heading to the palace?" "Oh, is that where we're supposed to go?" said Crawler. "I thought you said the South Pole." His usual sarcasm was ready to tear open with anger and grief. Ericus hoped he kept it together long enough to pull off this rescue. He felt it when the gravity scorn pulled out of his plunge and began flying level through the atmosphere, and he peered over at Tampress's sensor board to see if they were getting close to the palace. According to the nav data enclosed in their mysterious package, the Great Castle was built outside Ranroon's capital city on a long spit of jagged coastline. There was no place to set down nearby, and he saw that wouldn't be an option anyway. The sensor board picked up 2 small craft approaching from the direction of the palace. "What's on intercept?" he asked. "To Imperial battlebirds," Tampers reported. "The shuttle's got 4 missiles." "Good, 'cause we've only got 2 little bitty cannons," said Crawler. "You know how to use them, kid." "I've got it," Tampers said, and focused on his console. Just knowing he was a few years older than Soren twisted Ericus's heart with grief, but also with admiration. When this was over, he'd have to congratulate Proscarin on his boyish grace under fire. Ericus plucked a wireless headset from the wall behind him and strapped it over his ear. "I'm going back to the hatch." he told the others. Keep it steady for a second. Will do, said Crawler. Ericus clambered carefully out the cockpit. As he passed through, he looked over shoulder to see Reyna watching. Her face scrunched tight. She gave him a single nod. Ericus nodded back, then climbed into the gravity central shaft and up his ladder. When he reached the airlock vestibule, he swung himself inside and activated the magnetic clamps on his boots, then called up to the cockpit to tell them he was in position. It must have been right on time, too, because the gravity immediately wrenched itself into twists and turns, and the sound of its single cannon echoed through the hull. Ericus looked through the airlock hatch's tiny porthole and saw sky and sea shifting around them, then the flare of a distant explosion. He saw land, rocky coastline, gray stone with white veins of snow. The gravity changed course again, a steady curve, and Crawler said in his earpiece, "We're at the target. Where the hell is Essen?" Ericus wrenched the airlock clamp and pushed the hatch open. Cold wind rushed into the vestibule. Just then the gravity tipped and he'd have fallen out if not for the boot sealing him to the deck. Ericus pushed his head through the opening and saw they were banking near a pile of white stone towers. In addition to the battle birds, defensive turrets were spraying bullets in their direction. They were out of the gun's range but would have to get perilously close to reach the palace. But where was Essen? Squinting into the wind, staring at the palace, Ericus reached out with the force. He felt her still, angry, grieving, and also embattled. He felt her, specifically, inside the nearest tower, in one of the lower levels. "Get me to the closest tower," he called. "Fly over it if you can." "Where's she?" Crawler asked. "I don't see her." "Just do it, and be ready to come around for another pass in a few minutes." He wasn't sure if Crawler understood, but the man didn't argue. The gravity scorn cut a straight line toward the tower. Ericus demagnetized his boots, then held himself in the portal with his own two hands. Wind rushed hard, but he looked down as the gravity banked to give him a clean shot at the tower, its conical roof, the handful of balconies jutting from its sides. The balconies were what he needed. Could he get there? It was funny how, in moment of crisis, of direst need, his doubts all melted away. Like Master Sora used to say, a Jedi was most a Jedi when he acted. Ericus knew when the moment was right, simply knew. He released and fell through the air, body flat, limbs stretched out. Wind slowed him a little, the force slowed him more. He directed his fall not toward the wide rooftop, too easy, too far away, but to one of those jutting balconies. A smaller target, a longer fall, but he believed he could make it. He knew he could. This was a plunge he'd never taken under Sora, but after Jetter he could, and he did. At the last second before impact, Ericus righted himself, bent his knees, and landed on his boots. His body crumpled and rolled, even with the force to soften the below pain still shot through his limbs and joints. But he didn't break anything. He rolled to his feet feeling giddy with triumph and drew his lightsaber from inside his jumpsuit. When he looked at the sky, he saw the gravity scorned and Prescarn's shuttle racing away, pursued by two battlebirds. Inside the tower, Essen was fighting for her life. He'd have to be quick about this. Ericus ignited his saber, cut through the sealed door, and plunged into the palace. Help was coming. Essen wasn't sure the extent of that help, or whether it would be enough to save her. But she clung to it, because it was all she had left. Xim and Oziaf had made a hasty retreat from the rocket silo, but not a perfect one. Their pursuers knew which way they'd come, which way they fled, and what part of the palace they were now inside. Oziaf knew some of these interior passages, but without Indrexu they had no real guide, and soon they were forced into the open halls. This was a different tower from the Queen's, but it had the same structure of one large hallway corkscrewing upward. The enemy was surging from below to chase them, forcing them higher and higher. Essen was able to call on the Force for necessary strength, while Oziaf could dart with impressive speed on all fours. It was Xim who slowed them down. His injured shoulder was still bleeding, and half of his white shirt was now dyed vivid red. His face was pale and gleamed with sweat, but he lurched onward, breathing harder the more he pressed. She sensed his will, still burning Nova bright, and knew it was the only thing pushing him ahead while his body failed him. She didn't know if it would be enough to get them to Ericus. She didn't know if it should. She joined Ranroon to fight the Empire. Now she was with the Emperor himself, while Ranroon's soldiers raced to kill her. The universe was turned upside down, and she had no orientation, no way to tell right from wrong, or even if there was right and wrong. She reached out in the force and begged Ericus to hurry, knowing that he was hurrying already. The clap of boots was getting louder behind, but beneath their noise and heavy breathing she could hear Ericus pounding the floor ahead. Then she heard the slap of body and metal on stone. She stopped, turned, and saw Xim on his knees, using the rifle as a brace as he tried to rise. Oziaf was immediately at his side, but the Tien couldn't lift a full-grown human to his feet. Essen wanted to believe that Galaxy would be a better place without the Despot and his henchmen, but doubt wormed inside her. With Xim gone, his empire might collapse into a civil war more chaotic than any of his conquests. Admirals would fight admirals, planets against planets. She sensed the violence ready to burst over Ranroon right now. And if it flared over Ranroon, it might flare over countless worlds. Only Xim, damn him, could stop that. But by ending today's conflagration, he might start a bigger one in the future. She simply didn't know, and the force did not avail her. But she remembered the hard clasp of Xim's hand on hers, and his angry, desperate words. She swore an oath. So did you. Does it stand? Indrexu had kept that oath, and in keeping it had spelled her own doom. But she'd held to her promise because she truly believed it was the right thing to do. Essen didn't have that belief, but she did have the promise and the example of a woman she'd failed to save. That would have to be enough. Deliberation lasted only a second. Essen used the force to tug Xim to his feet. His head lifted and his eyes met hers. He knew what she'd done and was grateful. That was when the enemy caught up with them. A dozen soldiers in heavy armor, all sporting rifles, half dropped to one-kneed firing stances. 2 standing soldiers hurled grenades. Apparently they didn't know that was a bad idea. Thankful for their mistake, Essen easily caught the explosives in the dark and sent them back to the soldiers. They scattered, but not before the grenades went off in their midst. But it wasn't a violent explosion. Rather, a bright flash of light filled the hallway, and a droning noise filled Essen's ears. She'd been turned away from the explosion, already running, but the noise seared into her brain and made her stumble. The hallway was still full of smoke, and she didn't notice the figure racing past her until his lightsaber ignited. Then she felt Ericus in the force, blazing, determined, moving with an almost mindless grace as he danced amidst the smoke, cutting down and disabling soldiers before they even knew what was happening. She felt the grief that compelled him and pushed him to reckless violence, but also a new confidence that contained his dangerous impulses. Something seemed to have changed within him. As she watched Ericus dance through the smoke, she didn't even think about joining. There wasn't a point. He had this entirely in hand. A voice, deep inside her but not her own, said, "Embraced his choice Ericus has. So great power is his. Yours it can be too." Jeter was gone as soon as he arrived, but Essen felt flushed to know he was still with them, lending aid in crucial moments. When the smoke cleared and the dance ended, Ericus emerged unscathed. Oziaf stood on 2 legs, watching, jaw agape in an almost human expression of astonishment. And Xim leaned against the wall, rifle dangling from his good hand, watching the new Jedi with an angry smile. Ericus strode right past him, toward Essen. Xim called at his back. "You're late, magician. I did what I could." Ericus didn't even look back. He shut off his saber and clasped Essen's shoulder. "Are you all right?" "You look all right." "I'm okay," she breathed. "There's going to be more. Do you have a way out?" "We'll find out in a second. Let's go." He began hurrying upward. Essen followed, as did Xim and Oziaf. As they walked, Ericus pushed back hair from the side of his face, revealing the familiar wireless headset kept on the gravity scorned. Ericus said, "Can you read me? Reyna, do you hear? Can you get back to the tower?" "Yes, the same one I dropped onto." "I'll be ready in 3 minutes. Tell him to do a slow pass beneath it." "I've got Essen." "A slow pass." "Yes, we'll be there." When he was done, he asked Essen, "Where's Queen?" "She's dead." He slowed, only for a stride, then hurried ahead. "I'm really sorry." "So am I. I came as fast as I could. When we got that message, I knew it was an emergency." "What message?" "You didn't send it." "It was some kind of weird faster than light something or other the object picked up." "Faster than light? That's not possible." "Well, somebody told me to be here, and I guess they can do the impossible." "We'll figure it out later." He glanced over his shoulder. Who were they? If he hadn't figured it out yet, she wasn't going to tell him. She'd made her choice, and she'd embrace it, but she'd save explanations for later. "How are we getting back to the gravity?" she asked. "You can probably guess," he said, and hurried ahead. Essen could feel more enemies surging beneath them. She hurried too but kept looking back at Xim, and whenever she looked like he would fall she tugged him upright with the force and nudged him on. He knew what she was doing but he didn't say a word. Finally Ericus broke from the hallway and led them into an empty room. Beyond the room were broken doors, and past them a white railing balcony that looked out on a nearby fjord. He immediately stepped onto it, ignited his saber, and lofted it high. Essen did the same, but when she looked to the sky she saw nothing. Then the roar of starship engines filled the air, and the crackle of repeating cannon fire. 3 ships raced in low from the other side of the palace, the gravity scorned, an armed Federation shuttlecraft trailing smoke, and an Imperial battlebird giving chase. The Jedi kept waving their sabers. The gravity dropped attitude and began to wheel back toward them. The battlebird pulled an even harder turn and swooped down on it, but it didn't have the chance to open fire before the Federation shuttle unleashed a streaking missile. The bird pumped out chaff and bullets to intercept. When the warhead detonated in mid-air, the hot concussive wave washed across the balcony, nearly dropping the Jedi to their knees. But the shuttle didn't give up. It dove toward the battlebird, pumping more cannon fire at it. The gravity took advantage of the distraction to wheel around, decelerate, and aim for a flyby of the tower. There'd only be one chance at this. Xim and Ossus hobbled onto the balcony. The TIN jumped onto Ericus's back without asking, peered over the crown of his head, and said, "We're going to jump, aren't we?" "Afraid so," Ericus grimaced. Essen looked to Xim. Their eyes met and suddenly his rolled back. His rifle clattered to the stones and he sagged against her. She caught him with her free arm, and was shocked how thin he was, how weak, how warm, and mortal. Then Ericus shouted, "Now!" He topped the balcony rail and hurled himself over. Ossus clung to his back, and both fell, slowly. The gravity scorned wasn't even here yet, but Essen jumped too. Then the starship appeared under them. They hit its hull and hit it hard. Xim released a howl of pain and rolled away, but Essen grabbed him in the force to keep him from plunging to the rocks below. Ericus fared better. His magnetic boot secured him to the hull. The airlock opened and Reyna pushed her face outside. She waved and extended a hand. Essen was closest and she grabbed, dragging Xim with her. She handed the wounded man off to Reyna first, who pulled him inside. Ericus, secured by his boots, clambered down the hull, and Ossus made the final bound through the hatch, brushing the nonplussed Reyna. And then, just as both Jedi came in reach, the sky shook with an explosion. Ericus, Essen, and Reyna all looked to see the fireball barreling down. The gravity jerked away. Reyna grabbed Essen's hand and tugged her inside just as debris came slanting by. Essen was afraid Ericus had gone with it, but no. He pulled himself through the hatch, dropped onto the floor beside Reyna, and immediately tugged it shut behind him. What went down? Essen called to him. "The battlebird." "No," Ericus croaked, voice weak with new grief. "One ship down. The second is pulling away," reported the technician in the security room that had become a command center. Zer, Vardok, Jellister, and Rasu had all been bent close to the screen, watching the daring and seemingly pointless attempt by those 2 ships to buzz the palace. "Good riddance," Jellister said. "Have that bird chase the second one and shoot it down." "Hold on, Mr. President," Zer told the Utusky. "That's an Imperial bird out there, which means it's mine to command." "Got that?" "Of course." Jellister smiled, eyes full of loathing. Zer was glad to see it. A king nobody hates is a prosper one. "Good. Now, give the order to chase down the other ship and—" "Sirs," called one of Rasu's guards, "we have a problem." "What now?" Zer growled. Things had finally been going well. Not only were those ships chased away, but Indrexu was dead and Xim was trapped in the leeward tower. Report came in from the tower teams. "Sirs." The guard looked anxiously between them. "They say Xim's escaped." "What do you mean escaped?" Zer huffed. "That's not possible. They suggest he jumped, sir." The guard swallowed. "From a balcony? He killed himself." Jellister gaped. "Get teams out there. Find his body." Then it clicked for Zer. A stupid grin slashed across his face. "Don't you get it, you idiots? He jumped onto that ship during his flyby." "That's impossible," said Vardock. Nobody could do that. The ship was too fast. You've seen what that witch can do. He spun on the guard. Did she escape too, in Oziath? Ah, seemingly, sir. The guard swallowed again. They also report a second, not a witch, since it was male, and human, but some kind of warrior. Unbelievable. Rasu ran a hand over his naked scalp. We have to shoot that ship down. The technician, who'd been sitting beneath Zer all this time, looked at him, awaiting orders. Zer should have given the pursue and kill call. It was the only thing that made sense, but he balked. Yes, he wanted to take Xim alive so he could suffer a suitably poetic punishment, but there was more than that. Once, so long ago he could barely remember, he killed the boy's mother. He hadn't even meant to, hadn't known about it until later. Probably he hadn't even done it directly, but he'd been there for the death of Thalis Alana. For many years after he'd adamantly refused to let it bother him, because a king laden with regrets was a piss poor one, but during his long captivity he'd had too much time to dwell on his buried guilt. And there was more. All this time, even during his years of captivity when he'd been forced to listen to Xim recount his exploits, he'd never imagined his son as anything other than a stiff-bodied, hard-brained martinet barking orders at lesser men. Never had he imagined Xim with the boldness, the ingenuity, the daring to escape his hopeless situation by throwing himself onto a passing spacecraft. It was the kind of thing Zer would have bragged about in his youth. But most of all, it was the security camera footage they'd seen from the gateway to the rocket silo. Indrexu had literally reached out to her guard captain, only to receive a bullet to the heart. It was the first and only image Zer had seen of his son's chosen bride, and he'd been struck by the woman's battered but resilient dignity. It wasn't fair for her to have died, he thought as she crumpled to the deck. What really astonished him was Xim bursting into the room a second later, rifle blazing, cutting down all 3 Ranroon guards in a frenzy, then immediately falling to his knees beside Indrexu's body, cradling her head in his lap, touching her like he had, in some twisted way, actually cared about her. That pixelated image of his son, bent away from the camera, hunched in grief, would remain with him for the rest of his life. Beside him Jellister was raging. Give the order, you ugly old bastard. Shoot him down. But Zer didn't. He looked at the president and wondered what it would be like to snap this one's neck. It had been a very, very long time since he killed a man, and he'd rather the first new blood on his hands not be Xim's. From the other side, Rasu grabbed the technician by the hair and shoved his face into the console. The minister bent over the audio grill and said, "This is an open order to all ships. Shoot down the starship pushing out of Ranroon now. Don't ask question, don't answer his hails. Just kill it." Rasu tapped a button, released the tech to nurse his bloody nose, then looked at Zer defiantly. The pirate king of old would have at least beaten the smug, bald bureaucrat for his insolence, and Zer almost did that. But Vardock clasped his arm, met Zer's eye, and shook his head warningly. They all watched the screen, now smeared with translucent red, as new markers raced towards them. The gravity scorned was blasting out of the atmosphere as fast as his rockets would allow. That was pretty fast, enough to outpace the battlebird that had dawdled in lower atmo, as though uncertain whether to pursue, but now ships in orbit were heading their way. Not good. Reyna watched her sensor screen anxiously as the computer tried to project times to intercept. As soon as they'd gotten aboard, her father had put the gravity into a steep ascent and she'd had to climb up the ladder, hard rung after hard rung, to get back to the cockpit and strap into her comm station. She had a million questions for Ericus and Essen, and she wished she could do something for poor Tampers, whose father's shuttle had gone down with no signal. There just wasn't time. Everything was happening too fast. Essen followed Reyna up the ladder and strapped herself into the rear jump seat Ericus. Ericus had stayed in the secondary hold to strap himself and the new arrivals for acceleration. The middle-aged man looked ready to pass out from all the blood he'd spilled over his shirt. As they flared upward, Reyna patched an internal signal to the hold. She tugged her headset back on and said, "Ericus, you read me. Are you settled down there?" "Settled enough," he said. "What's going on?" "We're burning fast, but ships up top are moving toward us." "I'm not sure we can make it." "Which ships?" asked a squeaky voice. That must have been the little guy. Reyna checked her screen. "I'm getting some ID feeds. Closest ones are Falchion, Halbert, Repulse, Sirac, Wavebreaker, Justifier. Does this matter? None of them sound friendly. Burn for Wavebreaker, the little voice insisted. Tell them we have Queen Indrexu aboard. But we don't. Just tell them. We'll explain everything once we're aboard. Trust me, do it. Reyna didn't like it when total strangers insisted she trust them. Ericus. Help me here? Her husband sighed. Just do as he says. Gods damn it, I hope you're right. Me too. She immediately shut down the link and began patching a hail to the man-hour. It was the largest of the ships bearing down on them. She hoped that was a good thing instead of a really, really bad one. After she sent out a hail, she said, Dad, plot a course for the Wavebreaker and be ready to change the second I say so. Crawler grunted and did as he was told. He was burned out of repartee. So was she. Then she heard a new voice, with an unmistakable and barely intelligible Ranroon accent. This is the Wavebreaker. Identify yourselves. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is we've got Indrexu aboard. You know, your queen. The comm officer actually gasped. If you have her, put her on the line. Time to bluff. I can't do that. She's badly injured and needs help. In case you hadn't figured it out yet, there's been a mutiny on the planet. Your queen just got ousted by her, Reyna stopped, looked back at Essen. The Jedi called Jellister and Rasu, right? Jellister and Rasu, Reyna relayed. If you want the truth, you'd better let us dock, and don't let anybody shoot us down. After a horrifying 3 heartbeats, Wavebreaker replied, hold course, and don't deviate. We'll cover you. The line closed. Reyna blew out a breath and sunk into her seat. You hear that, Dad? Hold course, they'll cover us. Unless they decide to blow us up instead, Crawler said. Then at least it'll be over quick. Reyna looked to the cockpit's rear. That did the trick, I think. Good, Essen said, but it's not over yet. Wonderful. Did anyone tell you you'd make a terrible doctor? The Jedi thought. Never. Well, you'd make a terrible doctor. Ericus has a better bedside manner. As soon as the quip was out, she regretted it. Ericus. Bedside. Soren, grief, the flaming downward spiral of a burning space station. Their crazy dash to and from Ranroon had charged her adrenaline and made her forget all that. It had even roused emotions for the first time since Santasa Station fell. But now emotions were coming back, awful ones, and she tried to swallow them down. To distract herself, Reyna asked, so, who's the injured guy? Xim, Essen said. No, seriously. Who is he? I said it's Xim. Everyone looked at her, Crawler, Reyna, even Tampers. She met their looks, stunned, accusatory, even betrayed, without flinching. Reyna took a deep breath, then turned back to her console. That was Xim. Honestly, she thought he'd be taller. Crawler, however, growled, I hope you have a damn good reason for bringing him on my ship, Jedi. But Essen wasn't in the mood to fight. She looked away and said, I hope so too. The situation over Ranroon Head was locked in a torturous impasse. Geminair felt trapped aboard the Stormrider, where all he could do was rage against his wife's betrayal. That Marco was innocent meant nothing, not when he was aboard the heart of the mutiny. Then 2 ships had dropped out of hyperspace and plunged toward Ranroon. Only one came back up. The palace broke radio silence for the first time in hours to declare that this ship had to be destroyed. That was enough to tell Geminair it must be saved, but the Stormrider was too far away. The Crown and Ascendant were also, but Admiral Kryn's falchion was dangerously close. The little ship cut a straight line to Minask's Wavebreaker, which gathered it into a welcoming embrace. Captain Morrell was even more edgy than Geminair. She hailed the Wavebreaker, asking for an update and identification of the mystery ship. She and Geminair waited together in anxious silence for any reply. Then they got one. Everyone got one. It was broadcast on the widest possible frequency and relayed to the other side of the planet by Ranroon's orbital comm satellite so that every single ship could hear. The voice was Xim's, but not as Geminair had ever heard it. Every word was jagged with pain and barely restrained rage. Today should have been a day of celebration, said Xim. Instead, it has become a day of betrayal and blood. Queen Indrexu has been murdered by her own people, acting under her minister Rasu and President Jellister. I saw her die, I touched her, and her blood is still on my hands. Admiral Thane has seized control of the victor's crown. To all loyal soldiers of the Empire, do not listen to his lies. To all people of Ranroon, do not let your queen's death go unavenged. You must join and destroy these usurpers. I will not stop until every last one of them will be punished for their crimes. This should have been a day of dreams fulfilled. Instead, this will be a day of wrath. I will have justice for the death of my queen. All ships loyal to me are her memory. Declare your intention to the Wavebreaker as soon as this transmission ends. All remaining ships are usurpers and will be destroyed. The man standing in the middle of the Wavebreaker's bridge was a pitiable sight. His clothes were stained with blood, much of it his own. His face was smeared by sweat and darkened by dirt and bruises. His right hand was a talon clasped to the nearest console. His left arm, drenched in red, dangled at his side. He looked like he could fall at any moment. The crew of Indrexu's ship stared at Xim in disbelief. Silence reigned. Then one brave officer cleared her throat and said, "Incoming transmissions. They're piling up. Sirac, Stormrider, Foamflower, Ice Crusher. Imperial ones too." Minask nodded but didn't take eyes off Xim. "What of the victor's crown?" asked a small, high voice from the corner of the room. The Ascendant. The silver-haired admiral looked from the battered despot to the ones who brought him aboard. In any other circumstances, they'd be the ones drawing stares. One disheveled Tiin, one scarlet woman, and one simple human man, outrageous only for the company he kept. The comm officer answered Oziav's question. No response. "It will be a fight then?" Xim lifted his sagging head. "Admiral, will you command your ships?" "I will," Minask said. Her initial anger at Xim's arrival had faded. She would do what needed to be done. "You should know that Viceroy Jaminair is aboard the Stormrider." Xim's lip twitched to an almost smile. "Work with him. Tell all loyal Imperials to take his orders." He closed his eyes, swayed, but remained standing. "I require medical attention." "Please?" The crew's eyes shifted between Xim and Minask. The Admiral said, "Get him to the infirmary immediately." Two ensigns popped from their seats and took Xim by either arm. The despot staggered toward the door, held upright only by them. As he passed the two Jedi and Oziaf, he said, "Come with me." They came. Oziaf followed Xim and the ensigns, Essen behind them and Ericus in the rear. He sealed his emotions tight as soon as he'd learned the name of the man he'd rescued and refused to look at her. She could only imagine what was boiling inside him. Still, she was unprepared for what happened when they got Xim to the infirmary. The ensigns laid him on a bed, then ran to get the medics. As soon as they'd brushed past the curtain separating Xim's bed from the others, Ericus Force shoved Essen and Oziaf to the nearest bulkhead. He was suddenly at Xim's side, using his bare hand to press the bloodied man to the bed. Still pinning Essen and Indrexu to the wall, Ericus bent over Xim and breathed in his face. "Did you destroy Santasa Station?" Xim's eyes fluttered open. His mouth creaked, "No." Ericus pressed harder on his sternum. "Then who did?" "I don't know." "Liar." "Who destroyed the station?" Xim gasped. "I think my enemies, trying to discredit me." "That has to be it. It's the only explanation," Oziaf begged as he writhed against the wall. "Let him go." "Ericus, please." Essen barked. But Ericus held him there. He bent over Xim, peering into his eyes and perhaps his mind, for Essen could feel him reach out with tendrils of the Force, desperate for truth. Then they heard footsteps, the shouts of medics. Essen and Oziaf dropped to the floor. Ericus stepped away from Xim. His hands balled to fists, but he no longer directed his rage at Xim. The medics stared at Ericus, uncertain what had happened, but when he stepped back from Xim, they gathered at the patient's bed. Essen stood to the side, half watching Ericus lost in his haze, half watching Xim as they used scissors to cut apart his bloodied shirt. Washcloths applied to his torso turned red with blood, but they revealed the hole in his chest where the bullet had entered, right between pectoral and collarbone. One medic called for anesthetic, but Xim clasped her arm and wheezed. "One moment." The medic froze. Xim's eyes met Essen's, beckoning. "Both of you?" Ericus didn't budge until Essen gave him a soft tug in the Force. Then he followed her to Xim's bedside. The despot lay on the bloody sheets, bare chest rising and falling, eyes only on the Jedi. He said, "Use your magic, like you did for Indrexu, break them, and this. Why should we ever help you?" Ericus said through clenched teeth. "You swore an oath." "I swore an oath, not him," Essen said. "But that's not why I'll do it. I'll do it to save lives. I don't care why, just do it." "Never Ericus sneered. If you think. But Essen took his arm and dragged him away. The medics were immediately on Xim, hooking him up with an intravenous and injecting anesthetic. Essen only released Ericus once she pulled him into the exterior hallway. You can't be serious. Why are you helping him? Ericus jerked his arm free. Why did you even bring him on the gravity? You should have left him to die. Not a very Jedi comment, but Essen understood his anger. I don't think Xim destroyed the station. It doesn't matter, he still caused it, just by sending his ship there. Ericus wanted to lurch back into the medical room, but this time he restrained himself. He said, you swore an oath. What are you talking about? Indrexu, and I, is not the time to explain. We stopped one bloodbath with the Force. We can do it again. But I need your help. Jedor was right. Jedi together can do what Jedi alone can't. This time we'll be helping Xim and Indrexu's people. And we'll be helping Reyna. If we protect this ship, we'll protect her too. It felt like a cheap shot. There was no way Ericus could fight the argument, and he didn't. He deflated before her eyes, anger draining away, leaving bitterness and regret, but also a sense of duty. Despite everything he'd been through, he was Jedi enough for that. How can we do this? He asked. We need someplace quiet where we can concentrate. Back to the gravity, then, if they'll still have us. It wasn't a joke. There was no telling who was welcome, where, who was on whose side. Not anymore. But Ericus said, Reyna will make space for us. Come on. The second battle of Ranroon was inevitable as soon as Xim broadcast his speech, but the first shot fired from the Stiletto, a small harpice under Admiral Kren's command. It impacted on another Imperial warship, a Thanium starglaive called Resurgent, and ripped a 10-meter gash in his hull. After that, hell broke loose. Imperials began firing on Imperials. Missiles arced between ships, and there was no way to tell friend from foe. A mere Livian cutter, which had been sitting on the victor's crown's flank for hours, unleashed a volley on the dreadnought before running to the ironic shelter of a nearby manor. Even the Federation was not united. Utuski and Ranroon ships began exchanging fire. Admiral Thane was in his element. The old pirate seemed 20 years younger as he bounced across the bridge shouting orders. But to Orissa, it was terrifying chaos. When she looked at the tactical screen, she couldn't understand any of it. There were no colors differentiating friend from foe, just a swarm of lights devouring each other. When the comms reported a call for her, she was certain it was Jaminair, begging for her surrender. But when she picked up the handset, she was shocked by the young, plaintive voice. Mother, can you hear me? Marco asked. Are you there? Yes. Where are you? She asked hoarsely. I'm at my station. We've just gotten orders, and I know I shouldn't be calling you now, but Mother, what the hells is going on up there? We heard there was a broadcast from the Emperor, but we didn't get it down here. Was it something about a coup? He really had no idea. She envied him his ignorance, not that it would save him. This was the end of a foolish dream where she thought she could save him. In striving, she doomed him instead. Maybe Xim's pet poet was right. We killed the ones we loved. Rissa managed to croak, follow your orders, Marco. And, save yourself. Mother, whatever happens, don't die, please, she insisted, then hung up. He didn't try to call again. She bent over the comm station, ignoring looks from the technician while chaos swirled around the bridge. The ship trembled, alarms wailed, but nobody called out hull breaches. She was alive for now. Marco was alive, for now. Then she heard the tech say, Ma'am, it's the Storm Rider, and they're requesting to speak with you personally. Orissa took a deep breath, then grasped the handset. Put him on, she said. The first thing his wife said to him when the line opened was, I never wanted this. Was it an apology? Apologies didn't matter anymore. They were well past them. The space over Ranroon had become a bedlam, but Jaminair was doing his best to impose order. While the Storm Rider engaged Admiral Kren's ships, he barked commands to every Imperial or Federation that would. The storm wasn't lulling, but he'd found precious minutes to call the crown. Orissa's first words were thick with regret. If this isn't what you wanted, then surrender, he told her. Save yourself? Save our son. It's not my choice. Then put Thane on the line. Let me talk to him. No reply? The line crackled with static, but he knew she was still there. For Marco's sake, please. Then a gruff voice said, What do you want, Viceroy? It was Thane. Somehow he was easier to talk to than Orissa. Admiral, you have to stop this now. Order all your ships to cease fire, and they're not my ships, said Thane. They belong to Zer, rightful king of Arge. We're just taking back what you stole long ago. Thane, wait. The line closed. Jaminar nearly slammed the handset down. He looked at the tactical screen and saw the crown holding position far from Stormrider, near the Ascendant. Other engagements had formed in clusters around the planet. Data filtered in from the wavebreaker that allowed them to identify friend versus foe, and his heart lifted to see more green lights than red. Yet the crown would remain stubbornly yellow. Thane would fight like a man with nothing to lose, and normally Jaminar would have no problems destroying him and his crew, even poor Austic Cadenzi. But Marco, Irissa, the family he'd built for over 20 years was crashing before his eyes, and there was nothing he could do, nothing. Someone reported, Viceroy, we've got a hail from the Ascendant. They say Captain Savain has been relieved of command and are requesting orders. Things were turning in their direction. Jaminar looked at the screen again. It seemed that more red lights had flipped to green, while other hostiles were withdrawing from the battle zone. As he watched, a few even winked black and exited to hyperspace. It was like someone was adding weight to a balance, tipping it in their favor. He craved to ask Xim why, but the wavebreaker said the Emperor had been rushed for medical treatment. Well, Viceroy? Captain Moral called at him. Orders. He looked at the screen. The choice was so obvious. The crown had left itself exposed, and the Ascendant could easily take the other dreadnought by surprise and tear open its flank, killing hundreds, crippling the ship. Moral saw it too. She stared at him, expectant. Jaminar's jaw hinged open, the words on his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to give the order. He'd already killed his father and his brothers. He couldn't bear to kill his wife and son. They should have been a future that redeemed his past, but instead they'd made a closed circle. Thane's dreadnought flared engines and surged ahead, outpacing the Ascendant. The ship cut across Ranroon's ecliptic, dipping lower into its gravity well as it cut a course to the heart of the Federation battle formation. Thane was going straight for Xim. He had forced a crisis point. As he watched the crown move across the screen, pulling other traitorous Imperials in his wake, Jaminar knew he had no choice. Captain Moral, the ship can burn fast, can't it? We'd have to shut down grav control and strap in, but yes it can. Then plot an intercept course for the victor's crown. He pointed at the screen. Prepare a firing solution. Chaos dissolved. Everything had become clear. There was only one way to win this battle, and that was by killing Xim. Thane had cut to the heart of the matter with the knife. The victor's crown was plying a blade straight line toward the wavebreaker. The dreadnought's internal gravity held, but his deck shuddered under Irissa's feet as she watched the shifting tactical screen. Other Imperial mutineers, and even some Utaski, were coming to join, while the Ranroon warships and Imperials loyal to Xim clustered around the wavebreaker. None of those ships individually had armor or firepower to match the crown, but they fight valiantly to protect the life of Xim and the memory of Indrexu. And so would her husband. She saw the Stormrider on the screen, accelerating on an intercept course like only those fast Ranroon ships could. She grabbed Thane's sleeve as the Admiral passed. Do you see that? Jaminar's ship is coming in. Of course I see it. We've already locked weapons. A ship like that's well defended, isn't it? So are we. It already almost tore the crown apart once. But do you know what our advantage is? Indrexu's dead. And your husband might be good at licking Xim's feet, but he's not half as smart a fighter as she was. What does that make you? She bit out. I'm the man who's going to kill Zer's brat, Thane said confidently. Now watch me. Essen remembered the battle at Inesca where she had, at just the right moment, compelled one person's mind. Things were so different now. She'd become stronger, and Ericus was with her. Though they sat bound in the belly of the gravity scorn, their minds roamed the space above Ranroon. Just as they had during the first battle, Essen poured courage onto her, their allies, while Ericus emptied grief and spite from his heart. It terrified her to feel how much despair was inside him. She'd always thought him the even-keeled one who could manage every storm, but losing Soren had damaged him deeply. Yet at the moment, it was what they needed. Ericus made the mutineers will falter while Essen roused the memory of Indrexu, and yes, even patriotism for Xim. She couldn't tell if Jeddah was adding his strength this time. It might have been they two alone who turned the battle. She recalled Inesca because she felt the same mind as before. Thane wasn't as unmistakably strong as Xim or Indrexu, but his soul refused to be dominated. Earlier she brought it to a short, shuddering pause right when encountering. She was certain she could do it again. With a wordless nudge, she directed Ericus's attention to Thane's flare. They felt anger, hunger, a monomaniac intention. Kill Xim. Loyalist ships, Ranroon and Imperial both, were hurrying to intercept. The Jedi didn't need tactical screens to know collision was imminent. Together they let the rest of the battle fall from their minds and touched the souls haloing Thane's brightest flare. This time Essen drew on her own supply of despair. She shared her grief at losing Indrexu, and the older pain of losing Correa, and those dual failures converged with Ericus's suffering to blur the concentration of all the frantic crew tucked into the dreadnought's cabins, weapons arrays, engineering sections, command deck. Just when they needed it, their determination left them. Their responses were sluggish, even Thane's ardor dimmed, delaying his commands for critical seconds. Because of the Jedi's touch, the fire sputtered. It was left to others to snuff it out. Marissa's heart sank to despair, and even before the Storm Rider fired his first shot, she knew that everything was lost. Indrexu's ship, now her husband's, fired a chain of warheads from each of his forward cannons. The Crown, perhaps because it was traveling at such a fast speed and had all its guns directed at the wavebreaker, was unable to intercept all the missiles before they hit. Hard, violent tremors ran through the ship. Rissa was thrown ahead, her stomach folded painfully over the back on an ensign's chair. Thane actually fell to his knees, but the old man sprung upright with impressive speed. "Engines!" he shouted. "Report. Thrusters 2 and 4 are dead. Number 5 sputtering. Someone reported. Reactor. Still online. Then charge, damn it. The others can't handle the Storm Rider. Get us to Xim? We're trying, Admiral, but the thrusters. No excuses. Do it." The crew, cowed, tried to comply, but Thane was asking the impossible. When he looked up, his eyes met Arissa's across the smoky bridge. She could see that he knew it, but would try anyway. More explosions, more alarms. She lurched over to the gunnery console and asked, "Is Section 18 still responding?" "They're still there, ma'am, but Sections 19 and 20 are down. We're getting hull breach reports." Marco was alive. For now he was alive. She clung to that because it was the only thing she had left. Thane would charge on to glorious death. He was beyond reasoning. And Geminaire, damn him, would stop at nothing to protect his precious Xim. But she still might save Marco. "Sound an alarm in Section 18, she said. "Tell them to abandon ship." The ensign looked at her, confused. "But ma'am?" "Just do it." She pounded his shoulder, then whirled away. The deck bucked and she held onto the back of another chair to keep from falling. When she reached the comm section, she grabbed another ensign by the shoulder and said, "Can we hail the Storm Rider?" "System are still operable, ma'am." "Then do it. Tell them we surrender." "But ma'am?" A single gunshot cracked over the sound of alarm. Rissa literally jumped, her heart stopped, and when it beat again she realized it wasn't she who'd been shot, nor the ensign. It was the communications console that sparked and smoked in front of them. She turned. Thane still had his pistol drawn and leveled at her. Only when their eyes met did he lower the weapon and holster it. 3 long strides brought him across the deck. He grabbed Rissa by the arm and pulled her close. "No surrender. Not ever." Thane growled. "You animal, you just killed us all." He slapped her hard. Marissa's head snapped sideways. Her jaw dropped as she touched the stinging welt he'd left on her cheek. In all her years, she'd never once been slapped. Thane's expression softened, but he made no apologies. "We made our bed, Duchess. Both of us. Time to go lie in it." The victor's crown was like a wounded monster, too damaged to fulfill its purpose but too massive and well-armed to die easily. So as his engine stuttered and it floundered well clear of the wavebreaker, it fired off volley after volley of missiles from every cannon, emptying its magazines in a moment of dying spite. And it was a long, awful moment. 2 warheads impacted on the Storm Rider's bow, tearing open the hull in sections and killing crew. 2 Ranroon pinnaces were outright destroyed. Another frigate took critical damage to the engines. An Imperial Starglaive collided with a mutineer Starglaive in the chaos, and both ships exploded. And the victor's crown kept firing with everything it had. Ships tried to clear the area, but it was pumping out too many missiles too fast. There was only one way to stop the slaughter. Geminaire saw it. He knew it. and it destroyed him to give the order. But he did. All ships, he said, strapped into the seat that had once been Indrexu's, target the hull breach on the starboard side, 50 meters from the stern. Break it open. A few well-placed warheads would be enough to peel away the armor. One more shot would burst the Crown's main reactor. And then it would be over. The battle, his family, everything. The Storm Rider led the charge, but other ships, Imperial and Ranroon both, fell in. They unleashed a wave of missiles, too many for the crippled Crown to fend off, then broke away. As his body strained under the G-force, Jaminar kept his eyes on the tactical screen. He watched the lights marking inbound warheads converge on the Crown, watched them wink out, watched the Crown's marker to blink. A powerful shockwave buffeted the Storm Rider, and when it had passed, the Crown's light is gone, leaving nothing in its place. The bridge rippled with cheers and sighs of relief, but Jaminar kept watching the screen. Though it still swarmed with moving lights, most of them green now, he barely noticed. He saw nothing but the black and white checkerboard floor of his family's observatory on Saraska, his place of escape as a child, the place where he'd killed his first family and called it liberation. He thought the path he'd chosen was an ascending line, but was in fact a circle, leading him to the place where he'd begun. Vardock was a seasoned politician. He was used to weighing risk and reward and aimed to be bold but not reckless. He gambled on Xim all those years ago. It had been a mistake, but he'd lived to take another gamble meant to correct it. This time he'd not calculated the risks properly. He'd lost everything, his daughter, his grandson, his power and influence. And when Xim's wrath found him, he'd lose his life, probably in a method more agonizing than anything he could imagine. The destruction of the victor's crown left the situation room bleakly silent. Ossus' people had rigged a tactical screen to show them the fight in orbit just in time to see how badly they were losing. Ship after ship abandoned Thane or outright switched to Xim's side. Admiral Kren's falchion was burning hard on an exit vector. What a pathetic ending this was. The silence was finally broken when Jellister lifted his head, turned to Xer, and said, "This is all your fault." "My fault?" The old pirate scowled. "Yes, your fault. We could have shot down Xim before he reached the wavebreaker. As soon as he gave his speech, everything fell apart. If you kept him locked in his cell, he'd have never gotten away." "Enough," Ossus said. "Listen, this palace isn't just a palace. It's a fortress. We can't hole up here and defend ourselves." Tiredly, Vardock said, "You heard Xim? He'll have justice for what happened today, even if it means dropping a nuclear warhead on this castle." He looked at Xer. "Isn't that right?" The old pirate was hard to read. He didn't seem angry like Jellister, desperate like Ossus, even defeated like Vardock himself. Xer seemed almost peaceful. "You're all dead men," he said simply, without rancor. "My boy will see to that, and he'll make you suffer for it. As for me, I don't know. He may want to stick me back in my golden cage." "Lucky you," Jellister said sourly. "Not lucky," Xer insisted. "I'd rather die than go back to his prison." "Maybe none of us has to die," Ossus groped. "There's still the rocket. I can order it prepped for emergency launch. By the time we get down there, it will be almost ready." "What good can that do?" asked Jellister. "It has no hyperdrive. Somebody might pick us up, somebody who'd protect us." The minister waved frantically at the screen. "I mean, they can't all be loyal to Xim, can they? Mr. President, some of those captains have to be friendly to you." Jellister frowned at the screen. "There are some Utusky ships up there. Then we find one and get aboard." Ossus was actually shouting. "We have to do it. It's our only chance." He looked around pleadingly. Vardock lowered his head. If by some miracle it did work, he'd live the rest of his life as a fugitive, suffering the memory of his dead family, surrounded by men he hated as they ran from Xim's justice. He didn't want to meet that justice either. Frankly, he'd rather take a guard sidearm and shoot himself right here. But it was Xer of all people who said, shockingly confident, "It's not our only option, it's our best one. Minister, give the signal. Prep the rocket and get us out of here." Ossus, relieved, hurried to give the order. Jellister fixed Xer with the questioning look, but the Pirate King turned to Vardock. Their eyes met, and whatever Xer saw aroused the most surprising reaction, a tight, comforting smile. Xer didn't know how old this rocket was, but it was certainly primitive. 50 meters of a reinforced uranium tube, wrapped around a nitrous oxide pressure tanks and acrylic-filled combustion chamber, stood nose up in a well beneath the white wall palace. He wasn't sitting but laying back in his cockpit chair, straps digging tight around his bulging body, staring through the dirty glass windshield at the tiny circle of sky far above. The seat's leather was cracked, and even the controls were dusty. That was all right. His first spaceflight had been in something not much better. How long ago had that been? He still didn't know what year this was. All he knew was that, long ago, he'd been crammed into that exploding tube with a dozen other young men. They'd ridden his flare all the way to low orbit, and he'd seen Arge for the first time. A beautiful sphere, and the stars had promised so much then. They'd has been with him then. Watching the victor's crown wink out, their past had come back in a rush. He remembered the head taker, and how they'd wrestled for the affections of Thalis Alana, how grand it had felt to win her over, and how not even that had spoiled the bond between them. Better than brothers. So long ago, and so much better company than this trip. Stubbornly pompous Jelister, Rasu about to unravel, Vardak already given up. But Zer was determined not to let them bother him in his final moments. None of them knew the first thing about spaceflight, so Zer took the pilot seat. The controls were another thing that came back with surprising ease. As he flipped, switched, and prodded buttons, the cockpit lit up around them and started to hum. Will this thing really work? Asked Jelister skeptically. The Queen's staff runs checks on it quarterly, Rasu assured, though his voice wavered. Well, don't worry, said Zer. If it explodes, at least we'll die fast. None seemed comforted, but Vardak, strapped to the seat beside Zer, kept his eyes hopefully on the silo exit. When can we launch? He asked. Give me a few minutes and we'll be out of here. Zer completed his checks, ignoring complaints from the others. He didn't warn them before he test-fired the engines. He simply stabbed the button and felt the entire rocket vibrate beneath him. Rasu yelped. What was that? Are we ready to lift off? Ready as we'll ever be, Zer said. He worked the controls one last time, ignited the combustion chamber to burn nitrous oxide, and the rocket roared to life. The cockpit vibrated even more violently as the explosion pushed them upward, out of the long dark silo, past the palace, and into the sky. Zer saw Ranroon's surface for only a second before they stabbed through the clouds. The ride was rougher than he'd remembered. Zer didn't care. A young man's thrill shot through him as they pushed toward higher skies, and the slow revelation of starlight. Soon they'd leave the world behind. Jelister and Rasu were thankfully silent. Vardak asked, when can we try and contact a ship? Just give me a minute. Zer watched his controls and hoped he was doing this right. The thing about these old rockets was that if you fired hard and hot and long enough, you risked burning through injector and igniting the nitrous oxide stores. Once you got into space, where there was less pushback from gravity, the engine got more likely to suffer cataclysmic overload. Pretty sure he was stable for now. Zer moved his attention to the comm node. It was a standard short-range transmitter that hadn't changed since he was a boy. He turned it on and set it to broadcast on the widest frequency. This rocket had poor scanners, and he had no idea if his son's ship was in range, but somebody would hear this, and that was all that mattered. All ships, attention, he said. This is Xim 8, rightful king of Arge, along with Grand Duke Ornea, President Jelister, and First Minister Rasu, and I'd like to say the following. I would rather die a free man than live in a cage. I regret nothing I did today, except one thing. I thought my son was a soulless, cold-blooded shell of a man who could have never come from my loins. But it turns out I was wrong. You're worth more than any of the smug, over-civilized bastards locked in here with me, boy, eh? What the hell is this? Jelister barked. Is this going out? Zer reached inside his jacket and pulled the pistol he'd taken from a guard on the way out. Vardak cringed in his seat, but Jelister had no idea what was coming until Zer fired one shot into his chest. Rasu, helpless beside the president, got out one manic yelp before a second bullet found his heart. Zer turned back to face the front. Vardak cowered in his crash webbing, expecting death. Just a second, Zer said calmly, then bent to the speaker grill again. Xim, you're a bastard, but you're still my bastard. If anyone should rule this sorry mess of mankind, it might as well be you. Goodbye, boy. He shut off the transmission. Vardak didn't stop cringing. Zer turned his attention to the other control. The rocket was still blazing at full strength, threatening to blow heat from the combustion chamber into the nitrous oxide tank. Any second now. Meekly, Looking at the bloody body strapped in behind them, Vardock asked, "Why?" But he already knew why. Zare looked from the Duke to the lights overhead. Did all of them, stars and starships both, belong to Xim? If not now, the day would come. That boy had already accomplished more than Zare ever dreamed. "Take your empire, boy," he muttered. "You've earned it." The rocket began to shake again. Vardock shouted in alarm, but Zare bared teeth at stars and starships in a ferocious smile. Then, with one final shudder, the injector valve burst, the nitrous oxide tank combusted, and the rocket was overwhelmed by its own flame. It was, Zare hoped, a pyre fit for a king. Obliques. On the shoreline. I came, I saw, I kicked down any damn fool who tried to stop me. Is there any better way to live your life? Zare the 8th. 11,347 Taya. They gathered on another coast, overlooking the seas of another world. Malobatalayak had seen many coasts on many worlds, known many variations of color, and wind and tidal rhythm, but there was something universal about ocean hitting land. Water and solid, two primal states of matter, the softer molding the harder stroke by stroke. The Hand of Light and Dawn Chaser sat side by side on firmer ground beyond the beach. The Jedi emerged from their ships and mingled in relief and amazement, but there was melancholy to their joy. These Jedi, who'd made their stands on Tepesi, and Deverin, and Corellia, had learned that the only home they'd ever have was with each other. Talayak watched them from a distance, his back to the waves. Ashergil mingled easily, but the others kept a wary distance from Shin. Even though they'd learned a little of his story, they were uneasy around the Rakata. So had Talayak been, at the start, but he trusted that in the end they'd accept it. Shin sensed their ambivalence and separated himself from the group. He walked up the short hill to stand beside Talayak. "Give them time," the Tali said. "I will," replied Shin, "but they are already asking where we go from here. It's their choice, of course, but they look to you for guidance. You're the master. Daniel Kane is a master too." Talayak nodded at the Zabrak, currently in conversation with Moray. "That one is a master in rank, but not in his heart." Shin had gotten perceptive, not to mention subtle in his compliments. Talayak folded lower arms across his body. "I will speak to them. Together first, then individually. Is it time to return to Tion? For you, yes." The Talit placed an upper hand on Shin's shoulder. "You can lead them?" The Rakata sucked in breath. "What of you?" "I'm not ready, not yet. I feel something major is yet to happen in the Tion, and we'll need all the Jedi possible for it. I would like to travel and enlist more help if I can. It's fortunate that we have 2 ships. I am not ready to lead. These Jedi, you can see they do not trust me. You will earn their trust when they see how the Force flows through you," Talayak said with a smile. In the years since they'd left the Tion, Shin's abilities had grown immensely. He needed confidence to match. "Take the Hand of Light. Use it to guide yourself back. Do you know what's become of Essen and Ericus?" "No, but I'm confident they still live. Let the Force guide your hand, like it guided us to you on Indrexu. You were following a generation ship," Shin reminded, "and it led us across half a galaxy to you. I don't believe this was a coincidence." He felt Shin's doubt, but Talayak believed it firmly. For years he'd feared that the Force was just a tiny thing, powerless against a vast and empty cosmos. But through his travels with the Rakata and a growing host of Jedi, he'd been able to subdue that fear. What they gathered here might not be enough to defeat the Great Nothing, but it was enough to make a stand. To defeat it, they need even more Jedi, and Talayak intended to keep collecting. "Come," he said, hand still on Shin's shoulder. "It's time to give them their choice." Talayak and Shin descended the hill together. The other Jedi sensed something was happening and gathered around. And while the ocean churned behind his back, Talayak spoke to them of what had come before. He explained the situation in the Tion cluster, how he'd found Shin's people, and the brother and sister Jedi left behind. He told them it was the time to return, for the Jedi would be needed there more than anywhere. As Talayak spoke, he watched their faces and knew them in the Force. He felt fragile hope bloom inside Vidia and determination settle on Koltatha. From Kane there was a resolve to start again. From Jekka and Asher the will to serve a greater cause. He was proud of them all, because for what they'd endured it would have been so easy for them to turn away from a Jedi's duty. The only one he sensed doubt from was Moray, though it seemed most of them had made up their minds. He told them they'd have a night to consider. The Jedi went back to talking among themselves, now in sober tones. As evening fell over the shoreline, Vidia and Koltutha sat at a campfire and spoke. Kane worked repairs on the Dawn Chaser, comforting himself with the relative simplicity of machinery. Jekka and Asher took a walk along the moonlit beach, talking some, thinking more. Shin stood solitary on a hill, considering stars. Moray submerged herself in the ocean. Talayak sensed she wanted to talk to him, and he was waiting for the Selkith when she emerged, foam and water dripping from her smooth blue-gray skin. "Are you surprised how easily they've decided to go?" she asked as they sat on the sand. "Have they?" asked Talayak. "I can sense it." "So can you?" "They do not make the choice lightly." "Yes." Moray looked at the darkened surf. "You truly believe the Jedi will be required in that place?" "I sense something momentous is coming. If Jedi are not there, things may turn out far worse. And you believe our actions will matter. There are so few of us, and you know what happened on Corellia and Deveron. What happened to Master Sor?" "I do." "We were betrayed." Moray almost growled. "Again and again, in different ways, but always by those we tried to help." "Yes. And it seems to me that the vast majority of the galaxy does not care about the Force. They live their lives, happy and sad, until they die. Good and bad things happen. All we do is complicate things and frighten them. Even when we try to help, fear becomes hate, and they repay our good intentions with malice. You are bitter. That doesn't make me wrong. I thought this way even before recent events. Then why did you leave Tython?" Moray considered. "Tython is a dead world. I thought that by exploring the galaxy I could learn more about it. And the Force. Have you?" He waited, but she found no answer. Instead, eventually, she asked, "Where will you go, Master Talayak?" "I don't know yet, but I believe the Force will guide me, as it guided me to Corellia." "I thought so." She wheezed a sigh. "I am not ready to go to Tython, but I am willing to travel with you for a time. I'd appreciate the company. I would be lonely by myself." How strange to say that, Talayak thought, but it was true. Back home he preferred quiet study, and had spent months in solitude on each of the Tython system's worlds. Something in him had changed during his journeys, so slowly he hadn't noticed. Hopefully, something would change for Moray as well. He told her, with a touch of warning, "One day we, too, will go to the Tion. We will be needed there." After a thoughtful silence she said, "I understand. I hope we can be prepared for this trial, whatever it is." Talayak wished he knew more, wished he could tell them what they'd be facing. But all he had was an inner certainty that trial was coming. A trial for the Jedi, and for the Force itself. Chapter 15. Fathers and Sons. Did you weep, O Despot? In your hour of triumph, you set Niswada's temples aflame, burned gods, and made feast in ashes. Jantoria you stained with the pyre of foes, already beaten fit only for Holocaust. You toppled the towers of Korlax, and strode triumphant through their ruin. We called you an artist of destruction, a maestro of blood and fire. Yet you never knew desolation, until you donned the tyrant's crown. And we saw you, great Xim, a man after all. Did you learn at last? The only Dorita is death. Liachusis. 11 days after the second battle of Ranroon, or as it was already called, the Great Mutiny, Xim, son of Zer, was crowned Dorita, Lord of all mankind, during a grandiose ceremony at his palace on Desevro. Though investigation into the mutiny was still ongoing and difficult, for the deaths of his main conspirators, the coronation was well attended by dignitaries from every planet in the Empire, as well as military officers and special guests. Among the latter was Sealer Menaz Kordav, now regent of an independent Ranroon. Among the former were loyal men in full regalia, including Admiral Felric and, to the surprise of many, Say Cadenzi. The Supreme Commander had been pulled into an escape pod ejected from the dying victor's crown, not by loyalists but by mutineers hoping to bargain for their lives. An ill-thought plan. Once they surrendered Cadenzi, they were promptly executed. Others, both loyal and treasonous, had escaped the crown, but the wife and son of the first viceroy were not among them. Marco IV Jaminair stood beside Cadenzi for the coronation, and spectators wondered which man looked more haunted. The ceremony was a long one, for representatives from each world had to pay tribute to Xim in the form of unique gifts from their respective planets. They did not bear these prizes personally. They'd been gifted and inspected beforehand, and already placed about Xim's treasure ship in orbit. This treasure ship, formerly the King of Tion, had been rechristened the previous day as the Queen of Ranroon. Through the entire procession, Xim sat upon an ivory throne, receiving each gift with a nod. He wore an old Argaean martial uniform with the cape of Ranroon well fur draped off his shoulders. There was no visible trace of his injuries. He accepted every gift, then listened to Lucius read her latest ode, all without speaking a word. At the very end came the moment all had been waiting for. Trumpets lifted brassy triumph to the ceiling as 7 Kyrian-plated war robots marched down the red carpet to the throne. The robot standing at the front of the column held metal hands forward, palms up, with a single gold crown resting there. Xim rose, stepped off the dais, and met the robots. Without a word, without expression, Xim took the ancient tyrant laurel, lowered it onto his head, and crowned himself Dorita, master of all. The audience broke into applause that lasted minutes, though they kept clapping less from joy and more from fear of being the first to stop. Xim ended the adulation by stepping off the throne and into the veiled antechamber from which Essen had watched the performance. They were alone there. Essen stayed beside the blinders she'd used for viewing and watched as Xim shrugged off the cape, winced, and rubbed his wounded shoulder. "Can your powers heal?" "Which?" he asked without looking at her. "Some Jedi can," she allowed, "but I never learned the skill. And Ericus. I don't believe he can either." "You don't believe?" He looked at her, eyes narrowed. "He can't. And he's not here anyway. You still haven't told me where he's gone." "No." Xim walked over to a floor-to-ceiling mirror. He examined himself not with pride but discomfort. The uniform disguised the chipped bone and torn muscle in his shoulder but not the haggard look in his eyes that hadn't left since Ranroon. He was still difficult to read in the Force, but Essen sensed a man for whom the universe had become darker and more uncertain. "Naturally, I've had my people sifting through the wreckage over Ranroon this past week," he said. "Per our agreement, we handed back the remains of all Federation ships to Minask, but we did copy some of their computer cores first. On several vessels we found nav systems attuned to beacon frequencies beyond the normal band. I've sent several scouting missions, and they've uncovered some of Indrexu's hidden hyperspace routes. You don't need them anymore. The war is over. At least, you promised it was." "I honor my word." Xim still faced the mirror and watched her reflection. "But I was also curious. And, most interestingly, my scouts found that one beacon, though listed on the nav charts, was entirely missing. Is that a surprise? Minask might be shutting them down." But Essen knew what he was after. The missing beacon was on a short, dead-out route to jumps from Ranroon. "I sent several drones to investigate and scan for notable objects in the light years beyond that route. And do you know what they found?" "Nothing." He turned to face her. "Your people moved the Star Forge, didn't you? Indrexu's crew repaired it enough to reactivate the hyperdrives. You know where it is?" He glared, but Essen didn't flinch. "It's been moved to an uninhabited star system. I don't know the name, and I don't know its new beacon frequency. But you don't need it if the war is over. And you swore you'd be satisfied with my services." It had been an oath sworn by 3 parties. One of them was dead, but Essen would hold up her end as long as Xim held his. So far he had, allowing Ranroon its independence and recalling his warships from all its nearby systems. The Imperials still occupied Udusk and most of the old Federation systems, as well as hundreds of others taken by decades of conquest. Perhaps Essen could do something to help them, in time, once she decided where her pact with Xim would take her. The Dorita asked, "Is Ericus with it?" "I'm not telling you where he's gone. Our oath. Our oath included only me, not Ericus. He has no part of this, and you don't want him at your side." "I don't, do I? He lost his son at Santasa. If you haven't noticed, he blames you whether it's your fault or not. We Jedi aren't warriors, but we can be far worse if we allow ourselves to be." She expected him to rebuff her threat, because Xim was a man who met fire with fire. But instead, he said, "Many are grieving right now. The only thing we can do is move toward the future." Xim carried several griefs of his own. She didn't need the Force to know that. His haunted eyes told all. Essen asked, "Where does your future take you?" "Our future," he said. "Where?" He looked back at the mirror, at himself. "I told you about an alien empire called the Hutt Supremacy. I wasn't lying or exaggerating. It may be the greatest threat the human race has known since the tyrants. I don't know if you care about humanity, but I care. I care about all life. If you want to prevent a war, then I welcome your help. My fleets were already exhausted before the mutiny. Morale is low. We need more soldiers, more ships. His eyes met hers in the mirror, but she didn't reply. The wheel of history hasn't stopped turning. It just shifted on its axis. You helped make that shift. You can shift it again if you stay beside me. After her time with Indrexu, Xim had almost got used to serving power. What Indrexu, for all her faults, had been fighting for the liberty of her world. Xim's purposes were darker, and Xim knew she'd have to make compromise between her new oath and the one she'd sworn to the Jedi. She also knew that, when history's axis did tilt next, there'd be no better place to effect it than at the Darith's side. I could tell that sometimes Indrexu was frightened by my powers, Xim said. She knew she couldn't understand or control me, but she put those fears aside because she needed me. She took 2 steps towards him. Are you frightened of me? She'd expected him to deny it but hoped for a glimpse of truth in the Force. Instead he turned and looked her in the eye. I've lusted after your magic my entire life, but it's always outside my grasp. You wield power like ancient gods, and all my fleets and armies are useless against you. Anyone who isn't terrified at the sight of you is insane. A shudder ran through her. During her years with Reyna, Kroller, and Vadis, she'd almost felt like family to them. But not quite. There'd been tiny, silent moments where each of them betrayed suspicion, fear, or uncertainty toward her, not because they didn't trust her, but because her power was totally beyond them, and they could never be fully comfortable with something they couldn't understand. Ericus and Reyna seemed to have solved that problem, now even that was uncertain. So know this, breathed Xim, I don't savor a partnership any more than you do. But for both of us, it's necessary. So I will keep my oath. Then I will too, she said quietly. For her? Xim nodded, and for a second she felt the loneliness of a man whose dreams put him forever apart from the rest of the galaxy. This sensation was faint and fleeting, but Xim recognized them instantly, for they were a near, perfect mirror of her own. The huge tyrant foundry sat near a derelict star whose name Reyna couldn't remember. There weren't even planets circling this lonely sphere, only a few loose chains of mined-out asteroids. It was just beyond the Empire's reach and not far from Idux, which meant it was as good as any a place to hide this thing until somebody figured out what to do with it. That somebody, it seemed, was going to be Ericus, because who else was there? Some technicians had volunteered to stay with the Star Forge and continue research and repairs, but many had opted to go back to Ranroon, so its giant corridors seemed even more empty as Reyna and her husband walked them together. Ericus had said he felt a discomforting hunger from his place. She didn't know what that meant, and she started to wonder if she'd really understood anything he'd said. Do you have a way to keep in touch with Xim? She asked as they strolled side by side down the catwalk. We worked out a cycling code we can use to encrypt transmissions, and I know where to send them now. To Xim? I don't like it. She doesn't like it. Then why is she doing it? Xim always wanted to do something great with the Force. Being with Xim gives her a chance, dangerous as it is. It made no sense to Reyna, even by Jedi standards. I'm glad you're not rushing to his side. Ericus stopped her with a touch. He ran fingers softly soft the back of her hand but didn't squeeze it. Reyna, I swear, I never meant to abandon you. I thought I was learning how to protect you, and... Shut up, she said gently, and put her other hand over his mouth. Don't. Please? He moved her hand away with his own but didn't speak. Reyna didn't have fancy Force powers, but his look said it all. There was regret there he'd never get over, and confusion he'd failed to resolve. It was terrible to look at and worse to know she couldn't do a thing to help him, because he was a Jedi, and she was just a poor mortal woman who meant nothing to the Force. She fell into his arms, collapsed against his chest, and buried her face in him. She cried a little, sobbed, and whimpered some, but mostly she buried herself in him, breathed him, let all the memories of their years together gush past. Her, Ericus, Soren, a family secure in the quiet rotations of Santasa Station. It had seemed so perfect, and it was already fading like a dream. She wondered how long it would be before she'd forget her son's eyes, or how long it would take her to forget her husband's. Ericus enfolded her in a strong embrace, and when he finally relaxed and let her push back, she saw that he'd been crying too. Reyna, I swear. But she quieted him again, fingers to lips. I think you have work to do. People who need you. But that wasn't her. Not now, Not anymore. When she removed her hand, he didn't argue. What will you do? He asked. I don't know. Try to find Vadis, I hope. Still no word from him? No. Dad thinks we should go back to the expansion zone to look. You should? I think. He looked down. I believe he's alive, somewhere. Don't give up on him. But he didn't know. The Force demanded so much, but it seemed to give so little. She knew her father and Vadis were odd and even frightened of the Jedi sometimes, though neither would admit it out loud. Reyna had never been able to place her feelings until this moment. She pitted them, Ericus, and Essen both. They had the power of gods but the lives of mortals, and could never fit comfortably in either sphere. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pulled herself up, and kissed him on a wet cheek. He said, Let me know what you find. Don't give up on me. Please? I won't, she said, and when she dropped back he kissed her on the forehead. But that was all. They separated, turned, and walked in opposite directions, she toward the oldest home she'd known, and he down the throat of his hungry beast. Cruller was waiting in the Gravity Scorn's cockpit when Reyna crawled up the ladder and pulled herself into the comm station seat. For a while, he recalled, one of the Jedi had usually manned that spot, but that felt so long ago, almost unreal. His daughter was back in her place now, the place she'd belonged in from the start. His heart ached for her. Reyna wasn't one to indulge in heartache. Only after she strapped herself in did she lean back and looked in his direction. I'm done here, she said unnecessarily. Do you know where to go next? Not exactly, he admitted, but I know some places in the expansion zone and made a few connections. But it'll take us a while to get there. That's all right. Reyna closed her eyes. I could use a long time with nothing to do. She looked almost peaceful like that. But of course she wasn't all right. She'd never be all right ever again. But hopefully, in time, she'd learn to work around the scars of the last few days. It was the best anyone could hope for, to work around scars. Did the Jedi, with their godlike powers and overweening ambition, understand that? Probably not. Cruller felt for Ericus and Essen both, but he was glad to get them off his ship. If they found Vadis again, hopefully he joined them and the Gravity Scorn could be whole as it once was. Just the three of them against the universe, needing nothing but each other, a family. Gonna warm up engines now, he said. Start pre-flight. Okay? Reyna opened her eyes. I'm on it. They turned from each other and went to work, and minutes later the Gravity Scorn broke away from the Star Forge and vectored into the merciful void of space. By the time the signal from Yabek and Vreshin arrived, Vadis had all but given up. Yet the message was clear. They were to rendezvous at a space station in the Shialve system, where the Hutt courier was currently being dismantled and analyzed. Shialve was past the worm's sphere of influence. It was, in fact, closer to the so-called expansion zone where Xim was greedily gobbling up planets. It wasn't a surprise. The humans of Tion had the best scientists and engineers Vadis had ever encountered. He was interested in seeing what opportunistic technicians made of Hutt technology. It also seemed to be derived from the tyrant's machinery, but the Hutts may have discovered or rediscovered new abilities. It was sure to be an interesting meeting. He wasn't prepared for what they got. As soon as Morguk's ship exited hyperspace, they found themselves plunging toward an Imperial Pentaconter. When he saw it through the porthole, Vadis squawked in unrestrained panic. Pull up. Pull up. What Morguk said firmly, no. Vreshin signal is coming from that ship. You don't understand? That's Imperial. Vadis pressed. As in Xim's empire. And Morguk said, I expected as much. Words uttered a seeming forever ago echoed in Vadis's mind. My foe's foe may yet be useful. Pellic, strapped at the communications console, reported, we are receiving a hail from the ship itself. They are giving us docking instructions. In Kajanku, either Vreshin really was safe on that ship, if Xim had hired good interpreters. Morguk took the helm and guided their little ship toward the long, bristling mass of the Pentaconter. When they stepped through the airlock portal, they were met by a half-dozen soldiers in metal-weave body armor sporting automatic rifles. The faces peeking out beneath their black shell helmets all looked so similar, so smooth and soft. Vadis had never imagined he'd return to the Empire like this. Raise your arms so you can be searched for weapons, said one guard in Taiwanese. It was a tongue only Vadis knew. In Kadasku, he said, he wants us too. I know what he wants. Morguk raised both arms. So did Pelik and finally Vadas. They'd expected this and left all weapons on the ship. The guards patted them down quickly. "Follow us, please," the guard said, then turned and marched. Morguk followed. Vadas walked right beside him as the guards led them inside the polyarene. His legs wobbled at first for the stable gravity, but soon he was walking in long, determined strides. It wasn't long before they reached their destination, a plain, utilitarian storage room. Waiting for them in the chamber was a most unlikely combination: two Weequay, two Nikto, one ruddy, one pale, two towering Kyrian-coated war robots infamous throughout known space, and a rat. A rat, but more? The furry creature, wearing a black vest and fez, stood on two legs and rose a meter high. Its nose throbbed and whiskers twitched as it scented the arrivals. The rat doffed his hat, gave a tiny bow in towering Morguk's direction, and said a few words in Huttese. Morguk crossed his arms and replied. Vadas couldn't decipher it, but Morguk spoke very seriously, without surprise or amusement at the squeaky little thing standing between robots thrice his height. That, finally, was when it clicked. Vadas, like his father, made a point to stay strategically aloof of Imperial doings, but even he had heard rumors that one of Xim's most trusted agents was a furry little alien from outside known space. They told a lot of stories about Xim, and that had seemed fairly down the scale of believability until now. He scoured memory for a name, and then it rolled off his tongue. "You're OZF, aren't you?" he proclaimed. The rat turned away from Morguk, blinked those big eyes, and replied in perfect Tianese. "I didn't expect to hear the human language from lips like those. And yes, I appreciate the irony of the statement." All eyes were suddenly on Vadas, and he winced, afraid he'd embarrass them all. "I'm sorry, I've heard of you. You're Xim's agent." "Of course. You'll have to excuse my being late. Things have quite hectic back in the Empire, but rest assured the ship you acquired was quite valuable." Vadas glanced at Yabek, standing stoic beside Vreshin. How long had the Weequay been working for Xim? Did he care about fighting the Hutts at all, or was he just a mercenary? So many questions, and he lacked the tongue to ask them. Morguk said to him in Kadasku, "We cooperated with Xim's empire for mutual gain. Everything we've done had been to liberate our people. Why, so you can hand them over to Xim instead." "My foe's foe? I remember." Vadas fumed. "But you can't trust them. They've conquered even more worlds than the Hutts. If they come to Kenton..." "Excuse me," Oziav said in polite Tianese, "if we return to our shared tongue, I'm sure I can address your complaints directly." "I don't trust you." Vadas was angry enough to be reckless. Yet Oziav took it in stride. "Trust is not the issue here. Mutual necessity is. You wanted to examine Hutt technology." "Of course. We've already recovered an item that will revolutionize the Empire. Instantaneous communication without reliance on sublight transmissions or hyperspace drones." Oziav's tail twitched. "Naturally, we'll be holding on to that one for analysis and eventual mass production. For now, it's a military-grade secret. However, we are perfectly happy to let you have other spoils. All the navigational data, as well as the communications logs. I never learned to read Huttese, but from what our translation matrices have pulled so far, it looks like there's lots of juicy exchanges between the worm's priests. Should be quite scandalous, were you to take it home." Vadas knew he shouldn't trust this creature, but as he listened to the words he felt his worries ebb, just a little. "Have you worked with him before?" He made a small gesture to Morguk. "Perhaps you should be asking your comrade that." "I'm asking you." "Truthfully, no. Though I have enlisted Yabek on several missions, this is my first time collaborating with the notorious Morguk. Though not the last, I hope. You want to work with us again?" "Of course." "Why do you think I'm being so generous?" Oziav tittered. "There's no reason for us to trust each other, but we have mutual enemies. I didn't realize Xim was at war with the Hutts. Not yet, and hopefully not ever. But one must be prepared. As you know, they are a mighty opponent." Vadas crossed arms. "What do you expect us to do for you next?" "I'm afraid I have nothing specific. When I called things hectic back home, it was a coy understatement." He thought on his father, on Reyna and the Jedi. "What's happened?" "A very long story, and all I tell you can learn elsewhere. Suffice it to say that Xim's fist now encloses all mankind, and his family. Essen, who set herself against the despot." He had so many questions, and this rat might have answers. But he took a deep breath, considered, and asked, Do you want advice? He expected Xim's rodent to mock or condescend, but Oziaf's tone was curious. On what subject? Your emperor may be set on conquering every star, but he needs to stay away from these huts. They're not like anything he's faced before. A loyal citizen of the empire? Are you? No. I just don't want to see what happens if he and the huts collide. So you prefer peace, even if it costs you the chance to free your world. He weighed his still burning grief against the memory of his human family, and he nodded. You intrigue me. Oziaf's tail hooked to form a question mark over his head. How is it someone of your kind came to inhabit Xim's domain? I could ask you the same thing. The rat's snout twitched. Amusement. A good question, for another time. For now, I suggest you follow your companions. He waved at Yapik and Vreshin, who can show you what you've gained for your efforts. Morguk, who'd been listening with stony patience, took this as a sign. In Kadasku, he said, Come, Vadas. We can't judge for ourselves if this partnership was worth it. It won't be, he wanted to cry. Kator's partnership with the so-called Liberator had destroyed him. Would this be any different? Logic said no, but when he looked at Oziaf looked at him and he felt something pass between them. Not trust but empathy, and perhaps that was the seed from which trust grew. In all the cosmos there was no greater world than Varl. The homeworld of the huts twirled eternally around the twin glow of Ardos and Ivona, who fed its flowering trees and warmed its vast, beautiful swamps. The huts had built an empire since the fall of the Wardens, cannibalizing hundreds of worlds for raw materials their industrial base required. Yet Varl was a holy place, and they left its groves and mud flats virtually untouched, so that all huts might return to its primal beauty when they tired of their duties elsewhere. Chiraba's work as a virtue kept her skirting among lesser worlds, and she didn't come back here as often as she would have liked, but the time had come for the Enigic host to make its annual pilgrimage to the Blazing One. She voyaged to Cossack's hierarch before joining him and the other two Enigic virtues on a sandbug down to the surface. Certain rites had to be observed before they could enter the presence of a living god. Ardistag's sanctum was like a great conch shell jutting out of the swamp, and they had to pass through corkscrewing layers before reaching its heart. First, the four huts crawled through a field of fire that cleansed all foreign agents from their thick hides. Then they swam through primeval swamps, which had not been disturbed since before the huts took to the stars. Then, once covered in the divine mud, they bathed in crystal spring water pumped from beneath Varl's crust. Finally, after passing all 3 levels of purification, they were granted entrance into the Blazing One's presence. Ardistag the Immortal was over 1,000 years old, and like all huts he only grew larger with age. The god in the center of the sanctuary sprawled 6 meters from nose to tail end. The flesh which spilled out from beneath his layered white robes was a dark gray, and laced with scars from centuries-old wars. Even Ardistag's face bore battle marks. A slash split his lower jaw in two, his massive tongue was tipped in serrated scars, and while his right eye was a massive orange orb, his left was a blackened pit. He was the most beautiful creature Chiraba had even seen. Simply by being in his presence she felt warmed by the holy lights. Ardos and Ivona shone down through the sanctum's atrium, for all audiences with the Blazing One took place with both suns in the sky. Cossack wiggled forward across the polished stone floor. "O Blazing One, thank you for blessing us with your presence," he said. "I have come to tell of the great deeds done for your glory." It was how every visitation began. In a row behind Cossack, Chiraba and the other virtues prostrated themselves, faces and small hands against the stone. Ardistag's scarred mouth hinged open, and his basso voice said, "Speak." Cossack summarized the year's accomplishments. Chiraba's nephew was generous with his praise. He lauded Chiraba for her taming of the Nikto, his spawn Dejundo the Desolator for her culling of the Clatuanan rebels, and Axcata the Pecunius for his peerless managing of the Enigic's finances. The accountant's skinny brown tail twirled in pleasure as Cossack lauded him. Ardistag listened without speaking. His mountain of flesh moved only with breath, even his eye was closed. But when Cossack made clear he was finished, the Blazing One said, "What of the creatures called humans? You have met with them, haven't you?" "Chiraba and I met their envoy on Kovari," Cossack explained. "I know this," Ardistag rumbled. "What are your thoughts? Speak plainly." Cossack was good at that, when required. The young hut spread his arms and said, "Blazing One, they resemble many species we've domesticated in the past, but I don't believe we should confuse them for other bipeds. They are aggressively invasive and united under a strong leader. They've already spread across over 1,000 words, making a simple call, like Dejundo is so skilled at, impractical. Can they be domesticated? That may also be difficult. Then we should exterminate them. Your wisdom is vast, Blazing One, and I believe that may be our only option, but it may cost us dearly. Ardistag released an angry belch. Are you afraid of these bipeds? Should we start calling you Cossack the Cowardly? Cossack didn't flinch. I merely suggest innovative methods might be required to deal with them. My aunt has acquired human agents who have been feeding her information from within their empire. Aunt, would you speak to this? Chiraba waited until Ardistag grunted approval before she raised her head and crawled beside her nephew. Blazing One, she said, my spies brought fresh reports just before we arrived. They said that there has recently been an upheaval amongst the humans. Their emperor, a man called Xim, was nearly overthrown by enemies within his ranks. He was challenged to combat. It was not a ritual duel, but an uprising. A great battle was fought over a distant planet called Ranroon. These humans fight wars among themselves. Ardistag's fat hands became fists. Despicable. She had to agree. When conflict between Hut hosts became too great, they would be resolved by duels between representatives from either clan. But those were ordered affairs blessed by Ardistag, not the wanton slaughter humans wrought on their kin. Chiraba added, they have battled for decades, and many resisted Xim's rule. However, that period seems to be over. Xim survived the uprising and anointed himself Dorita of all mankind. He imitates the wardens. He should have better choice in idols. I agree, Blazing One. Xim appears to have complete control, but I am sure some cracks remain. I am trying to contact the rebels who are fleeing his empire after their failed mutiny. They may be useful tools, Cossack added. Ardistag opened his orange eye and turned it to the throne. The humans abut your systems, and those of the Hastilic. I will leave them to your hosts. Deal with these bipeds however you wish, trickery, brute force, or something else. The massive eye swung shut like a door closing on the conversation, but Cossack protested. Blazing One, you know relations between our host and the Hastilic have been difficult. To counter the humans, I believe all hosts must act together, united. Without opening his eye, Ardistag said, you sound frightened of these bipeds, throne. Never, Cossack insisted. Then work with the Hastilic to deal with them. Show us how clever you really are. Yes, Blazing One, Cossack said unhappily, but bowed in obedience. Ardistag made a gesture with one hand, signaling the visitation was over. All four huts turned and crawled out of his presence. Heavy doors closed behind them. They waited by the shores of the crystal spring for Cossack to say something, but when he did not, Dejundo volunteered. Sire, I will begin training my armies against the humans as soon as you give the order. The new Nikto pilgrims make excellent warriors. I have already started analyzing their behavior, Axkata added. We can discern what they value and what they'll fight for. Cossack turned blue eyes to his aunt. Are you certain it was the Nikto who stole your felucca? The footage from Termin Station was clear, she said, but they knew it was not a definite answer. Cossack's tail twisted thoughtfully. These humans are adept at subterfuge. They even send their emperor's pet as an envoy, hoping we'll underestimate them, but I will not do so. We will study these humans and probe their weaknesses before doing anything drastic, and then we will call them. Ask Dejundo. Perhaps. But it may take a war the likes of which we haven't seen since the demon's time. Neither Cossack nor Dejundo had seen that war, but Chiraba had. She never forgot the desolation of Imhala, or the final inferno over hell. She noted the excitement in Cossack's voice, guarded but there. It was right that a Hutt should seek to live up to glory of his forebears, but there was danger in young Worm's dreams. She prayed the humans were not as formidable as Cossack feared, and hoped they were. Perhaps dark days would come, perhaps not. Chiraba decided to savor holy lights of Varl for as long as she was able, for as long as the suns blazed down. Returning to Morning Star was like stepping back in time. Ericus even reached at the village at dawn, just as when he first arrived, full of hope and need. Jetter's mountain still surged against the dim red sky. The ruined ancient spaceship remained half submerged in the earth. The villagers roused early from their homes to see who had come to them. Ericus emerged from the truck first and then Tampers. The crowd kept close, expecting more, but there were no more. Tampers answered their wordless question with an equally silent shake of the head. Many turned away, disappointed and sad. A tall Sahilindil female emerged from the group and took Tampers in a frantic embrace. They whispered words in their own language, and though Ericus couldn't understand them, he knew their meaning. Tampers was saying that his father and the others had died bravely, and though they should be mourned, they should also be celebrated for their heroism. There was no greater sacrifice than the one they committed on Ranroon. Because of it, a war had ended and many lives were saved. The young Sahilindil had told Ericus these things on the long journey back to Morningstar. They mostly ruminated on their losses in silence, but Ericus wanted to make one thing clear before the end. "I'm sorry about what happened to your father," he told Tampers as their truck rumbled through the night. "If I could have done anything to prevent it, I would have." Tampers had simply nodded. Next, Ericus had asked him, "Will you and your mother stay at Morningstar?" And the Sahilindil had said, "It's the only home I've known." It was still jarring to be reminded how young Tampers was. Just a few years older than Soren, Perskarn had said. But despite his short life, Tampers seemed almost an adult. Certainly he'd endure pain no child should have to suffer. Ericus knew he could never replace Tampres' father, and Tampers could certainly never fill the hole left by Soren's death. But as he watched the youth whisper comfort to his mother, he swore to watch over Tampers and guide him the best he could. He owed it to Tampers, and more he owed it to Perskarn, who had gifted him so much. Even now, Ericus couldn't grasp the enormity of it all. But maybe someone did. He looked at the rising mountain, whose details emerged slowly from pre-dawn gloom. He didn't see the tiny, gnome-like creature living there, but felt Jeddah clearly. His teacher was beckoning him. So, without saying a word to the villagers, Ericus began to climb the mountain. Its ridges, contours, and faded pathways came back to him easily. The sun rose higher, spilling detail and warmth across the slope. He didn't have to go all the way to Gator's cave. He heard the humble clearing of a throat, turned, and saw the creature standing behind him, 3 clawed hands folded in front of him. "Feel me, did you?" Jeddah asked. "No," Ericus admitted. "I lost track of you. Then still things to learn, have you?" "I know. That's why I'm here." They were on a side of the mountain facing the village. They were not too high up, and when Ericus squinted he could make out Tampers and Sandful surrounded by a crowd giving condolences. "We lost Perskarn out there," he said, "and Hedrix and the rest. Only Tampers survived. Responsibility you feel for the boy, and for his father. I wish I could have saved him, but there was so much going on then. I couldn't save everyone at once. Nor can you. Learn this you must to move forward. Accept it and forgive yourself. With time he might be able, for Perskarn's death. For Soren's, he doubted he ever would. Still watching those distant figures, he said, they gave everything for me. I didn't even ask for it. I didn't give them anything in return either. But you did. Know this, you do." He remembered a cold shoreline, a bitter confession. Perskarn had a lot to atone for, he admitted. As did they all. Come to me, they do, for that reason. Drawn are the ones who are broken inside, racked with regret, or craving answers. Healing is what they need, and healing I give, or try to. Healing you give as well, Ericus. He took a deep breath and hugged himself against a cool wind. "I thought you were a prophet, not a healer. Many talents have I." Not bragging, not coy, simply stating. Repaying a debt Perskarn was. His own choice he made to die in service of a greater cause. Disrespect his wish you should not. I'm a greater cause now. I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that. Comfortable you may never be, but it is true. Rare our power is, and precious. Waste it, we could not. He thought of Essen. She was probably on to Severo now, at Xim's side. He still couldn't believe the bargain she'd made, or her intention of keeping it. But he wasn't sure she was wrong too. He told Raina earlier that Essen had always been the stronger one. She was proving it even now. "Lost, you feel," Jeddah said simply. Ericus smiled, embarrassed and tired. "For a while I got used to being around people who couldn't read minds. Your mind. Pa. On your face it all is. Return here you have, but for what purpose? I learned so much from you in such a short time, Master. It helped us change history. I want to learn more. But for what purpose?" Jeddah leaned forward. His eyes bored into Ericus, and the Jedi nearly flinched, but he held that gaze and summoned the best answer he could. "The galaxy needs me," he said. It needs us. I want to be the best Jedi I can be, for all their sakes. He waved an arm at the crowd below, the needy, the mourners, those still seeking redemption. A Jedi I am not. Jeddar's green mouth quirked, but teach you I shall, and repay my debt. A debt to me? Yes. Long has been my life, and gone my people are. Lonely I have become. Mighty the Force is, but also a poor companion. Always I have seen myself as a teacher and a guide. Finally have I someone to teach. He smiled. Almost young do I feel. So do I, Ericus almost said. It would have been such a silly thing to say to this ancient alien, but it was true. Since Soren's death, really, since he'd left Tython years ago, his life had seemed smaller, and the Force less powerful. Now, despite all he'd lost and the grief still ringing his heart, he felt he was on the verge of becoming something new again. It was a sensation he'd not known since his training with Master Sor. Perhaps, just as Jeddah was meant to guide, he was meant to be guided. He didn't confess this to Jedor. Likely his teacher already knew. Silence held between them, but it was calm, comfortable. The sky was a smooth canvas of red cooling to blue. There were no clouds at all, and that was why a tiny blur in the northern sky grabbed his attention. Ericus watched it with narrowed eyes, wondering if it was a comet or spaceship streaking high through the sky. Those were rare on Idux, desolate world this was. Worry shot through him. Xim knew of him and might be seeking him out, regardless of the pact he'd made with Essen. Worse, Xim might be looking for the Star Forge, which was only a few star systems away. He and Tampers had ridden one of his fresh-off-the-line Federation model shuttlecraft to Idux, and the encryption key for the Force's hyperspace beacon was inside the computers. That ship was sitting on the far side of this continent, nestled in the spaceport, and if Xim's people decided to ransack it, there was no way Ericus could get there in time. He almost cursed aloud. After all he'd been through, all he'd learned, he shouldn't have felt this helpless. But as he watched that speck in the sky, he realized it wasn't slanting in the direction of the spaceport. In fact, it was barely moving at all. What it was doing was growing bigger. This time Ericus did snap a curse. He asked Jeddah, "What is that thing?" "No, I do not." "Are they dangerous?" "Can you sense anything?" Long ears bent back. "Can you?" This was a poor time to be tested. Ericus reined in panic and reached out with the Force. He tried and failed to sense the ship's intention, but there was a power there, one he'd barely felt in 6 years. Whoever was aboard that ship had the Force at their command. It was coming closer. Ericus could hear the dim but growing roar of his engines as it tore through the atmosphere. Then he felt something else in the Force, something very familiar, and without another word to Jeddah he ran down the slope. He went as fast as he could, twice using the Force to save him from a last-minute wipeout down the scree. When he finally reached the village, the ship was roaring overhead and people were out in the open, gawking at the spacecraft overhead. They had every reason to. It was like nothing they'd ever seen, oval-shaped, with long flat mandibles jutting from the bow, a hull of smooth curved metal. Most amazing of all, it was hovering directly above them, motionless in the sky, suspended by anti-gravity repulsors beyond their conception. It was the Hand of Light. Ericus ran to the front of the crowd and began waving his arms. Then he had the thought to pull out his lightsaber, ignited it, and fanned his luminous blade. Someone must have seen it, or perhaps they'd felt him, because the hand changed position and began to lower itself on a clearing at the town's edge. Villagers hesitated, but Ericus jogged to meet it, grinning like an unashamed idiot. Others saw this and followed in his wake, Tampers among them. The Hand of Light lowered 4 legs and settled on them easily. He rounded to the front just before a landing ramp began to drop from his belly. Ericus was still grinning. He couldn't wait to see Master Talayak again, to show him all he'd learned, and to learn whatever wisdom the Talit had gained on his years of sojourning through the stars. He never expected to see Talayak again, which made today a miracle. But the first being to come down the ramp was not Talayak. It was a gray-skinned Zabrak with horns jutting from his lank dark hair and twin scars on one cheek. He looked at his surroundings with wonder. Next came 2 humans, a man and a woman both near Ericus's age, one with a lightsaber attached to his belt, the latter with the traditional Tython blade. After them was a small Deveronian female, and then a Nori with one hand cut off at the stump. He did not know any of these people, but he was certain they were Jedi. The last to step out of the Hand of Light was the sole familiar one. Tall, long-limbed, with 3 clawed hands and feet, a domed head, eyes on stalks, and blue-green skin, was the one called Xim. Some of the villagers recognized the image of a tyrant and pulled back in fear, but Ericus walked straight to the Rakata with a hand extended. Xim took his grasp and shook it, baring small pointed teeth in a fierce but earnest smile. "I can't believe this," Ericus said. "How did you find us?" "It took time, and the Force," Xim said in Titan. Ericus had never heard that tongue from that mouth before. It was like a whole new person was speaking. "All these people are Jedi, aren't they?" "Yes. We discovered them in our travels. Master Talayak is he. Still journeying on another ship like this. He aims to join you, too." "He does. When will he come?" "In time. He believes he has more to explore, and more Jedi to gather, and he wants to bring them here." "Yes." Xim's voice became heavy. "He believes a great trial will happen." "Whose trial?" "Ours. Perhaps the Force." Xim put a claw on his shoulder. The Rakata who'd left years ago had never seemed this human. "There is much to tell you, and I am sure much we should hear. But first, your teacher was a Qua named Sor?" "Yes." Ericus blinked. "Yes. He's dead." "I know. I was told," Xim said, "by her." Ericus turned to see the Daveronian female, face covered with downy white fur, looking at him with big expectant eyes. She looked demure, almost frail, and even younger than Ericus had when he'd left Titan. But she had the tunic of the Jedi, and a Jedi's weapon at her belt. No, not just any Jedi's weapon. His master had rarely used the sword he kept hidden in his walking stick, but to Ericus it was unmistakable. "This is VDA, Xim said, his last apprentice. The Daveronian hesitated, then snapped a short bow. "It's an honor to meet you, Ericus. Did Master Sor tell you about me?" "Only a little." Her smile was shy, then sad. "I was there when he died." "So was I," Ericus whispered, and she knew what he meant. But he couldn't be sad when a miracle had literally dropped from the sky. "It's a pleasure to meet you, VDA. Life is full of surprises, isn't it?" "I like to think it's the Force," she said. "It is, I think," said Xim. "More than either of you know." "What do you mean?" Ericus asked. Xim tilted his head back toward the sun, closed both eyes, and breathed the air. "The Force was our guide here, so we know very little. But what is the name of this world?" "It's called Idux," Ericus said. "Idux." "Yes, that was it." Xim breathed deep again and said, "I was born on this world." "What?" "I thought you were from Indrexu. I spent most of my life there." "Yes, but my people called it Possil. In our tongue, that means solitude because that was what Indrexu gave us. Until a generation ship, 3 Jedi explorers, and 3 ignorant spacers butted in. How different all their lives would have been if not for that." "I grew up on Indrexu," Xim said, "but in my earliest years my clan took shelter here. This is where we collected the crystals to power our lightsabers, and where my mother gathered our people's old texts into archives. The humans called it Idix, I remember that, but to us, this world was called Ossus." The Rakata stared at the sky with reverence and wonder. Gently Vidia asked, "What does that name mean?" "It means watchtower, because it was from here that we watched history unfold." Ericus turned his eyes to the mountain. The sun was high enough to light its slope, and he could just make out Jeddar's tiny figure making his way down, as fast as those stubby legs would allow. For years this had been Jeddar's watchtower as well as Xim's, but he knew, with a surge of hope, it could be so much more. There were only a handful of Jedi here, a mere 7, but that was enough. Jedi grew stronger when they were together. 2 could tip the balance of a battle. 7, plus Jeddar, plus Essen, could move history itself. The sun shone strong and clear in his eyes. Ericus smiled because he was no longer alone. "Come with me," he said. "Gather the others. I want you to meet our new teacher." Jaminar and Xim met as they often did, in the study on the 4th floor of the palace on Desevro. In the light of a waning afternoon, they talked about the purges that were still ongoing, the difficulties of investigating the mutiny when the prime actors were all dead, Oziaf's latest envoy to the expansion zone, and the opportunities and pitfalls the Red Witch might provide. The one thing they didn't talk about was war, not the battles they fought, nor the battles that might yet come. Jaminar didn't believe war was over. It never was. But as he sat across from Xim, he wondered if they finally reached a limit. When their conversation trickled to nothing, the Dorita sank into his chair, stared through Jaminar, and slowly nursed his glass of Cadenthian ale. The slanting light was not kind to Xim. It highlighted the lingering bruises that had been painted over during his coronation, the bags under his eyes, the careless gray stubble on his jaw. He'd been moving his left arm awkwardly the entire conversation but tried to hide it. For the first time Jaminar could remember, the Dorita of all mankind looked old. He had every reason to. He'd been on the brink of his realizing his innermost dream when it had all be snatched away. Jaminar had been at the front rank watching the coronation, and when Xim lowered the ancient tyrant crown upon his own head, he'd seemed the loneliest man in the universe. As he sipped his brandy and watched Xim's tired face, Jaminar wondered what had wounded his friend more, the loss of his bride, or the loss of his father. Xim had kept Xur alive in his golden cage for decades, for reasons Jaminar would never understand. He only knew that whatever Xim had imagined for his father, it was not the Pirate King's pyre over Ranroon. Jaminar tried very hard not to think about his wife and son. He didn't know if he'd really loved them when they were alive, because love had always been a mystery word, definable only by his absence. He only knew that he'd destroyed them, just as surely as he'd destroyed his first family, whom he'd hated. He was not superstitious, but Jaminar wondered if he were cursed and destined to destroy anyone who came close to him. He looked at Xim's bleak face and wondered which had spread the curse to the other, and if it really mattered, because the curse had seized them both, like a fist that enclosed the stars. Both men sat in silence, together but alone, as twilight dropped them into deepening night.